And welcome back to Bearded Ramblings. Wait, no. No! No! No, it's not. It's Low Energy Videos. It has the big name down there in the corner. The bulk of the bottom of it. I am your host, Low Energy Videos. He who makes schedules and then breaks them. Because he wanted to get drunk. And had the money to do it. So, yeah. We're going to be playing Fallout 4. Just a quick preparation. Right. This, of course, is modded as all hell. To the point where even I don't know the extent of the mods. Don't get me wrong, it's not New Vegas level mods. Although, they tend to... They tend to be less stable than the mods for this game. Okay, New Vegas level mods. Okay, you guys can hear me? You guys can hear me fine? Probably not going to get many people in the chat tonight. Well, because it's not night, because it's the afternoon. But, fuck it. Standard fare beforehand. If you could like, share, and subscribe on the stream, it would be a big help. Also, if you could follow me on Twitter to help the channel grow that way. Follow us on Discord, help the community grow. And if you want to get that blue bar to be completely full up, we've only got 100 more to go. We got the stream goals down there in the corner. You guys have been very generous so far. Now, I've been holding off topping up my drunkenness. Not that I'm drunk at all, but we can change that. This, by the way, is the cranberry and vodka from, God, look at the color on it. It's so pretty. So pretty. It's cranberry and gin, my bad, from the previous night. Oh, that is both refreshing and potent. They couldn't call it the VA, so they had to call it Fraternal Post. Fraternal. That's a word that means brothers, but women could serve in the army too. Let's just see if the chat works. It do! Okay. Now, I'm playing as a dude with high charisma and high intelligence, and now he's working on his strength. He's been building himself up for a while now. He's not very good in combat, but he's very good out of it, and he's getting better at combat. Let's go into the. Let's go and take part in the clusterfuck that is the Rotunda fight. I'm gonna do some busy work for the Brotherhood. Outstanding. Ooh. Ah. Ooh, a hunting rifle. I can fuck with that. And an Institute rifle, which isn't actually all that good. You'd think it'd be better than the standard one, but it's actually a little weaker. So I kind of decided to play this earlier because, I don't know, the sun was setting, I wanted a drink. Thank you, Codsworth. Ooh, an automatic Institute pistol. It's even worse. We still obviously getting a stream tomorrow and shit like that. Will I get the good meat one? I won't. The perfectly preserved pie once again eludes me. I know exactly where to go to get the perfectly preserved pie, but... Aw, most of them killed each other. Right? How you doing there, Gustav? Was that Gustav? No, it was Bill. It was Bill. My bad. How you doing there, Bill? Yeah, I had so many other games that this seemed like such an obvious one. I decided to say fuck it and get right back into it. Silly me. Plus 76 put a bad taste in my mouth for the Fallout games after New Vegas. But this can't be held what happens afterwards with its guts. You know, its guts get strewn around the place, turned into a casual scarf. It's not this game's fault. It's the scarf wielder. The glitchy, always online scarf wielder. Loading time is still a bitch. There we go. Let's go back to my sanctuary and trade it up. Fallout 4. Sorry, your offspring wasn't as productive as you. Which, you know, Fallout 4's response should have been, what? But even I know I let you down in some ways. And then they'll say, how bad could they be? And you sigh, and you put your hand on a shoulder and go, oh, where do we start? I mean, if you get joy out of that game, more power to you. And my go-to gun is ready. Wood? No, I'm going to get the one from Paladin Dance. Anything else? No, that's about it. Uh, yeah. Let's go inside and talk to Dance. I think we're going to do a Brotherhood run. But I'm going to help out as many of the factions as possible besides. Ow. Oh. Sell that. There we go. When lack of NPC is an actual feature of the game, you know they done fucked up. People, yeah, I know. Some woman. I was on Angry Joe's Facebook page of all things, and some woman was responded to a comment saying how they saying how actually there were NPCs. I'm like, oh really? Who? And then she responded going, the robots. I'm like, wow. No. And they called me not a simple fanboy. Which, you know, coming out of New Vegas, yeah, I was a fanboy. Coming out of this, a little scuffed. I was hoping for better. 76, no. No, 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 no. Call to arms. I see the sun. What time is it for you, LEV? The turn tone is 6:15 in the evening. It is a lovely day, 23 Celsius. Just enough heat to feel it. Not exactly going to... It's hardly Seattle right now, you know? I've done 3 of those barefoot wine things, and now I've moved on to the gin and cranberry. I've got a a whiskey glass full of gin, and I've got 2 bottles of wine. We're going to be here for a while, and while I might not 100% be like, this, I'll hardly be able to feel comfortable getting behind the wheel of a car. And I know that there are some people who drink and then they drive better because they're like really freaked out and become overly paranoid. But I could never see myself as that. And how anyone to drive while stoned is beyond me, Christ. I actually enjoyed Fallout 4, even with its faults. Yeah, it's a little lackluster in comparison to what came before, but
Your prognosis looks pretty grim. It might be more humane to just take you out back and shoot you.
You're all hard, Doc.
Just quit squirming so I can get these bandages on.
this was the first Radiant quests I did with this game.
Paladin. You ready to move out? Why establish an outpost at the police station?
Given the nature of the facility, we felt it would be tactically advantageous to search it for weapons and ammunition. The radio tower on the roof was an unexpected boon, but it obviously has its shortcomings that need to be rectified. It might not be as imposing as the Citadel back in the capital wasteland, but it suits our purposes. That's all I'm willing to divulge at this point.
Ready?
Outstanding. Follow me, and try not to lag behind.
I love that animation there. There is some genuinely good animation in this game. Not just for a Fallout game, but it's in general. Oh, there's a mod. Makeshift shotguns. There are one-shot shotguns that someone made some old pipe out of. It's pretty cool. Oh, this is for, what's his name? Valentine, Nick Valentine's main quest. There's a problem with one of my mods. It forces Codsworth to not shut the fuck up when he's in a room. So you just kind of zone him out after a while. Anyway, I'm going to drop him the second I get my sexy, oh, what's the name of her name? What's her name? Not Cat. Piper. Once I get my Piper. Hell yeah. So much free shit. My first playthrough, I chose the Institute. It was somewhat poor choice moral-wise, but I feel the Railroad probably the best moral choice. Yeah, but the Railroad will ride over people to save synths. There's no... Only really the Minutemen are the nicest, because they don't really care about synths, and they don't care about a lot of other things like that. Like, they're not gonna hurt you because you're a synth. They'll hurt you because you're attacking a town, you know? They're a little bit libertarian. A little bit sort of like, militias need to be formed to defend the Republic, sort of thing. These guys have just become a bunch of medieval knights. Like barons owning their own fiefdoms. But fuck it. I'll get some kick-ass gear from them. I'll do everyone's characters to a degree, you know? Except maybe the Institute. Yeah. A scripted combat fight. Think we're alone now. Taking pot shots at a bunch of raiders. We do. Except these raiders aren't dead yet. I love that animation when you have the bayonet. Oh, Dance, you're the best synth. I mean, you're the best paladin that the Brotherhood has. Boy, did I forget the Minutemen existed, the first group you met up with, right? Shit. Where? Shabs didn't know what a bayonet was the other night. Aw, dude. Did you see him when I was on Pedantic Pedestrians? He got very defensive over not knowing what a groundhog looked like. It was great. Woo! That was a long stream. I was already tired. I was fucking about ready to pass out by the end of it. Wasn't any longer than what I've normally done. But timing wise, I'm more than happy to be a guest on someone else's show. It's just timing wise sometimes can fuck shit up. You know, the knife. I'll switch it to something a little bit more close combat-y. German Chow's Revenge. Still call back to Project Anchorage. Operation Anchorage.
Paladin Dance.
Listen up. We do this clean and quiet. No heroics and by the book. Understood?
Why are we at ArcJet again?
We're here to retrieve it. Without it, we can't make contact. Remember, stay focused.
Uh-huh.
There's tons of little quality of life things I like. Like the faster you press the button to skip to the dialogue, the more you're like, yeah, okay, right. Or when you're drinking or on drugs and you talk to them, you're like slurred or your were overly pumped. Hey, you!
It was corporations like this that put the last nail in the coffin for mankind. They exploited technology for their own gains, pocketing the cash and ignoring the damage they've done.
Yeah, it was great. And whenever they were being called out on it, they just blamed brown people and gays.
Is this the Brotherhood of Steel's handiwork?
Unfortunately, no. Look at the evidence. There isn't a single spent ammunition casing or drop of blood in sight. These robots were assaulted by Institute synths.
Synth. Isn't that the same as robot?
They're an abuse of technology created by the Institute. Abominations meant to
Humanity improved.
It's unacceptable. They simply can't be allowed to exist.
I'll be on the lookout.
Roger that.
No, humanity redefined. It's mankind redefined. That's their slogan. But you never get to see what they do. They make robots for the sake of it, and they fuck around with the FEV virus. That's...
This place is a mess. I still see pieces of salvage that the Brotherhood might be interested in. After we're done here, we'll have to mark this place for search and retrieve. Looks like a dead end. See if you can find a way to get that door open. I'm gonna reconnoiter the area.
Reconnoiter? Not on my watch.
Yes.
Nice work. Let's get some.
Beep boops! We got beep boops. Codsworth, defend your master! The Terminator's trying to kill me. And he's nude! This looks like a job for a guy with a sword. Why? Why was I programmed to feel pain?
Lock's really strong. No way I'm cracking this.
Yeah. Damn, I say. Tar Nation. Microscope.
Damn synths have compromised most of the facility.
The cars of the future. Now you know how to make legendary Ghoul Slayer weapons, including the necessary. Wow, that's really, really useful. Blame brown guys. Quote by Eddie. Hey, I'm referring to what a hardline neoconservative of this universe would say. Although actually in this universe they'd blame yellow people because Chinese. Yeah, it sounds like something Shabisky would say. I got to go. If you're still on, when I come back, I'll watch it. Alright, take care, big guy. I ain't got nothing else for the rest of the evening. I mean, I'll be drinking either way, so I might as well stick around. Eventually, there'll come a point where I just can't. I just can't. It's Especially because I'm not eating today. Today is a fast day. Good for the old digestive tract. Helps lose a little bit of weight. It's all around. Doesn't hurt. Plus I get to go shopping tomorrow, so I get to buy whatever I want.
Yes.
Gotta have myself a chicken-based dinner tomorrow. Energy weapons permanently inflict 5 extra critical damage. Will robots rule the world? Why would the robot need a cigar? It doesn't have a mouth. Don't worry, Dance. I'll save me by saving you. Oh, never mind. You beat me to it.
Impressive. Well, it's no General Atomics back in the day, but still, not too shabby impressive. Well, it's no General Atomics back in the day, but still.
There's so many nooks and crannies to go and find junk. Junk is the name of the game in this game. And the name of the game is you. Soap. Bunch of left hand bones and some. That has to be an in joke. Like a bunch of left hands in the sink and a bar of soap. That's a reference. Where we got? Who we got? Not you. Wait for me, Dance. I'm busy looting the place. How are you? Why don't we at least have an actual laser gun at this point? People already prioritize way to murder each other. There is laser guns, but they're more like laser fixtures and cannons. I think we're still a while off to have one in the palm of your hand. We've got dazzlers that blind people. It's like going to a rave. They were tried to be used by police officers, but I think someone died because, you know, seizures. We also have a fixture device on certain buildings, and it's like putting your face into an oven. It just beams this tremendous amount of heat in a short area, and you just can't stand it. Like, you back off, it hurts. I see that sphincter. This is to show how badass Dance is. He's our boon. I mean, I know McCready technically would count as boon.
Yes.
Junk jet, a weapon I never used, because junk is more valuable than ever was before. But yeah. Now we begin the long process. The sound of that mechanical keyboard shit. Those motherfuckers can be very expensive. Has to be sold in. Yeah.
Engine core power restored. Thermal engine fueled, primed, and standing by for your command. Commencing 5-second countdown. 5.
Dance, you might want to put your helmet on.
3. 2.
Those Institute bullets are weak. Powerful weak.
Engine firing.
They put a decal over something and added some lens flares. The horror.
Test firing completed with an efficiency rating of 96.7%.
After 200 years? That's impressive. They really did make this shit to last. I like Hancock. I think he's got the most charm out of any of the ones. To the point where I know somebody who has a crush on him, and I won't say who because they're being a guest on this show. Well, not this show, Bearded Ramblings.
Oh my god, are you alright? Got cooked by those flames.
I'm a synth though, so it's alright. Wait, what was that?
The important thing is we're still alive. We have a way to get to the
Brotherhood shit. Oh, okay, good. I thought you said something else. Look at him slide over. They never got elevators right in this game in terms of other characters. You'll see now in a second. Unless he goes in just right. You gonna come in? You gonna walk in? No? Okay. Bye, guys. They'll pop back.
Is someone present?
Boomstick. You stole my kill. You don't need XP, I do. Keeps cotton yarn in their fucking desk. Laser guns lead to laser swords, and we don't need another Anakin Skywalker. That's your connection, is it? You got your lasers, and then immediately we've got this whiny motherfucker talking about how he doesn't like sand. Never been super big on the really loud, clinky mechanical keyboards. Really? You're the first person I've met. Give me my damn laser swords. After Far Cry. Are the Far Cry games decent after 3? That's, I think, when they get better. 1 sucks as a game. It just royally sucks. 2, forgettable. 3 is where it really starts to shine. 4 is fun. 5 is surprisingly fun. Never played Primal, and I've never played the spin-off of 5 where you're on a... It's all pretty. It's like the... I'm not going to spoil it. Fallout meets Far Cry. Also Blood Moon. I've never played... or Blood Dragon. I've never played Blood Dragon. Blood Moon. I've played Blood Moon, alright. I gotta join us? Okay. Yep, that's Far Cry 4. They even reused the same map and then pretended that it's the same place in fucking Europe. That's not how things work.
Let's move out.
But hey, they already had the mop, so it's the same game though. It's a Far Cry game.
Well, that could have gone smoother, but mission accomplished.
Smoother? We did fine.
That sweep was sloppy.
Hey,
Prepared more than once, which is unacceptable.
I became Mr. Popular on Plenty of Fish.
I'm not certain I could.
I'm not touching that with a drink on me. First impressions are very important.
Thought we worked well as a team.
Agreed. It's a refreshing change to work with a civilian who can follow orders properly. That being said, I believe we have two important matters to discuss. First and foremost, if you'll hand me the deep-range transmitter, I think you'll find this weapon useful. It's my own personal modification of the standard Brotherhood laser.
It increases criticals, I think.
Do well in battle.
Yep. The Right's Authority. Critical shot does double damage and critical meter feels 15% faster. If you get your hands on high AP, this is a very good weapon throughout the whole game.
Don't you need to keep it?
This isn't the only weapon at my disposal. Brotherhood soldiers always carry a backup. Now, as far as the second matter goes, I wanted to make you a proposal. We had a lot thrown at us back there. Our op could have ended in disaster, but you kept your cool and handled it like a soldier. There's no doubt in my mind that you've got what it takes. The way I see it, you've got a choice. You could spend the rest of your life wandering from place to place, trading an extra hand for a meager reward. Or you could join the Brotherhood of Steel and make your mark on the world. So, what do you say?
What would be expected of me if I joined?
You'd be under my command, and I'd expect you to follow orders. No more mercenary work. This is the real thing. You'd have access.
Except you can still wander around and do whatever the hell you want and join other factions.
Most importantly, you'd have the Brotherhood at your back, ready to spill its own blood to keep you alive. Offer still stands.
Our vertibirds suck, but that's beside the point.
I'd be honored to join.
Surely with their resources, we'll be able to find young Sean.
That's what I wanted to hear. Meet me back at the police station, and we'll discuss the details.
Far Cry 5 was alright, but it wasn't as good as it was advertised, which I think the new game is going to be. Yes! The new game looks promising. I like the dynamic given in the trailer, but obviously it could turn out to be another disaster. I mean, we're old enough now to not be suckered in by the promises. We're old enough to know better. But saying all that, it looks promising. It looks very promising. Thing is though, the Far Cry formula, like the Assassin's Creed formula, has kind of gotten stale. Give me an Assassin's Creed set in the future, and give me an Assassin's Creed Samurai, and then that's it. Like, let the franchise die. New thing, new place, new location, new adventure. Although, you know what? Assassin's Creed is even kind of letting you down in the old school sense, because when was the last time you just killed people in a very Assassin's Creed-y sort of way? You know, scout out the location and... Doesn't really happen. Let's slap a medium scope on this thing. Sheep at this point want to try a few of them. Yeah. I will now sing the song of my people. Is it gonna be Waltzing Matilda? It's gonna be Waltzing Matilda, isn't it? What the fuck is a Billy anyway? How you doing, Red Eye? We actually learned that that song in school. We had this class. It was equivalent to like culture class, which at first glance might put massive red flags up, but it was really cool. It was this. We just take little bits of other cultures and look at them without any. You could argue without any context of what they were about, but they give you like little blurs. Like we learned about Waltzing Matilda because of, well, Gallipoli. And then we're like, well, this is what Ireland did in Gallipoli, which was just going back to the IRA shit. But they then took it home and made it their own and blah, blah, blah. It's like the British with fucking Tipperary. Long way from Tipperary. The guy who wrote that, but no Irish person wants to hear this, but the guy who wrote that was actually English. He was just thinking, where's a place that is nearby to me but isn't here? Okay, what are we doing? We are selling shit. That's what we're doing. We must find ourselves some fucking merchants. Where you at, merchant dogs? A tin full of water. Ah, there we go. Right. If I was told this, alcohol and the ravages of time. No, it was time ravages, but not alcohol. Alcohol is eternal. That probably stripped my information from me. I remember something Michael from Vsauce said once that was really cool. And very scary at the same time. You never remember every book you've ever read, and you can never remember them fully, page to page. You'd have to reread them, and then there'll come a moment where you're like, oh yeah, I know what's going to happen now. Memory is a dick. She moved that cup with her hand.
Let's see what you have.
It's all worth every cap I'm charging.
Good, because I don't give a shit about your caps. I care about your fucking junk. Junk in the trunk. Good idea to start packing up on the shotgun and the 50 cal, although I don't think I have to worry about the 50 cal. Boiling the billy, making tea. Yep, put a pot on, making tea. It's the same principle. You're not going to bring a bloody giant ass kettle out into the fucking outback, are you? We've been robo-infiltrated. Sound the alarm. Oh no! Don't tell Shoehead. She'll assemble the peasants with their pitchforks and and torches. It's okay. I come in peace. Aww. But righteous fury will kill you. I declare the Butarian Jihad. Actually, it would be the Loharian Jihad. Oh, Dune. I hear Dune's actually being held back a little bit. I'm keeping the junk jet, but I'm going to have to put it back into the... I don't want to carry it around with me. It's unique, after all. Or is it? I don't actually think it's unique. Yeah, it is. We got the unique thing, so... Cool. Get rid of the makeshift shotgun. I like my shotgun better. Take fatigue, some... Cram. I love tins of spam. Spam is nice. Yes, ma'am. Spam is very nice. Jets. Nodal. Keep Nuka. Keep the Nuka. The drugs. The water. Meat. Food. I like the little economy you can fill up. That's always a nice touch. The decal. And here's where the majority of my money comes from. Bullets. Unlimited bullets. Difference between Ireland and Northern Ireland? A whole lot of blood. Northern Ireland's the next county over, by the way. It's only a few miles up the road over there. You go up to Drumshambo, and then you keep on driving, and you're at the border. When you're up there culturally wise, they're ruder up there. But you could argue then that makes them more honest, which I can see that. Depending where you go in Ireland, it can be a hotbed of Protestant and it can be a hotbed of Catholic. But there's also now a prominent Muslim community, and of course, as a result, all the fucking skinheads on both sides of the aisle are joining forces like that meme of like hands clapping, like hating the Muslims. Great. Because that's what I want on the island I live on. A fucking terrorist attack. Oh wait, I've had to deal with those before. If you're talking about economic-wise, politically-wise, Britain controls the north. Now, it's pretty tenuous these days, but, you know, you use pounds up there. In fact, I've got a little bag of, most Irish people do, we got a little bag of sterling there. In fact, as you get closer to the border, you can use sterling in the shops. Less so when you cross the border because the sterling is stronger than the euro, so the exchange isn't worth their time. But down south here, hell yeah, they'll take your sterling, so long as you don't make a habit of it. If you're literally coming in off the bus out of Enniskillen or someplace like that, and you've got like 20 or 30 pounds on you, and you walk into the pub, people like Dave, he'd be like, yeah, alright, I'll take that. Because he's benefiting overall. He's making a few extra quid. He has to go out of his way to fucking cash that shit in. This is also a hotbed of smuggling area, let me tell you. If they were to put the hard lockdown back in, a lot of people here would be very happy, because that would be back to the old ways. Every truck would happen to stop here for petrol, and they'd leave a little heavier. The truck driver will be happy. The customs officers on both sides of the border looking either way will be happy. And of course, the people who set the whole things up in the local pubs and farms around town, they'd be happy too. We're a different place. We're a different part of the world than Dublin, I'll tell you that much. It's only 3 hours on the train, but we might as well at times be a world different. World apart. Get dog, go back to the vault, tell him to find stuff, lock cabinet. Yeah, they patched that shit out. I used to do that all the time. It's how you get cryolator. Like super early. The Troubles, the IRA were blowing up shit before the Taliban were twinkling in Osama's eye. Taliban existed beforehand, but yeah. Yeah, I'd often see a lot of the ads on TV. Oh my god, they were all these sort of like, let's calm the fuck down or else we're all going to kill each other. There's murals everywhere of Bobby Sands, and Michael Collins is on a lot of people's refrigerators. But a lot of these motherfuckers, they say they know someone who knows someone who is in the IRA. Oh, fucking shit. It's all talking out their ass. I met a motherfucker who claims to be a part of the IRB. As if that shit's even still around. There, I made the gun look uglier. let's fiddle around with the. Let's fiddle around with the power armor, and then let's take this bad boy out. I'm gonna give it like paint job. Do I have any paint? I don't. Shit. Well, guess that'll do. Alright, in you go. You have to understand, like, the whole IRA thing is a lot older than what Ireland is these days. Like, you go over to America and a lot of Americans, particularly around like Boston and Ohio, New York, the East Coast and a little bit of the Midwest, Chicago, they really idealized this sort of idea, but that's all done now. Most of Dublin is like flapping the pride flag in the breeze. You think the IRA give a shit about gay people? Most of the time they'll take pot shots at them because they're fucking scumbags. They are literally terrorists. They just happen to be kind of fighting for the little guy. You can still be a fucking terrorist. The travel video I'm making, I think I passed by the mural when an IRA guy blew up a bomb in the middle of Talbot Street, or on the edge of Talbot Street, and it killed about 17 people, including 3 kids, one of which was a toddler, and their body was blown up and eviscerated in a drainage grate. So parts of the baby and the carriage it was in was found underground. Freedom fighters! Fucking hell. That's why they gave up on a lot of the combat in about the 80s and 90s after the Good Friday Agreement. They sat down. They were like, okay, this isn't working, so let's work with the English government. And it looks like before the end of my life, either it's going to rejoin with the Republic, or it's going to become its own country, which is terrifying because that could go some creepy ass places. There's still a strong conservative element up north. It's pure sectarian bullshit, and it ain't fun. It ain't fun one iota. It'd be like if Utah tried to secede from the Union, failed, and then like for the next 50 years there would be these holdouts of like little townships and little farmsteads that if you are a government man, you better bring at least 30 marshals with you. It'd be like the start of Far Cry 5, basically. Like, my uncle served up north in the Marines, the Royal Marines, and he remembers the guard post in Southern Armagh, which is not too far away from the border, which means it's not too far away from me. Nowhere in Ireland is too far away from each other.
Well, sir.
Are we in luck, sir?
Mission accomplished. We have the transmitter.
Finally, some good news for a change. Nice work, sir.
I didn't do it alone.
Hold on. Fun fact: Dublin started off as a Viking trading post. Yep, Dublina. We only when I was a kid, we discovered the not me, not like I was some fucking young Indiana Jones knockoff. Although I do have the hat for it. We discovered the remains of Dublina, and it's been an ongoing process ever since. Are you some kind of IRB narc? IRB is dead. You might as well try to bring back the West Cork Republic while you're at it. I was born in 72. I remember the conflict. It was fucking crazy. The IRA got a political wing. Sinn Féin, who are trying to reform themselves as the People's Party right now. They have some strong socialist views because they were always a socialist party. But then you ask them what they'd do if they took over Ireland. Well, you know, we'd force people to become Catholics, and you know, English would be bred out of us, and we'd start using the Gaelic. And you're like, oh no, buddy, no. Get off my lawn. Like, seriously, didn't think you were that old. Maybe the accent. I'm very immature. I have to admit, Australians are hard to pin down by their accents. 72 is not that old.
You're back. Halen,
I'm 88 myself. Not by age, but by birth. It was my birth year.
shows a lot of promise. And with the proper guidance, I think he has the potential of becoming one of the best.
Thanks. I promise not to let you down.
You don't have to prove anything else to me. Getting that transmitter was enough.
So you decided to stay, huh? I expected you to take your payment and run.
Let's just hug this out and get it over with. What do you say?
You can play it however you want, tough guy. It's gonna take a lot more than completing one mission to impress me.
Reese, that's enough. Like it or not, you're going to have to learn to work together. And you need to understand what it means to be a part of the Brotherhood. We're not soldiers of fortune. We're an army. And we've dedicated our lives to uphold a strict code of ethics.
Except for all our elders out west who do whatever the fuck they want.
You gonna teach me this code of ethics?
If you were paying attention in ArcJet, you should have learned some of it already. The rest will become apparent as you spend time with your fellow soldiers. Now, since I know you're eager to get started, I'll get right to the point. I only ask for two things from anyone under my command: honesty and respect. You fall in line, you stay in line. I give you an order, and you follow it. It's as simple as that. Now, before I release you to Halen and Reese for your assignments, there's one last order of business. From this moment forward, I'm granting you the rank of Initiate.
Score! I'm a pawn.
Grant ranks any higher than that.
Thank you.
Thanks aren't necessary. Just continue excelling at your duties, soldier.
Ad Victoriam, Initiate.
He doesn't even know what that means, Halen.
Ad Victoriam means to victory. In our eyes, defeat is unacceptable, because we're fighting for the future of mankind. Our rallying cry is more powerful than any weapon you could ever carry. Remember,
Except for that modded revolver you've got there.
Reese for your next assignment.
That's some strong ass shit. That can. Also, there's Liberty Prime, but we haven't fixed him yet.
If I had to clean up this mess.
Scribe Halen.
Reese still giving you the cold shoulder.
We haven't.
Why does he hate me?
He doesn't hate you. Reese bleeds brotherhood. It's all he cares about. It's his family. It's his whole life. If anything else comes into the picture and gets in the way, he shoves it aside.
Is there something between the two of you?
When I first joined up, Reese is the one who sponsored me. He took me under his wing, showed me the ropes.
Made my nose all piggy-like.
So I asked him if he cared about me that way. He told me the Brotherhood of Steel was all that he cared about.
Oh, the Brotherhood is all he cares about. Okay, that's fair enough.
Spoke about it again.
Sorry, Halen.
I need to, if you're worried about Reese, just keep. So, are you ready to take on your first assignment?
Ready.
Great. Let me explain what I need you to do. One of the Brotherhood's most important duties is the recovery and preservation of technology that was lost when the bombs fell. I have a list of locations that contain artifacts we need you to recover in order to have them cataloged and studied.
1972's
Here,
fine
you
vintage.
cover all the
No joke, I actually hear there's some good wines out of the 70s.
Good luck. And be careful.
Keep your one of the video games just got kicked off. Dude, the only way you'd have been better would have been if you'd have been on the west coast of the States. We're up in the 80s in like California. Holy shit, that would have been the time. Space Invaders was awesome. Picture of you now is red eye with a cane. Game's so old, but you're up there. Isn't there someone in our sort of like in our sort of like wider field, our wider like pool of people, our 6 degrees of separation, who's like in their 60s. And I don't mean the lol cows, but I mean like the Steve McRae's or the Rich from Review Tech. Isn't he in his 50s now? Because I'm 33. I know a lot of people are now pushing in their 40s. I think Paul Zigo's in his 40s now. Who's the oldest person who isn't a lol cow that you can think of who's kind of... Geek Juice sometimes does stuff with them. He has a very sort of New Yorker accent. What's his name? Landon! Yes, that's a good example. Landon. How old is... how old... I know you should never ask a woman her age, but how old is Landon? I got into a genuine fight with a woman once, defending another woman who tried to calm that woman down because I asked that other woman her age. And she overheard and came over and was like, "You shouldn't ask a woman that!" And I was like, "Why? She asked me mine. It's different for men and women." No, it's fucking not. The ravages of time happen to us all, whether we like it or not. Let's talk to 90% of our backs, you know? Grampy Lobster, that's the one I'm thinking. Yes. Yeah, I know he's got a few years over than the average person online. Eventually, if we play our cards right or horribly wrong, it's the same for us. One day we will be the old long toots in the back of the long hall, huddled by the fire, laughing about past glories, while the young bucks, the young initiates, are there, planning their own adventures.
Hi. All right, out with it. What's your game?
Fallout 4.
Game? What do you mean?
I can usually size people up at a glance, but you're different. And it's bugging the heck out of me. You're not the military type. You're a loner.
No, he actually was in the army, like the real army, the US Army. So shut the fuck up, soldier.
The Brotherhood might be the best chance I'll ever have to find my son.
Well, as far as reasons...
He wasn't expecting that, were you there, Reese?
Look, I'm gonna cut you some slack because Dance trusts you.
You pimp, but this bushier beard.
I'm sure you regret it. So, ready for your assignment, hero?
Look at that poor writing right there. He's got... He says, like, he doesn't trust you, he gives you a little slack, and then he immediately threatens you again. Like,
Synths. The abominations the damn eggheads caused when they started playing with their toys. This op is simple. I'm gonna send you to a target, and you're gonna terminate everything that calls it home. All the
it's called a Radiant Quest, I know what it is.
Don't come back until the job's done.
Flux sensor at Rocky Narrows Park and clear out College Square. The guy that TJ's talking. Oh, Howard Bloom. Howard Bloom. He bankrolled. He bankrolled like a lot of like really famous. Not bankrolled, but he was like the producer or the agent of like a lot of really famous musicians, like rock stars and shit. he couldn't. He thought that a push-up was just. He thought the push-up was just him on the standing up and then doing doing the up part of the push-up and then doing a weird ass vibration. And for years he told people he'd do like, was it 300 push-ups every morning? Oh, bless him. He'll look better if than I will at his age. Ow. Can't wait to get rid of Codsworth. He's a tad annoying. Right in the dick. Some things in Fallout never change. Sound you act like you're 29. It's a compliment, that is. Lean in on it. When I see a crib, I immediately shoot it. What can I say? Drugs! You know it's an American subway station. It's just got drugs. Which, I joke, but yeah, I've walked out of subways before in America, and they had a pharmacy right there.
Don't think I can pick this.
Immature Steve. Well, he was always immature. Let's be honest here. That's what got him killed. I think David Attenborough said it best. He had a childlike wonder for all things nature, but with a childlike respect of all things nature. Can I just say, the upgrade of the ghouls in this game to from how they looked in the previous games to now, the ferals in particular. Oh, whoever came up with that was a fucking genius. Hey, there's Kylie Minogue.
Nice.
People in the UK and Ireland were obsessed with her arse. I mean, I'm an ass man myself, so I'm the OG Cylon in the 80s. Totally liked it. Eventually, if you need money, you can go to other bigger YouTubers and like go into a fake piece of a fake sort of like packaging and pose, and they'll make a video talking about how amazing a find they were, and then you'll break out of the plastic and be like, right, mate, that'll be like 50 quid, please. Oh, I can make you so fucking limey. Legendary weapon for a century. Oh shit! These are some good popular mechanic finds. And a giddy up butterhook yet? Hell yeah. Hell to the correctus. Fuck you. I do not swing that way. Is that it? Okay. New BSG CGI and fake news Cylons. Yeah. I'm a toaster in a fast food place. CG killed the Cylon Star. What can you say? All jokes aside, new Battlestar, the Cylons are fucking metal. And I like how you can never quite tell if they have personalities or not, except for one key scene. You're like, oh shit, they can't really express themselves much, but they got feelings too. Cover the flux. To the flux! Use the Pip-Boy to tune in different radio stations. You can choose the Pip-Boy. I'm tempted to turn the Pip-Boy on, but I'm terrified about copyright. But when I did the Fallout opening earlier, like the last time I did it, I tuned into the Fallout 24-hour radio station, and I haven't gotten a problem with them since. So they did. They have 3 modes: standing still with their eyes going across, and motherfucker, I'm trying to discover a personality over here and you're betraying me and shit. The human Cylons, where it's an interesting idea. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it's a little bit too... What are we? Although I do love the guy from... Quantum Leap, who plays like what? What was his number? 8? He was good at it. There's a great line where he's like, "Let them go. They'll starve within a century. We're robots." You could have had here. Could? We didn't even have memories here. God damn it. And apparently could feel betrayal. What if I use my tail? I liked the original Battlestar, obviously. I mean, it's a fucking classic for a reason. But what I didn't like was the spin-off sequel where it's like Battlestar, but in the 70s. What? That was some Captain America Freedom's Hero bullshit right there. It was in that genre of like, what if you put the fantastical in the mundane? Here's Skeletor talking to a guy who runs a mall. Here's the Beastmaster through the portal through time, you know?
Good. You're back. Hope that means you recovered the tech.
Excuse me. That location better be cleared out.
Affirmative.
Really? Maybe you're not as worthless as I thought. Yeah. Now report to Paladin Dance. He said he had a mission for you. When you're ready for another op, you know where to find me.
Can do.
You got that tech yet?
Here it is.
Good work. Here, tech will always be in demand. Report back to me when you're ready to head out again.
What do I have to do?
You'll be locating a piece of tech in a given location. Be prepared to deal with some opposition along the way.
Can't do it right now.
All right. Just be sure to find me when you're ready.
Okay, we can now access terminals.
Welcome back. I've got another mission for you. If you're ready.
Some would even call this
Ready.
Outstanding. Over the years, the Brotherhood has sent several recon teams to the Commonwealth. The last squad went in 3 years ago. They never reported back. Officially, they're missing, presumed dead.
Was there a rescue mission?
No. The Brotherhood doesn't have the resources or the manpower to conduct it.
Bullshit! You control the entire Virginia and Maryland area.
And on each other. But if a team is lost, we honor those who give their lives in the line of duty. We have a responsibility to find out what happened to them, if we can.
Where should I begin?
Their insertion point was in the hills near Malden. Survey the area and establish a search pattern. Monitor your radio for distress signals. All recon teams are issued distress pulsers that put out a short-range homing beacon. If you can acquire a signal, you should be able to trace it to its source.
Okay. Use my tail. The whip of the tail causes enemy defenses to decrease. Nice Pokemon reference. Boxy was grown up. Z, the prodigy child that Starbucks saved, was grown up, and they sent Boxy to Earth. Well, with flying motorbike. Some kids from the fleet. Yes, I'm glad to see you know what I'm talking about. There was a reason it was cancelled so fucking early. It was. I think it was an idea of greed. Like they were like, "Oh, Battlestar is finished, but people want more." Okay, then do what the people who made the sequels did, and have a prequel, right? Like, show how it happened. You don't get to see it. You just get to see the catalyst, the destruction of the colonies and the like. Also, just as awesome, start a new IP. People have to learn to let shit go. There's some great shows out there that ended. Season 2, Season 3, Season 4 even. But when they end, they end. And whilst their universe can open up to possibilities, like, say, the Game of Thrones universe, Songs of Ice and Fire, that ended shite. But all the more reason that you can have another thing in that universe. But then you've got the Lord of the Rings universe. Not just the Lord of the Rings universe, but the Peter Jackson-inspired Lord of the Rings universe. And it's never ending. But it is. The source material can only stretch so far before it snaps. You think the Hobbit movie's bad? Wait until you have like an 18-parter on the fucking Silmarillion. There's some great stuff in the Silmarillion, but there's a whole lot of names. Elweth gave way to Illiwith, gave way to Sulliwith. You can stretch every one of those names out to mean whatever the fuck you want. And that's so annoying. And of course, the greatest criminal out of all them is the Marvel films. Marvel films, Marvel movies, Marvel TV shows. I'm going through Winter Soldier right now. I just finished WandaVision. I'm watching Loki. This is good shit. But it feels like it's a song that will never end. It goes on and on, my friend. And, you know, give us something else. Right? Right? Also, can I just say I love my shotgun now because it looks like a real shotgun? Still needs the advanced receiver, but other than that. No, these are actually useful stuff. Gotta remember to, yeah, I gotta remember to sell off some of this shit. I say that, but there are exceptions. I like the Dark Crystal TV show from Netflix, The Age of Resistance. That's some good shit. They get but that's because they get genuinely creative, really creative. Dig their hands right into that creativeness. Firefly, Babylon 5 series, yeah. Oh, what a wasted opportunity Babylon 5 was after the Shadow War. Like, don't forget the Babylon 5 was the thinking man's DS9 at one point. And then they just kind of ran out of things and money to do with it. Little hints of it will pop up. Ooh, another one, Alien Nation. Hello. I'm sticking with it. Alien Nation is another great example of that. You had the movie, you had the TV show, and then you had numerous direct-to-video, TV movies based around the TV show. And it's just, like, at certain points, it's okay to let something go. It doesn't have to be part 29, you know? Such a waste of electricity. I should really put a sign in somewhere that'll just turn the power off, you know? BS5 Crusade told the story of the next 5 years after Babylon 5. They cured the Drock Plague in Season 3. In Season 2, may have had the old ones book some cool shit. I like the Rangers. I like the whole idea of this sort of future UN. But once you had the showing how humanity becomes a bunch of fucking... They become a knockoff version of the Imperium trying to wipe out all non-humans. And then it becomes like, oh, what's the name of the fucking book series? The Canticles of Libowisk or whatever. I don't know. I thought once Babylon 5 was finished, I have to go to the toilet. Once Babylon 5 was finished, I thought that would be it. But no, they can't have to milk that fucking cow. And you know who else? Stargate. Talk about fucking stretching that shit from one side to the other. Jack O'Neill goes, oh, we'll get the guy from Firefly in. Oh, okay. And we'll get the woman who eventually plays Morrigan in fucking Dragon Age. Oh, with the giant teeth? Yeah, okay. And Teal'c's hair now. No, stop. And here's a spin-off about Atlantis. No. And here's a spin-off of that where this guy is stuck in space. I'm such a fucking nerd. You like sliders? I'm gonna stop myself right here. You ever seen the Dune stuff on Sci-Fi Channel? You know, they ended Mystery Science Theater for that shit. No joke. They said we want to go in a different direction, and that was the birth of the modern sci-fi channel. I love the look of that shotgun, by the way. I've seen the first season of Crusade. You see, when the studio changed shit, the creator pulls the plug. Yeah, well, it was already bastardized heavily from what the original idea was, which is nothing unusual, but the idea is that you find compromise. Like, you make that shit work for you. Let's go help these innocent people. Uh-oh. That happens to be a super mutant suicider with a mini nuke strapped to his fucking arm. There we go. Woo! Super mutant shotgun body armor. Beauty. Look at this modded gun. This is from the Aliens mod I have. You go on a little sort of fetch quest, getting the gear from the Marines from Aliens. This is the giant ass fucking Magnum they had. Siffy went down a rabbit hole. And you know what else? It's a successful one. Say what you want about the quality of the Frankenfish films, Anaconda 6, Tremors 9, you know, like, whatever the fuck you want to think of, it sells. Not Platinum Dooms. Well, sometimes Platinum Dooms, but most part, the Siffy channels own one. It works. Is it good? No. Is it profitable? Yes. It's the Happy Madison bullshit all over again. End of season 3, they found the cure. Oh, hello.
Hey,
What do you want? We don't need any more trouble around here.
Well, you're welcome for me killing the
take it easy.
super mutants.
I'm with the Minutemen. I'm here to help.
You're with the Minutemen? I didn't really think you fellas still existed. We sent word with one of them passing traders, but honestly, I never expected anything to come of it. Most people don't put much stock in the Minutemen these days after Quincy. Bad business, that.
We're rebuilding the Minutemen from the ground up. We're the good guys again.
Glad to hear it. No question that things have been worse since the Minutemen fell to pieces. There's a raider gang that's been giving us trouble for weeks, stealing food and supplies, threatening to kill us all if we don't pony up. We know where they're coming from, but we can't go up against a gang like that.
Don't worry. I'll take care of those raiders for you.
Thanks, friend. If you folks are for real this time, it'll be a welcome change for the better.
Radiant quests. Radiant quests. We got so many. Oh, Corvega. I always find myself in Corvega. There's so many shows out there that just kept on stretching it and stretching it and stretching it. Spin-offs are nothing unusual. Hell, I love the Simpsons episode of Troy McClure doing the spin-off jokes. Where it was Quimby, it was Skinner and Chief Wiggum and Ralph. They go down to the islands. I got interest, and I ain't talking about stamp collecting. Though I do find that highly interesting. Yeah, well that makes two of us. Hell, I watch Alison Pregler a lot, and she goes through Baywatch Nights. Anyone ever watch Baywatch Nights? It's David Hasselhoff from Baywatch, but he opens a detective agency. They eventually fight vampires and the Yakuza. Although, there was already aliens in Baywatch. That was the only time I ever remember genuine softcore porn on before 9 o'clock. I mean, we're fucking... Oh, I'm a European. So, tits was nothing unusual. You went to Channel 4 for that. But... that's where Ali G got his start. He even made a joke about it at some point. So it's after 10 o'clock. It's after 10 o'clock. It's Channel 4. So what are you expecting? Muff! They had Japanese Appreciation Month, which was the first time I ever saw hentai. It had non-hentai stuff too, some really crazy shit that would be right in place of like in like Juno Into. There was this one about this widowed woman who likes younger men, and she keeps them around as like pretty boys. Until eventually she starts cutting them with a knife. It was because only she could destroy something so beautiful. Some crazy ass shit on Channel 4 back in the day. Some great documentaries too. Simon Shima and I suppose Stephen Fry as well. Also did a lot of stuff on that. Wait, a submachine gun. Is that a Tommy gun? That's a Tommy gun. Don't hassle the Hoff. Yakuza vampires. Kill you, bring you back to life, and kill you again. Again, all before... Booba! Let me tell you, Channel 4 was great for a person who, you know, pornography was not always the easy thing as it was today. Now I could type whatever I want and I'd find so much of it I have to get really discerning. But I used to go onto like those 10-minute porn preview channels. Not 10 minute, like 10 or 15-second porn preview channels. And they'd have you like a thumbnail of what the video would look like. That was my discovery of pornography. Oddly enough, it didn't result in me coming in 5 seconds. All the thumbnails were like in 144 and shit like that. Oh god. It was a different time. Kids these days, they don't know what it's like. And you go back further, there wasn't an internet at all. You had TV shows, you had Skinamax and the Spice Channel and shit like that. The 10-minute previews on TVX and stuff like that. Babe Station. Ding dong, my lovelies. Ring a ding ding. Ugh. Egghead. But not egghead, but the guy whose head looks like an egg. Here we go. Let's go and kill someone. But, you know, you get back even further and you just have, like, fucking Playboy, Hustler, and Page 3 pinup girls. That is something that you guys in America didn't have. We just had, like, girls who were topless on Page 3 of, like, most standard magazines. Not magazines, newspapers. Not like the really, really posh ones. But like the Sun and the Telegraph and stuff like that. Usually the Sun. The Mail had at one point, I think. And that's where you get a lot of like really famous women would show up. They'd eventually open like Big Brother and shit like that. It was very telling of the time. I was back when I had hair. It would take about 2 hours to get my hair done when I get a peroxide to make it like pure, unadulterated, like bleached. So, you know, I'd get coffee, I'd get tea, get biscuits, I'd talk to the girls. I learned a lot about little things. And it was just a nice way to pass the time while sitting in the exact same spot. Nowadays, I just get drunk and play Fallout. But they used to give me newspapers, and I'd open it up, and the Page 3 girl would be there. But you know, I'd already started watching stuff on. Start watching porn and online and shit like that. But all the girls would be like, "So what do you think about her, huh? What do you think about her?" And then I realized after a while, like, so many of these women would ask me about this topless woman in like a fucking thong posing on the beach. They were kind of gauging what a man likes, you know? Or to see if I was gay, because I was in like a fucking boutique. Well, because I had massive long hair, there was nowhere really for me to go to get my hair done. So I had to go to a woman's boutique. Same when I went with my ma back when I was younger, actually. It was just one of those generational things that Kids these days won't have an equivalent. They will have an equivalent of, but it just won't be of the same caliber, you know. Which is every generation has that. Every last generation has that. Booba, what, where? In my face. Damn right. Most movies didn't start until later in this afternoon, so we just walked around the mall and theaters to get Arby's on the way back. Yeah, it took us a long time to actually get a. This was a very geographical thing because we had plenty of theaters across Dublin, but not where I lived. The nearest was in Santry, which you couldn't walk. I've done it, but on average you can't walk it. And often, if we were too young to go on the bus, then we'd be too young to go up to Santry. Eventually, I started taking the bus because, you know, we travel. As I pointed out to me, Ma, she didn't mind that I would travel to other countries, but she'd mind that I go on the bus. As long as she wasn't paying for the fucking fare. She didn't care. But yeah, I'd go out and see a film with some mates and that'd be up in Santry. We got to the arcade afterwards. One of my friends developed a... this was like well before we were 18. He developed a gambling habit. He kept on buying... those coin games where you kind of like push the pennies out, and he just kept throwing them in because he thought, now this time is the time. Then he found out a place upstairs would let him use slots, and it was a bad time. He actually once got us trapped until some guy that we knew was heading home, and he gave us £2 to get the bus back. And of course I joke, but then I end up going to America and drinking away the vast majority of my goddamn money. So, you know, one habit leads into another. Difference is, I got home okay. He had to wait until the next morning for his ma to pick him up. Christ, I almost forgotten about that. Reliving my past with idiots who don't know when to stop gambling. Ooh, he loved those pool games. They were like, it was a 3D pool game with this massive knob that you moved around, and if you beat your opponent, you got £2 back. It was like a bandit, a one-armed bandit. Oddly enough, the ones with the general knowledge questions are the ones that I actually do really well in. No, why am I back so early? Only you can answer that there, Bill. What up, dudes? How you doing? I'm getting tipsy, reliving my my childhood. Most of it is actually positive, which is all the shocker, considering the amount of people I know who've had bad, really bad childhoods, but it isn't all doom and gloom. I actually had a halfway decent childhood. Traveled a lot. Do love to travel. Only child, so Christmases I was a spoiled little shit. To the point where I could clearly see people getting jealous at me. And I was like, maybe I have to tone this down a little bit. Like one year I remember one kid got socks and I got like the latest PlayStation. And if I remember right, their parents were making more than my ma, but my ma only had to like give a gift for one person. Yeah, I was a spoiled little shit. Everyone thought it was very posh, but then they realised I just sounded weird because of my upbringing. However, I don't sound like this. Grognak, the Barbarian. Grognak, man of bravery. And Alpha Chad, seizing what's important. What's important? Well, all the booty she has in her hold, of course, which is not a metaphor. She has much gold in the belly of her ship. And he'll do anything to get it. Bloop. By the way, guys, if you are enjoying yourselves, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And we also have our stream goal. Please consider tipping. Never a requirement. Always welcome. Tomorrow, I get to throw some money into that myself. You won't see it because I've got a big bag of cash out there. But I'll update you on how much we have yet to pay off. Don't forget, by the way, another stream tomorrow. We're going to go back to the Mojave, but we're also going to look at some videos tomorrow. It's a nice change on Twitter, and follow me on Discord. You can find all those links down in the description below. There, I did the show. Where you at, dog? That you? That's you. Naughty work. I wish I could live a Codsworth-esque life. He's living the Alpha Chad life.
Sweet.
Boogie Bish. Hey, Loki. Hey. Always got Nintendo stuff because my uncle worked there. High up in the chain. Hey, if that, I know you're doing the fucking meme like my uncle works in Nintendo. Which is also the creepypasta. The amount of creepypastas around that. But I actually did have a cousin. Here's actually a bit of you'd think would be privilege, but it didn't work out. I had a cousin who worked at Naughty Dog, and they worked on what's the name of the game? Crash Bandicoot 2. And I actually asked them, could they like tell me? Ma apparently actually asked them, my bad, on my sake, could they get the game? And they were like, no. I'm not sticking my neck out for you. Oh, of course I wanted to drink the water. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Good on me, ma, for asking at least. And good on my cousin for being like, I've got a resume to fill. He also worked on apparently one of the Toy Story films. Can't remember the fucking name though. Oh yeah, this is the sneak way of getting in. You don't have to actually walk in the front door like I did. But I find it easier. I mean, A, it's fun, and B, Wasted Wednesday, yay! Is it an actual bag like Scrooge McDuck with a $sign on it? I can only hope. Tuesdays and Wednesdays, my day off. I can spend my presence on any channel I can. Hey, you network more than I do. Saying that, we got August more or less wrapped up. I think we still have one slot yet to fill and waiting for a reply on that one. But for the most part, they're all going to be new faces. And faces well known too, so. Bearded Ramblings. We can get them. Sometimes, anyway. I'm thinking we're going to have to do something special for episode 50. I still don't know what. Maybe a fan episode, if you guys want to hop into the chat. Going down. Actually, I'm kind of done here. I can get out of this building now. Sure, I haven't. Oh! Whoop! Uh-oh. Uh-oh! SpaghettiOs! No. Okay. Fuck! Duh. Alright. Come on, guys. Let's get out of here. The fan-aside, you can do the fan-aside. What, I'm gonna fucking hunt yous for sports. Ooh, we can do a battle royale. Hunting our top 20 mods slash fans for sport. Krendar on top of an elephant firing a fucking rifle. Me. I want to be on top of a fucking velociraptor with a chain gun. With a Morton Joe's face mask, but the face mask isn't full of like gas. Instead, it's full of like beer, and it's just like there's pools of the shit all pouring down, and I have to be in my big coat. And your job is to survive, but it's like the Hunger Games. You can get items given to you by the rest of the fandom. You just have to put on a good show. Avoid the cornucopia. Every time someone dies in the sky, there'll be a big buff corral. Wow! Someone died! Then it shows your face. Jesus Christ. Bet no cap. Yeah, you might last longer than some. Maybe not as long as others. Just saying. I like the mod to change Preston Garvey's coat. The only thing that's the most interesting thing about him is just his clothing. Like, other than that, he's a boring motherfucker.
Very happy, sir. And I should know.
Duh! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, good. I forgot it's a mod, so it might not like if I fiddle around with it. Ooh! Let's see. It's gonna get in there. No. 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 That's maxed out. No. Don't want to change that. Okay. Righteous authority. Oh, by the way, if on a chance that you actually kill one or both of us, then the podcast becomes yours, along with my massive amounts of cocaine that I have hidden around the country in little baggies. I mean, I gotta pay for this apartment somehow, right? I became a drug addict so I could pay my landlord. A drug dealer so I can pay my landlord. Well, hell, probably a lot of them do that. Ooh. Explosive shield color. My gunmetal gray? No. Oh, give me some proper paint. I can give him the gunmetal grey, I guess, but that's it. I have to get more turpentine. Lots of shielding color remap, but should be gunmetal grey for the power armor. What? Oh, for fuck's sake, I know what that No. Not worth it. We'll get inside the armor, though. And I'm grabbing the minigun. Why? Well, so A, I can mod it, but I can't mod it inside power armor. There's a glitch that sometimes makes the games crash when you're fiddling around with a minigun, so let me save real quick. Nothing. Okay, that's fair. Oh, is there anything I can sell? I'll sell the other minigun, I guess. Alright, let's see the Lost Patrol. But first, let's sell that other minigun, because that's going to weigh us down. We don't need that. No, we do not, sir. Rose, a sweetie. I would love to hear your tones, even if they are dulcet, Augusta. Aw. Later, human being. See, guys, this is the second time talking about me. Fan episode, you couldn't handle my dulcet tones. Go watch what Lord of Patriarchy has to say about me. Glad to see you motherfuckers are keeping busy in the chat. You know me, I go my rambles. That's why I call my streams Live Energy Rambles, although I didn't call this one Live Energy Rambles. Getting Subway, you have to make it yourself, but right now, I would say, meat-wise, the steak, because it gets you the fullest the most. Bread-wise, either Italian herb and cheese, or Italian herb, or the tiger bread. Vegetable-wise, salad-wise, depends on your tastes. I just really like a little bit of, if they have hummus, fuck yeah. And if they have onion, also fuck yeah. Sauce-wise, again, taste. Something really spicy. And cheese, the same, something really spicy. That's me. That is my hopes and dreams. Never used grenades. At X. Overdrive. Rare, but nah. Rod X. Purified water. Rod Road Reach. God, it says tar berry. That's a big difference right there. Bubblegum, cram, daddy-o. I like the rambling. Their tune cell is no-go for sure. I haven't been there forever. Like chicken bacon ranch on Italian herb and cheese with pepper jack cheese. Oh, I like some of that. Pepper jack I'm definitely on board for, as well as the Italian herb. Chicken bacon could be okay, but again, is it filling? Because you know for a fact, you know what? I'm gonna have a hot take right here. Their flatbread is one of their better value for monies, because otherwise they're just filling you up with bread. You want to get the meat. It's like going to an all-you-can-eat seafood buffet, and they give you endless amounts of rolls. No. You go out there and you come back with crab. You come back there with a good chunk of crab. Rated tar babies. Yeah. Good tar. Every time I hear that, I just think of what was the name of the dam? What was the name of the dam? The Spike Lee mockumentary on the Confederate States of America, done in like a Ken Burns documentary. And I had ads for, I'm trying to think which ones, like, it would be Tar Babies. Makes you jiggable white. Oh, God. If I had enemies, they could just clip out so much shit I say and just put it together. And then I'd be like, wow, now I know how Vosh feels. See? Low Energy claims to no longer be a Nazi, but look what he says here. I don't like black people too much. I'm in like a completely different room for the last one. Oh, I laugh, but that could happen to me someday. It's up to you motherfuckers to hold the line when you hear that shit. Ooh, the shredder. I don't want to start streaming given how much Google Target's comments have a feeling it would just struck down the first 10 minutes. Yeah, you gotta be comfortable with consequences of you just being on camera or even on mic. It can fuck you over. But saying that, I don't think I've ever said anything in context that could be like considered horrific. And if I did, it would have been in context. Or, who knows, maybe I did. I won't be the offended party, so I couldn't be like, aha, I understand now that that would piss someone off. I hope. I'm never overtly anything. Except I suppose I'm anti-conservative. You want me to pick a target? But something tells me if I was a piece of shit like that, I'd have far more right-wingers in my chat and far...
This guy...
Oh, shit!
Unfucking believable.
Having shows where you're hanging out with the chat would be fun, just don't tell John Morgan.
Augusta with the fantastic $10 dues. Augusta, I have to say the following. Yeah. I'd like to just chill with the chat once or twice. This is kind of it. I mean, like, tomorrow we're going to be playing some New Vegas for sure. But I'm also going to be watching videos and talking to you guys. So, because it's been too long. Mystic Pines. Welcome to Mystic Pines. Is this where you want to leave your parents? I don't have a choice, but okay. Don't worry, we'll take care of them. We'll put them in this death cell. What? Oh, it's just a technical term. It's actually a slow decline cell where they won't have any human dignity. Uh-huh. And what's your monthly? Oh no, we're yearly. Bye, Dad! Permanently getting better prices when buying and selling from vendors. Okay. Why does the skeleton have a drug that wouldn't have been created for at least 80 years, if not more? Yeah, about 120. Jangles the moon monkey. Aww. Aww, think about it. Jangles the moon monkey, a bunch of toys. This one became a little bit of a vegetable. Aww. I mean, we're living in a post-apocalyptic nightmare world, so...
No way I could pick this.
It's going to be all around, but still. Pork and beans, bubblegum. Wait, is that it? Okay. I mean, I don't know how to access the other one because I don't have the skill yet, so maybe I'll come back. If I remember. I won't remember! It's not worth it on YouTube. Too many annoying people put content out there. Clip that. Let's want Subway now. Augustus the boss. I'm not an incel anymore. Are you proud of me? Amen! If that is true. Last time I went on stream, it was on Shabisky's stream. I don't like talking live anymore. Most streams I can talk much in the chat. You're busy enough there, Loki. Incels, not good for your brain bits. Nope. Incel is the first stage to overdosing on sleeping pills or going on a rampage. Or worse, perhaps in a way, convincing others to do the same. Like, blackpilling exists in the same universe as incels for a reason. I don't think incels hate women as much as MGTOWs. I think MGTOWs generally hate women and want to use and abuse them. Because they think that's how you get your power back. Not realizing there was no power dynamic that was taken away in the first place. Unless you're some fucking trad wife wannabe. In which case you'll find a fucking trad wife. Trust me, if you're not a piece of shit, you'll find her. There's enough of them online who are still on the leftist spectrum. You can be both incredibly leftist and wanting to cook and clean and have kids. You can do both. It's a person-to-person thing. The second you start putting a big brush on everything and saying that, oh, all women are this, and all fuckboys are that. No. No. That's why I also don't like the term fuckboy. Because men deserve their fucking rights too. And fuckboy, you know, I've been online in the dating community enough to know that there are women out there who just want to fuck, and they put it out there in in their bios. And then no one is like, oh, you're a fucking slut, except for incels and fucking like religious motherfuckers. But then if it's the gender reversed, oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's a different kettle of fish altogether. I don't like double standards in any place, and that's one of the few cases where men can be belittled. The dating scene is a place where men are seen due to a ridiculously outdated sense of like gender norms. It's redonkulous is what it is. I used to OD and OTC sleeping pills to get high, but it was also damaging my dangerous to my health. ODing on anything is a bit dangerous to your health by definition. Thank you, Drunken Crow. I like when you're on. It's very entertaining. Experience is a good thing. Amen to that. The only time we stop growing is when we're dead. Fuck boy! Glad someone does, Loki. I think so. All idiots. Yep. We fucking are. It was true back in the days of ancient Greece, and it's true now. We all don't know jack shit. And the first stage is to not know it. It's why I like that general at the hearing meeting with Gates, or Gats, or whatever the hell his name is. Talking about how he needs to read up on critical race theory. He hasn't read it. He's just heard what other people have said about it. And he's going to read it, and he's going to be like, oh, this is harmless and a little bit true. Or maybe he won't. But either way, I hope he realizes it's fucking harmless. And maybe can negate a little bit of harm done to this world. Like, I'm not throwing shade at Krendar, but if you go back to the last Bearded Ramneys, you can see the core of it. He hasn't read critical race theory. He hasn't checked up on it. All he knows is what other people have told him. People, as he openly admits, has probably poisoned the well. What else is out there that we... Both of us, for the record. I guarantee you, the people I watch have lied about certain things. How? What? Where? I don't know. It's out there. I'm sure I've told you things that have been 100% untrue. It's up to you to follow that fucking pipeline, you know? Requirement not met. Oh man. Local leader? Not yet. More perception. Now, next one I can do. Steve's time. No? No? I'm good? Okay. Okay. Yeah. When I first started watching YouTube, I would watch the shit I don't mean like YouTube in the form of like reviews and shit like that, cat videos, gaming footage. I mean like TJ, for example. TJ to this day speaks a lot of true. But if I look back over him now, he just would often just lash out at something that sounded weird when I am seriously sitting down and thinking about it. And some of which he was absolutely right. And others, he was, well, he'll be the first to admit it, talking out of his ass. He didn't bother to do his research. He didn't bother to think about it. What harm does a lot of this shit do? Uh-oh. No. Oh, no. That was painful. I got some nuclear material off him, though. Okay, let's go back then to Sanctuary. Drunken and Origin of Language made Ellen Reyes back out of Shab's chat last night. Thought it was pretty funny when that happened. Did they break down how Oxhorn is actually not the devil, and that terrified Alan? Alan has this one-man vendetta against Oxhorn. I have no idea why. He just really hates him. Saying that he did get me on TK Mantis, so I do respect Alan for that. I'm okay with Alan, though. I am okay with Alan, too. Alan's been solid enough. Him and I have had a good few conversations in the increasingly long amount of time that I've known him. Problem Alan. Except, of course, all the lovely ladies that come on here and are able to tolerate our nonsense for more than 5 consecutive seconds. Not only that, we get return. Just proving what we're all saying. Women are people too, and a lot of them are fucking spurgs just like us. And at the end of the day, all we are looking for, and all they're looking for, is a fellow spurg to spurg with. When you find your fellow spurg, then you found love. There's only a few people that I'd rather not have interactions with. Yeah, same. I mean, it's the internet. It's billions of people. You can't always... You seldom actually can control the people you interact with. I mean, I don't think Stephen Crowder wanted to talk to Sam Cedar, for example. I wouldn't like the idea of Joe popping on stream, as in Joe Wisdom. I wouldn't like the idea of... I know a lot of you would like to have him on, but I don't know if I'd be cool with it. King Cobes. I'd give him a shot, but I'd be reserved as fuck early on. There's also a lot of people who actively misjudge at first glance and then learn to appreciate them as time goes on. Pitmonk said that about me, and I always knew he had something against. He judged me straight away, and it was, you know, that's his prerogative. He looked me over and was like, "I don't like this guy," and he changed his mind. At least I hope he did. He wasn't talking out of his arse when I was on the Wood not too long ago. I think we should do a mission. Let's do that mission for the Brotherhood. Search for the recon team. Oh yeah. But yeah, he's an example of someone who looked at someone and was like, no, and then later changed their mind. I didn't see the appeal of Shabisky when he first started appearing on Drunken Peasants. Now, we've had him on numerous times, and I've been on his show. Well, not his show, but I can be on shows with him. And I'll pop into his streams from time to time. Other people, though, it's really not up for debate. I don't think I ever want to be on a stream with Vorn Helton, even to mock him. I don't think I'll ever want to be on a stream with... Cobes. Again, maybe I might change my mind on Cobes. Not with Vorn. Shani and Rev, no. No. And they're just people, you know, I just laugh away, like the Dark Master or fucking Tragic, you know. Okay, whatever, buddy. I'm going over here where the cool people are. Joe is human waste. That's that. Not a fan of Joe at all. He owes John an apology for what he said about his father. Yep. No, he went after. Yeah. Yeah, that was... That actually, if you look at it, that tells a lot about every single person involved. Billy, Ben, Joe, and John. You know, that was like mask off implies like everyone's fucking faking. I mean, there's nothing faking about the weeks and months of John's dad decaying and the streams Pimp would pump out. Or the fact that Joe's always wanting to be the shit stirrer, to the point where Billy's almost abandoned him. But that was a very raw thing. Or when, again, to use DP and Pitmonk, when G-Man said that thing about the what he do to trans women. Like, again, like that was not. No, this isn't a joke. Though you don't say those things. Like when I say ACAB, there's hopefully an understanding to know that I don't want you guys to motherfucking like go out of your way to start killing cops and shit like that. I mean, I'd prefer if a lot of cops were arrested and, you know, maybe if they resist arrest. Oh well. But it's not the same thing in the slightest as like finding where they live, you know? Coming to their house at night with fucking balaclavas. But there's stuff I say. I wish people on fucking Twitter would know this. There's stuff I say that is like played up as a joke. Played up as hopefully someone sees it and does a little bit of a sort of like moment. And then there's stuff that no normal sane person would say. Like I said something on Vosh's stream earlier, well technically yesterday, but earlier, and he didn't respond, but someone responded to the both of us. I was like, damn dude, you're a fucking psychopath. And I'm like, you know that was a joke, right? Like, that was sarcasm. I'm playing in on it. That happened also with the dogging thing. Now thinking of it, in no context Brits or like images that need more requiring. Oh, there's a lot of people on Twitter who will literally think what you say at face value. Oh, and a lot of them are British too, but the majority of them who are like outraged are. A lot of them aren't natural English speakers, for starters. Which, okay, that's fair. What the fuck was that Trigger Man doing here? Like, that'd be taken at Missy Ann at her word. That she is, like, some sort of baby killer or some shit like that. Which I know there are some sad people out there who would literally be like, yeah, see, this is proof that Missy likes to jack off to images of guys getting impaled. What the fuck? Proof that Missy Ann is controlled by the devil. Now we know Missy Ann is controlled by the devil, but that's because she says she's controlled by the devil while multiple tongues come out of her mouth. I mean, it's in the Quran. Look it up. Just like we all know, Shabisky is, by default, the greatest. Despite what that fake news has to say about it. Aren't Shani and Rev banned? Not from here, they're not. But if they're banned from YouTube, even better. I hope their kids get a reasonable living conditions. But I don't really want to even hear about Shani and Rev. We have people on all the time who go after Shani and Rev like crazy. And every once in a blue moon, we will pop in on them. But yeah, I'm kind of... I wouldn't say I'm done with lolcows. I mean, hell, we've got Kevin Joseph King every other week. But he's more fascination than he is, say, like, us mocking him. And we would never mock Buff Corell. We treat Buff Corell what he is, sweet boy. We'll mock Bagel Boss. Because Bagel Boss goes out of his way to ruin other people's days. He will cross the street and like just make a damn fool of himself. And if you're ever seen this Bagel Boss, we ever meet, I really do want to lift you up and toss you up in the air like an Italian chef making a pizza dough, okay? While you can say whatever the fuck you want, you can screech, you can howl, but you're going up in the air. You're going up in the air. Now, is that assault? Kinda. But is it hilarious? Well, yes. It will be fucking hilarious. It'll be like when Cartman had the fight with the little guy. And like the little guy was, no matter what he could do, he was just, Cartman just couldn't stop laughing. Only, that little guy did nothing wrong. Cartman's a piece of shit. Bagel Boss is Bagel Boss. We reap what we sow. You know this word, yes? You know this saying. Okay, so I need to find this distress signal. Actually, no fairness, I probably don't have the arm strength for it. I'd give it my best college try, though. Great way to build up your biceps, bro. Just toss up a little incel every morning. Yeah, it goes right after those core muscles right there. Oh, that would have got me back to the gym. Incel tossing? Yeah. There's all sorts of people out there. Some of them, I'm one of those people. To you, I'm a righteous dude. Or does someone have in the background while you're making shit in Minecraft or RuneScape? Where the fuck is this thing? Is it up here? Because I know it. I know where to find him. He's in his little bunker. No, no. That's not how you tie your shoelaces, gentlemen. Uh-oh. Oh! No. There's a bunker here, but it's not the bunker I'm looking for. These are not the bunkers you were looking for. When that's all you talk about, it makes no sense to me. Shab is not a sweet boy. Swab is a sweet boy. Is he the sweetest? No. Is he the greatest? Well, I kind of backed myself into a corner for what I said earlier. Bang, 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 bang. That it? Good. Taco Bell curls. Taco Bell is one of the best laxatives around. Yep. You know you gotta clear out some shit. Then you better clear out some shit. Am I right? Hey. Okay, so I have... radio signal. Alright, I'm trying. God. Getting distracted from all this shit I can kill and steal. 46. 66. 'I'm glad this channel has been able to say neutral on YouTube drama. Sure, I mean, we'll stand up to... Like, we'll stand up for things. Like, we've not let people on our shows in the past. And I've been keeping my personal... It's 53, okay. I keep my personal opinions on a lot of things to myself. Here we go. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm reaching the coordinates soon. I'm gonna reach the coordinates all over your face. No. No, my bad. Keep it one in the chamber.
Oopsie. No. Fingers away. There we go. Okay. Just say it. Right there. Right there.
Yeah, no, we try to keep neutral. We want to be Switzerland. We'll stand up for what we need to stand up for, but other times it's not our business, and...
Everything we do, you are. No matter how we're going to anyway. You do it for our family. Say goodbye, Sean. Say bye-bye. Come on.
Won't be able to pick this.
Bye, honey.
Beyond that, you know, like... It's not worth it mentally wise to go into those drama wars. I mean, I've seen people on Twitter, ever since joining Twitter, I've seen people like lose their fucking minds.
Personal log. United States Army Staff Sergeant Michael Daly. This past Saturday, October 23rd, while en route to West Stockbridge, a vertibird crashed into the roof of this museum. The cause? EMP following nuclear detonation. Several, in fact. From the intel I've gathered, this was a global event. The co-pilot was killed on impact. Pilot died of his injuries a day later. Day after that, Flaherty and Canower were shot by some scared, desperate survivors. Then Brzezinski took off running. Haven't seen him since. Now, it's my turn to go AWOL, if that concept even applies anymore. My armor's fusion core is burned out, so I guess my soldering days are done. I'm heading to Boston, on foot, to see if my sister survived all this. She's got an apartment on Boylston Street. This is Mike Daly, signing out. Good luck. And God bless America. Or what's left of it.
Yeah, no, there's just, you know, there's things we can put up with, and there's just things that aren't. Oh, Wayland Yutani. This is just text. I'm in the mood. I'm not in the mood to read. I'm in the mood to get up and turn the light on because it's getting dark. I think this is the Fallout I played. That's different. I don't understand how people can focus so much on YouTube BS. The real world they have to deal with. They do, and some overlap pretty fucking crazy. Even the big YouTubers I follow get involved in drama. I mean, some big YouTubers actively live off that shit. Keemstar, for example. Ethan. DP, let's be honest here. DP can talk about, like, politics and shit like that, but at the core of it, where their money is, where their fucking, like, their raw energy comes from is their lolcows. Response videos. Fucking, people acting like trash. And you know what? I wouldn't be here without that shit. I wouldn't have met people without this shit. I wouldn't have had great experiences without that shit. But every fucking single day, every waking moment, oh my god, no. I just back off. What's that latest saying? Touch grass. Go out and fucking touch grass. Sure, these people might be saying horrible things about you. Sure, they might be absolute trash. But you know what? So what? If they are horrible people, then their opinions don't matter. It's that simple. They can't actively hurt you. If they can hurt you, that's a different question altogether. If they're harassing your family, if they're stalking you IRL, that's a different creature altogether. If you've met them, if it's come to blows, if other things have happened, if money's involved, like what's going on with Non Sequitur, which ironically enough is a drama channel that broke up because of drama, and now that drama has become the drama itself. I find that interesting, us perusing. I can't just shove my hand in there anymore.
October 22nd, 2007.
It's just, ugh.
I finally told them tonight, and it was bad. Real bad. Dad was shouting, telling me I should be ashamed, that I had to get out of the house. Mom just cried. Somehow that hurt worse than anything else. She didn't say a word, not even when I packed my things. I can't go to John. He doesn't even know yet.
Oh, she's pregnant.
Maybe he'll never know. If it weren't for the cabin, I wouldn't have a place to sleep. Just need some time to think. Last time I was here, I was just a little girl playing clubhouse in this old cabin. Now I'm really scared. Will anything ever be right again?
Oh.
Jeering, leering, laughing, mocking, taunting.
Nyeh.
Oh, he graduated all right from high school. It's fine. I'm sure he took shop class. Oh, look, he's reading the science mags. How cute.
Har, har, har. Shop class. Let's see them make this in shop class. My marvel of engineering. The finest in weaponized refuse acceleration. My beauty. My junk jet. They'll see. The engineers with their suits and fancy degrees. Come Monday morning, they'll all see.
Nerd. Cannot equip this item. Listen to Battlefield holotape. Okay. B is for Battlefield.
Ambushed on the road. We're outnumbered 5-1. Barnum, report.
Horse down to 5%!
How come that only became a big deal now?
Let them have it.
Damn it! Aspen set the self-destruct. Ferris,
This is why having nuclear-powered vehicles is such a bad idea. Come on. There we go. That's why. Drama, drama, drama. That's the same if you go pure politics. All the fun and joys is strapped out of everything. You never go full anything. You never go full nerd. I mean, we were taught that back in the fucking 90s. D&D nerds who start thinking that the world is like their campaign with their friends, you know? National Train Yard. This is where young men and women learn the joys of trains. Oh, training yard. Oh. I had a very different idea in my head. Like the webbing in their shells. I missed both shots. Alright. Alright, yay. Kill! Fight for my glory. Yes. Codsworth? You fucking cheated. I had money on the Mirelurk. Where is it? Where are you at? Where are you at? Anyway, in other news, I am halfway through Winter Soldier right now, and I finished WandaVision. It's alright. I could kind of see which way the winds were blowing fairly early on, but it was alright. Let's just say there's a reference about a certain show involving Cranston, Bryan Cranston, who yeah, I was not expecting that reference, but I was happy to see it. And as for Winter Soldier, a few good moments in it, I guess. We need that distress signal. That's bad. That's bad. Boom boom cars are bad. Oh shit. Hey Alan, we were talking about you earlier. Just downloading a bunch of armor, weapon mods, Fallout 4 actually became a cool experience for me. Same. I've got a lot of little things. Some of the quests aren't up to snuff quite yet, the modded ones. But yeah, it's I'll take this over 76 any day of the week. Have you tried the replacer mods for Fallout 4? I have not. I'm waiting for the Fallout London mod. And Fallout Miami. Wonder if they're gonna cross over. That would be some crazy ass shit. Okay. I like the training over there. The tires and everything. Come on. For God's sake. Now it's inside the building, though, is it? That might actually be, yeah. Like, I remember how this ends, but I forget how. We'll see. So blokey, if he's trying me. Yeah, I honestly like the a lot of the mods that I see in before that, but I've been focusing more on Skyrim mods right now. Yeah, it's inside. Should have guessed that. Well, fuck you.
This guy.
This guy?
Fucking believable.
Here's some low energy cash.
Oh my god, who was the generous jalopy? Let's see. Loki Larry with the very generous $5 dues. Thank you so much. We are getting ever so closer to our first mighty little moment of clarity when it comes down to the PC. Words! I remember words! Thanks, buddy. As always, we have our goal up there at the top. Anyone ever wants to help out, greatly appreciated. Once we hit that, I will combine it with the money I have. That will put us over $1,000. Then we'll have about another, I think, 700, give or take, more to go. I'm getting paid tomorrow, so I'll put at least 125 in on top. And then I'll lay it out and tell you guys tomorrow stream how much there is. I love that noise. Clink, 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 clink. I fucked this one up. That leaves with histories or flavor. Well, then it's probably going to be flavoring. "1007 might not produce the greatest computer in the world, but it'll see us through for many years to come. Plus, it will be moddable itself, so I can add on to it. When times are good, I can save up and get myself a new core or some shit like that. I can, new sound card, a new, more RAM. We can work. We can work with it. But what else though? It won't glitch out like this one tends to do.
Nitera Aslan, Brotherhood of Steel, Recon Team 429 Alpha, serial number 3431. It's been 3 hours since I set my distress pulsar. There's been no word from the Paladin or Ferris. Their objective was a satellite array on the coast. They may be out of range.
Once you reach the goal, just make the next one what you need for the PC. Try to knock it out. I'm thinking that, yeah. You guys have become so generous now that it's become a realistic idea to have a bigger number like 700. It won't be done overnight, but yeah, I think it would be for the best. Yes, I'll say this for 1,000 years. Thank you so much, all you guys. You're so fucking generous. Like, I'm not flashy. I'm playing a game that's barely running on a computer that's barely running. But I keep going up in terms of views, in terms of subs, in terms of donos, in terms of guests that we get for the podcast. I don't even give you a stable weekly stream schedule. Something I'm very aware of. And will have to eventually be pinned down whether I like it or not. Although I don't know about that, because part of me will be always thinking, you know what? You guys won't want me here pissed off. You guys won't want me here angry. But I can give you at least something a little bit more regular. Anyway, doesn't matter. Point is, you guys are awesome. And the point is, we're getting pretty damn close to that goal. Also, don't forget, on Fridays, Krendar gets his cut. So some of that is going to go to Krendar. But obviously not the lion's share. The lion's share is going to go towards the goal, which will help the podcast as well. Once that's done, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm thinking I might just have a few generic goals for a while I partake in my new computer's awesomeness. And then probably a travel video of some kind. I know Krendar wants to meet up in Canada. Maybe we have a meetup in Toronto or Montreal or Quebec or someplace like that. That'd be kind of cool. I don't think we're there quite yet in terms of fandom for a meetup, but I can at least meet him and we can do something like live. We can play some fucking Switch games or some shit like that while getting recorded. You can show me all the great sandwich restaurants that apparently he is surrounded by. I'd also like to go back to Toronto. Maybe even do a meetup with other people. Maybe Girly would be on board for that. I have to ask her. Shit. Bit off more than I can chew here. No! Woo! Holy McFudge nuggets. This is some heavy duty. Duty. Because I'm in it. I'm in duty right now. Ow, ow, ow. What? No defense. In all defense, I'm the one attacking the super mutants who just set up home here. Look how his head just flew right off. Ah! He had a missile launcher. He had a motherfucking missile launcher. This could have ended so badly for me. Yep, I was at hardware along the way. Take care of my mom 24/7 now, so these live streams are a welcome distraction, really. Oh, I hate to hear that. We got with donuts, one problem, really. Hey! You're doing... I know I, at least, and I guarantee you others, really appreciate whenever money comes in. But I just always am worried about straying off into the give me money, bitches sort of territory. I deserve it. I'm sitting here. I don't want to be Rev and Shani just crying and sobbing endlessly. looking for cash that I didn't earn and I'm not owed. Like, they're called donos for a reason. This isn't my paycheck. If I ever get sponsored, I suppose, then a paycheck to a degree. Patreon, maybe, but again, that's not who I am. Now, what the hell could I honestly offer you? There's a Patreon.
Nice.
Probably more difficult tech while sneaking. Nice indeed. I mean, don't get me wrong. You guys ever think that you'd like it? But I mean, again, what the fuck would I offer? Movie night sounds like a cool idea. It'd probably just fund itself. I'd set up a Vimeo account and pay the monthly fees, and you guys would cover that, I suppose. But of course, for that, again, we'd need a good computer. Because as you guys notice, the internet here isn't exactly great. So it's a self-fulfilling and self-defeating prophecy. Uh-oh. What's his name? Scribe Faris. Okay.
This is Ferris. It's been 2 hours since the paladin left. My leg. I can't staunch the bleeding. The bullet must have hit an artery. Brandis, if you get this, I hope you made it back to Aslan in time. There was nothing you could do for me. Get to the bunker up north. You'll survive. That's all that matters.
And finally, we get our last location, which, if I'm right, yep, Recon Bunker Theta. We'll go back to Sanctuary real quick and fix up our broken suit of armor, because that will drive me crazy otherwise. I mean, don't necessarily know if I want to talk on stream. Yeah. Well, what you could do is you could just become a Patreon of that, and then a patron of that, and then donate those talking rights to someone you think would be really cool sounding. With the added bonus of whenever you do feel like you're up for it, you're like, this week actually I'm going to talk. But that's, again, like, we have 240 subs, you know? We don't even have a quarter of 1,000 yet. Some people make that in a fraction of a second. Not to, like, sound like I'm jealous or anything like that. Good for fucking them. But I don't want to ever think that I'm getting ahead of myself, you know? We still have a long way to go before we're challenging PewDiePie. And honestly, I never want to get that big. Mr. Beast posted in Twitter yesterday or this morning how he wants smaller YouTubers to give a quick bio about his channel and about their channel and post a link to it. About 5,000 people popped in by the time I made my bio up because, well, it's Mr. Beast. But a part of me was terrified that I'd end up becoming, like, famous in a way I wouldn't have been cool with. Why aren't you playing? Why aren't you playing? Why don't you talk about God? You look blah blah blah. Like the trolls will come in. The fucking the 14-year-old kids that come in. Superior range and slight accuracy. Better hip recoil. Okay. Damn, this rifle's turning into something kind of professional looking. Can I not? I'll put the minigun away. I want to keep the missile launcher. The missile launcher is very useful. Shotgun's good, but once I get my hands on the automatic shotgun, that's the end of that. I would like a solid, say 25,000. 25,000 is a big number. But it's not the biggest YouTuber on the planet, and it never will be. Some people have backup channels that are 25,000. But it's big enough. Nice. All this junk means I get 2. Junk it up. Junk it up. I'm gonna junk it up. Yeah. Shotgun shells. Ammo. Close. Oh, we're 17 short. Damn. In reality, I could see this channel before the end of all things and Ragnarok descends upon us, resetting the great wheel of time. I could see us hitting about 2,000-3,000. Nothing to scoff at. And honestly, I like it more when people recognize me. They're like, oh, there's low energy in the chat. I'm like, yeah. Oh, right, yeah, I have to do this. Big deal. No. Movie nights too also sound good. Yeah, I'd like movie nights. Google would just delete me because they can't keep my... Yeah. Oh, box. One thing I'm looking forward to is the end of looking at my phone on the stream. Around that many people. Borderline content, baby. Yeah. Quad barrel. Which of course is right out of Commando. There was a film. And it was definitely a film. I'd also like you guys to eventually be able to fund like a movie night where you get to decide what movie I see in the local theater now that the lockdown's ending, and I go up and I buy some snacks. I go up, sit down, watch the film, and then immediately afterwards review it. Movie theaters, they're a little bit on the pricey side. I think the ticket is £8. So it'd have to be guaranteed no matter what to be reimbursed of the £8. I think they give you the little tickets and shit, but I'd like that though. I'd like to do that. Do a sort of midnight screenings like Brad Jones does. Only instead of a car, I suppose I'd be... Oh, of course, then how the hell would I get back? I'd have to get a cab, so that includes that. Jesus, that's a night out and a half. Christ. I would love to go back out to a movie theater though. I'm surprised I didn't do it in Dublin. Oh, I know why I didn't do it in Dublin. There was so little time to do everything. The idea of sitting in a like a dark movie theater for 2 hours, something I can do at home. Yeah, no. Plus the price on the snacks is just, it's just absolutely... It's so overrated. Right, so we have to head up north here. Two barrels, two heads, twice the food. Damn. Because I haven't been eating at all today, like I haven't had a damn thing, this gin and cranberry is hitting me like a rock. Prior to that, I had 3 of those tiny cans of, what do you call it? Of, Barefoot. The pineapple type. After this, I also have a whiskey glass full of more gin. If you believe that. So, but more importantly, I have still those 2 bottles of wine that had I known, I'd have just popped those motherfuckers in the fridge. Oh, I'm so close to getting that level up. Fuck it. Where's the,
Brandis.
Freeze. One more step and I'll blow your damn head off. Who are you? Who sent you? How did you get in here?
Easy, Paladin. I'm with the Brotherhood.
The Brotherhood? No, it can't be. They're too far away. They wouldn't send you, would they? Let's say I believe you. How did you find me?
I followed the distress beacons left by your team. Their holotapes led me here.
The others? What What happened to them?
They're dead, Paladin. I recovered their tags.
You did? Thank you. This really means a lot to me. I tried to go back for them, you know. There was nothing I could do, not alone, but I'd hoped. You've been through a lot to find me. I should give you something. I've collected a lot over the years. Technology, odds and ends. If you see anything you want, take it, take it.
The Brotherhood needs you, Paladin. It's time you reported in.
I can't. It's been too long. I wouldn't be of any use.
No one knows the Commonwealth better than you. We need your help.
I've been here too long.
Nice.
I'm not myself. Would they still take me?
The Brotherhood will honor the memory of your team. Shouldn't you be the one to tell their story?
No, there's no going back.
What have you been doing all this time?
I tried to do some recon, explore a little, but I'm all alone. It was just too much of a risk. So I've been hiding so long. 3 years. Yes, about that. Too long.
Farewell, Brandis.
Goodbye. And thanks.
I've got maxed charisma out, but I guess it's not good enough. Now I can pick advanced lots.
Brotherhood of Steel Recon Team 429 Alpha. Final report. Our mission has failed. 6 hours after insertion, my company was ambushed. We lost 5 knights and exhausted our power armor reserves. We scuttled the armor to prevent looting, then retreated under fire, abandoning our supplies. I was separated from the 2 remaining members of my team within a week. Both are missing. Status unknown. I'd hoped to rendezvous with them at our holdout bunker and seek a means of escape from the Commonwealth. But no one has come. No one has come.
I like the muty fruit just casually placed up there. Very, very professional of him. Alright. Let's go back and report back to dance. We get 2 more radiant quests, complete them, and if there's no more shit we need to do, we can get back onto the main story and go to Diamond City. Because I'm not going to take the... I want to present... what's his name from the Minutemen? Linda Selman needs our help. I want to present I want to present the fort to him as a gift on my own. Because he seems so disappointed he can't help. Good. I don't need your help.
You're back. Any word on the patrol?
I've completed my investigation into the missing recon team. Paladin Brandis was the only survivor.
I should have known. Old Codger could live through anything.
Can he come back to the Brotherhood?
Right now, we can use all the help we can get. But long term, that's not my decision to make. At the very least, he'll be placed under observation. It could be months before he's cleared for duty. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
Do you want their holotapes?
Yes, I'll take them. If we make it back, I'll see that the tapes are delivered to their next of kin.
That's all.
All right. I'll prepare a full report based on your investigation.
Is it raining inside the building?
I'll see that the Brotherhood honors their memory. Under the circumstances, there's not much I can offer you for your service. I hope some caps will suffice. This was no easy mission. You've earned my respect, Initiate. Well done.
I guess it's raining outside, so it's also raining inside because the buildings are falling apart. That's me being generous, by the way.
Field scribe Halen, personal log entry 324A. I'm starting to wonder if joining the Brotherhood of Steel was a good choice. I originally signed up seeking protection and comradeship, but I'm worried that I've traded away a bit of my humanity in the process. The Brotherhood's message of hope for the future is idealistic and noble, but their methods leave a lot to be desired. The leadership seems especially misguided. Instead of diplomacy, they wield violent confrontation to exert control. Despite all that, I've been successfully avoiding the fighting by following the career path of a field scribe. I suppose only time will tell how long I can stand the sight of spilled blood over my own moral fiber.
Excuse me.
Didn't think you'd show your face again. Ready to clear out another area?
I'm ready.
Good. Here's the data on the location. Don't come back until the op's done.
I don't even need to look at you. I hate you that much.
Good. You're back. Does this mean you're ready?
Also, did you steal all my shit? No. No, you got the ashtray right there.
Affirmative.
Good. Here's the area. Be careful.
Radiant quests, radiant quests, radiant quests. Randomized loot. Whoever came up with the idea of turning the power arm into a tank was a fucking genius. Like beforehand, it was just a different set of armor that you had to complete certain requirements before you could wear it. Now you hop in and out of it. It has its own power supply, its own unique hood. It feels like a car from the 50s, but it's also like power. Like it's also powered armored tank. It's yeah, you know.
Hey, do you have a moment? I wanted to thank you for helping us out in Concord. If only we'd run into you sooner.
Don't mention it. You guys have been through hell, huh?
You have no idea. In these past few months, we've lost everything. My son, he's gone.
Your son.
Kyle.
I understand how you feel. I lost someone too.
But you and I, we're still here, right? We have to go on. For them.
That was an original quest that just went nowhere. They had a whole thing planned that it just never actually panned out. Because of course they never finished it. Why the hell would they? No, that's all good. Let's see if there's anything good I can make on the chemistry set. Drugs. Some jet. No. Fireworks. No. Grenade. No. Healing. A refreshing beverage. What's inside it? Well, there's antiseptic, good start. Blood pack, less than good start. Purified water, okay, we're getting back there. Ran away, also good. And stim pack, so it's a so it will just taste like bleach and blood. Yep, I can do that. Robot repair kit, which they use the model for the cattle prod. Apparently. Some stim packs. I can make my own. There we go. Some syringes for the syringe gun. Surprisingly good at times if you know how to use it. Utility, cutting fluid. Yeah. The Wayfinder. The honey badger. Alright. This is from Warfighter. The game so stupid sounding that Yahtzee laughed every time he heard it. But here it is. I now have is that a modified MP5? Kind of looks like it. 2 guns. If you're in the chat, is this a modified MP5? It's called the Honey Badger. You pay money to make it stronger. Okay, that's whoever came up with that. That's a nice little touch. Let's put a weapon away. I don't need every weapon I have here, do I? Alright, so this is my close quarters. This is my ranged. This is my mid-tier building. This is my heavy. This is my laser, but my laser can also be ranged, but doesn't always work. This is my pistol. And this is my average? I guess this is my average. Okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this factor in my life. Oh, thanks for the water.
Your thoughts?
Sir, I realize you have military training, but I fear your decision may have been too abrupt. The Brotherhood seems more concerned about their technology than the people of the Commonwealth.
Hold on, that's the first time I've ever heard him say that. He normally thinks that the Brotherhood is a good idea, and when you sided with Dance, he thought it was a good idea as well.
What are your thoughts on our relationship?
I find our relationship in the best of health, sir. There's no one I'd rather have by my side.
Oh, Cotsworth.
Your thoughts?
There is a band called 1023 Megabytes. They haven't any gigs yet.
That implies that memory is the exact same as ours, which in a world without digital, I don't see happening. Oh, that's from Rayburn Point. Oh God, that's in Point Lookout. All right, well at least we can do this. We'll get to Point Lookout once we get Nick. Good old Nick. See an item, the owner, yeah. Preston! That was the name I was thinking of. Fucking Preston Garvey. Why the hell couldn't I think his name earlier? Another Selman needs our help. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Compare that to the Jarl has put out some bounties on some bandits. Buggy. Bug out, Buggy. Nice. We are silent, like the silent warriors of old who wore black in feudal Japan. Do you mean ninja? Whoa, we don't use terms like that here. I didn't do that. Wasn't me. That was me, though. 100%. Okay. How is there... Exactly, they're not very good. They weren't very good spies. Also, don't forget, ninja and samurai often did the same job.
It's half past. She's late.
You can listen to this on the go.
It's half past. She's late. No. Something's wrong. Someone's coming. Look. 5 of them. It's a trap.
Most of it was just pop culture for Japanese. They liked telling stories of mysterious ninja, when in reality, they didn't do half the things they did. It's like cowboys, you know? Cowboys got up to adventures, for sure, but do they get up to the same sort of adventures as the penny novels? No. Oh, it's a synth.
I can't. I won't.
He went rogue. They also, ironically, during the Warring States period, were more likely to honor a contract and their word and fight with their allies than they were against than the average samurai. Who did a good video on this? Extra History did a great video on the Warring States period, and at some point during the fights, like all the samurai would turn on the like Ieyasu and people like that, but not their ninja contracts. Their ninja would like stand with them because, as they saw it, they had an idea of principle, which is kind of surreal when you think about it. But I thought ninjas were all... They were whatever an 18th century fangirl writing desperately about them would be. Most of the stories about like ninjas and samurais were written well after the fact. It's somewhat true at the same time in Western culture, but not as much. Because Western culture, like Canterbury Tales, for example, was written in the 12th and 13th century. That's why it sounds so weird. You ever read that shit? Gave us the famous line, the walls have ears. Like it's borderline incomprehensible. Some of Shakespearean stuff.
About time you showed your face. I take it that area's clear?
Affirmative.
Keep it up, and I may start believing you got some real guts. Commonwealth is a big place in need of some serious exterminating. Whenever you're ready for another op, you know where to find me.
What's the mission?
Wiping them straight off the map. Ghouls, synths, mutants.
Bit of genocide.
The place we call home.
I'm ready.
Better be. Here's the latest target area. I don't want to see your face until that place is clear.
I'm not going to. Well, you can't see my face. I'm in fucking armor. But unlike some of us, I thought I had to earn my power armor in the Brotherhood. But I'm gonna go now and head to Diamond City. I'm gonna take the armor off. Going out to Diamond City. Ninja were better battle mentally. Yeah. Ninja were actually most peasants and farmers. They were, but you could... samurai who knew how to fucking win wars had no problem dressing up and acting like samurai. Fucking shinobi, you know? Before a battle, they could easily, if they had the training, sneak into an enemy camp and stab people. I like the Ninja Turtle variety. Who doesn't? You call Raphael? That's alright. That's alright. That's alright. You want to call Raph? You're gonna have to deal with fucking emo angst for the rest of your life. So congratulations. You just don't know me. I'm trying to get things done. I'll be Leo. Vindicated at the end, you know? Although, let's be honest here. Replace pizza with fucking, Wait, no, Leo. No. No. Yeah, it was Leo. Leo was the one who was like, cowabunga dudes. No, he wasn't. No, Leo was the smart one. Here's the alcohol starting to kick in now. And maybe the age. Ralph was the one in red, the sort of gruff, grimly grim. Was Donatello the one I'm thinking of? The sort of do it of a cow, man. Yeah. I'm gonna go off and recreate our origins by being serious. Mickey Mike, yes! Ah! It's been too fucking long, man. It's been too long. What am I, Jared Genesis? I have found other loves since then. And I also shame them as well. Short night scope vision. I'm going to say... But what, a long scope or a short night scope? Short night scope, because it's just further down the list and that makes it better. That's the exact same logic of picking a $750 shirt off the rack and being like, it must be good. It costs that much. Vosh was telling the story about that. He's been losing so much weight, fair play to him, that he wanted to buy himself like a nice, decent shirt. So he went and did it, and or he went into like Nordstrom or something like that, and there was just a shirt, a really nice looking shirt, but it was like $750. He was like, for a shirt? And he looked at it online. He's like, oh, this is nowhere near what I remember what it looked like. I mean, it was alright. But you know how much I'd pay for that? You know how much I paid for that? Fucking 30 at best. Maybe 50 if it's a dress shirt. 750. You could buy a fucking airplane ticket to New Zealand with that price. Guess which one I'm picking? I'll go with my baggy t-shirt on the plane over to New Zealand. Jesus Christ. Women's fashion is ridiculous. 100%. No pockets, so you buy a purse. Sizes going down to 0. To the point where some people have to buy fucking boys' clothes. If it's pink, you throw an extra $20 on top of it. Yeah, no, fuck off on that. But men's clothes are also fucked up. If you're skinny, you'll wear it. If you're fat, you won't give a shit. Fat people want to look good too, okay? We do. That's why Billy the Fridge was so proud of himself when he posted himself in that pinstripe. And I should know, I had a pinstripe in there up to quite recently. Got a little bit too raggedy, tore it in too many places, had to throw it out. I could have given it to Goodwill or something. But... Well, I was going to take the armor off. Oh, bollocks. Yeah, I'm going to take the armor off. I just realized I also want to pick up the shit here. They were all in red originally. No, they were all in black and white, weren't they? The whole grimly grimdark sort of look. They even parody it in some of the in one of the newer movies. They go through different versions of themselves. Oh, I hate the really square looking ones. And the was it Michael Bay? The first Michael Bay, the two real ones. The one that German ads spoofed that we saw on Bearded Ramblings a while back. Goes into the locker room and unrobes. Oh, we're going to adventure with someone else, don't you fret. Doggo! Aw, now I feel bad. This dog that was it was based off and it was like motion captured and everything and recorded. The dog's name was River, and it died about a week ago. So there you go. Dog meat unfortunately has passed on. There's some absolutely lovely pictures of him. Or her. I think it's a him, but whatever. Point is, River was a good doggo. And one of the creators. Whoops. Well, so much for being sneaky. Haha, you can't shoot for shit. I can, because I've been drinking. Yeah, that's the reason. Hey. I'm gonna kill you while drinking for that. See? I'm a man of my word. Michael Bay originally did ads and fucking pornos. And when I say pornos, I don't mean like... There's some pretty fucking hilarious and even generally well done porns out there that are like professionally made. Wood Rocket understands exactly what it is. Oh, nice. But... his one was those a porn so much like a parody porn that you'd think that SNL would make it or something like that. It was so over the top. So Brazzers-esque, you know? Look at him bounce. Raider Waster. That's all that he's called, is it? Raider Waster.
Got it.
That static's driving me crazy. You know what, fuck it, I'm taking the chance. Let's turn on Diamond City. Wait, no, Classical Raider might be better. I want to also higher it up a little bit. I love this song. I expect Carl Sagan to pop in any moment. As we travel the cosmos, we must watch the stars, stars, stars. Two comets colliding into each other. Fucking black hole devouring a sun. There's some good battle movie music. Perfect timing. Whoa! Who's firing what? Gimme, gimme, gimme! Would also be pretty damn good in a Star Trek film with Patrick Stewart as Picard.
Hey. So you got one of those fancy boat suits? One size fits all?
They are, actually. Tight, too. Especially on the ladies, if you know what I mean.
What do you mean you can't open the gate?
This is so well done animated-wise. Just watch her movement. Forget what she's saying, just watch her movement.
I got orders not to let you in, Miss Piper. I'm sorry. I'm just doing my job.
Ooh, just doing your job. Protecting Diamond City means keeping me out, is that it? Oh, look, it's the scary reporter.
I'm sorry, but Mayor McDonough's really steamed, Piper. Saying that article you wrote was all lies. The whole city's in a tizzy.
You open this gate right now, Danny Sullivan. I live here. You can't just lock me out. Open this gate right now.
Considering that the game is... There's so many better, like, animations out there, for sure. But using this engine, that's impressive.
You want into Diamond City, right?
I just got here, but yeah.
Shh. Play along. What's that? You said you're a trader up from Quincy? You have enough supplies to keep the general store stocked for a whole month? You hear that, Danny? You gonna
She's not in the right angle.
Or are you gonna be the one talking to crazy Myrna about losing out on all the supply?
Jeez, all right. I need to make it personal, Piper. Give me a minute.
Better head inside quick before old Danny catches on to the bluff.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Another great day in Diamond City.
Piper, who let you back inside? I told Sullivan to keep that gate shut. You devious, rabble-rousing slanderer. The level of dishonesty in that paper of yours. I'll have that printed
Fake news. Sad.
Ooh, that a statement, Mr. McDonough? Tyrant mayor shuts down the press. Why don't we ask the newcomer? You support the news? Because the mayor's threatened to throw free speech in the dumpster.
Always believed in freedom of the press.
Rightly so. A true medium for the people.
Oh,
I had this conversation in Dublin with somebody.
Good sir. No. You
It was surprising. They were willing to give up freedom of speech for some sense of security. Poked holes in it pretty quickly and didn't have answers, but yeah, it was surprising them. I was genuinely disappointed, even.
What are you two arguing about anyway?
What do you think? Print lies and everybody's happy, but if you print the truth...
Now, was there anything particular you came to our city for?
I'm trying to find someone.
Trying to find someone? Who?
My son, Sean. He's less than a year old.
Wait, your son's missing? Oh, you hear that, McDonough? What's Diamond City Security doing to help this man, huh? This isn't the first missing persons report to come through here, and now we have an infant who's been taken?
Don't listen to her. Well, I'm afraid that our security team can't follow every case that comes through.
I'm not a synth. I mean, beep boop. Wait, no, that's also bad.
Every conceivable service known to man. One of our great citizens can surely find the time to help.
A mayor of a great city must know everyone. Who can help me?
Well, there's one private citizen, Nick Valentine, a detective of sorts who specializes in tracking people down, usually for debts or whatnot. Now I have to get going. I'm sorry, Diamond City Security doesn't have time to help, but I'm sure Mr. Valentine charges a reasonable fee.
This is ridiculous. Diamond City Security can't spare one officer to help. I want the truth.
She always talks through her teeth.
I've had enough of this, Piper. From now on, consider you and that little sister of yours on notice.
Yeah, keep talking, McDonough. That's all you're good for.
Bruff. He literally went bruff.
Everyone can claw information out of McDonough's tight-fisted hands. Why don't you stop by my office after you see Valentine? I think I just found my next story.
You're Sullivan, right?
So, you're that traitor Piper was talking about.
Yeah, it's almost like he's some sort of plant made by the Institute or something. Nah.
I didn't mean to lie, officer. It all just happened so fast.
You're not the first guy Piper pulled into a heap of trouble he wasn't ready for. Thanks for being honest. If it were up to me, we would have just let the both of you in. But the mayor's calling the shots, and... well, you saw how mad he is. Anyway, welcome to Diamond City and all that. I gotta get back to work.
Do, 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 do. Like how he stabs a woman with his knife. And you know what else? If you look closely, her eyes turn into little hearts. You know why? Because she's a freak 7 days a week. Hello, I am your friend. Kill it with fire! Oh, I'd rather not that. And that's the entire plot in a nutshell.
So, this is the famous Diamond City. I suppose I must find one of a gem and a dusty home base. Civilization in the rough, if you will.
The puns. The puns.
You've been saying that for weeks and the old girl still keeps cranking. Stop worrying so much. I gotta head into the office.
Your sister's hot. Not her. Rather, I'm telling Nat that Piper's hot. Which is also creepy and weird, but
Free paper to newcomers. If the Institute grabs you in the night,
well,
at least be warned.
Thanks.
look, she's got a bedroll strapped to her back. At any moment, this whole shit can just collapse and she's got to leg it. She also looks like one of the she looks like one of the kids from Kids Next Door.
I believe you. Thanks.
You're a real lost lamb in the wolf's den, mister.
The synthetic truth. Public Occurrences, October 2287. Synthetic Truth by Piper. Right, get it? There's so many ways you can look at that. Noodles, we eat them, we love them, and Diamond City's Power Noodles has supplied this sentence for the past 15 years. From the stilted mechanical cadence of Tashaki's programming Japanese to the fragrant steam that wafts from each bowl, to the scalding tang of each delicious mouthful. The ordering and eating of noodles is but one of many shared human experiences. Or is it? I was struck by this very question as I sat on the counter of Power Noodles last Wednesday night. It's after 5 p.m., enjoying a dinner I had so many times before. That's when I noticed our very own Mayor McDonough saddled up to a stool and engaging the very same ritual. Right hand extending, mouth opening, teeth chewing, yes, eating noodles, the shared experience of almost every Diamond City resident. This must have also seemed to resident Diamond City nearly 60 years ago on a characteristically warm May evening in 2229, as they sat around the very same counter, but that was before the days of Shakia's noodles, when the bar served not noodles but ice-cold Nuka-Colas, frosty beers, and stiff shots of whiskey. The barman's name was Henry, and that night, he facilitated the shared human's experience of drinking, smoking, talking, and laughing. That's until tragedy struck. There aren't many among us who are even old enough to remember that evening, though some of the city's ghouls residents certainly could have, except had they not been forcibly removed thanks to Mayor McDonough's anti-ghoul decree of 2282. There's one person among us who does remember distinctively the events of that evening, respectively Matriarch Eustace Hawthorne, who counted our stories in Public Occurrence exclusive interview. Oh, I was there, all right, sitting right at the bar, sure as you're sitting in front of you now, 22 years or so, and just looking to have a good time. I was safe behind the wall, we all were, so what's the harm? Let me tell you that Mr. Carter made it easy. Came into the town earlier that day. He was for out west somewhere. Didn't really matter. What matters is his smile, his laugh, and the way he'd make everyone feel at ease. That night at the bar, we all just sort of crowded around him, everyone wanting to exchange a word or hear about the state of the Commonwealth and Mr. Carter. He was all too happy to oblige. It was just so wonderful until it wasn't. Eustace continued her accounts of that evening and the moment when things turned sinister from when Mr. Carter was revealed. We'd been drinking and carrying on. It must have been 3 hours. Mr. Carter had 4 or 5 drinks in that time. Seemed a bit drunk, I guess, like the rest of us. Something just sort of happened. He was smiling, but a smile sort of went from his face in an instant, and his cheeks started to twitch. Kind of funny, and I remember watching him, clear as it happened just yesterday. He reached inside his coat, took out a revolver, and then blam! He shot Henry, the barman, right in the head. Didn't hesitate, didn't show any emotion. Mr. Carter killed Henry as casual as paying him for a drink, but his cheek never did stop twitching. Let me tell you, all hell broke loose after that. We used to describe as one, of course, an event known as the Broken Mask, when the people Commonwealth learned the first time the Institute's shadowy scientist organization, responsible for the creation of combat androids. Eventually, it succeeded in creating a model so advanced it could effectively infiltrate human society. Unbeknownst, there's a word, the people of Diamond City, the Institute had somehow evolved their androids into truly synthetic humans. Synths. After he shot Henry, that Mr. Carter shot 3 or 4 of the people. 2, like I said. All hell broke loose. The guards came running, they opened fire. Mr. Carter kept shooting and throwing people around left and right. Finally, those guards put him down. As they killed a man who'd flipped his lid. Gone crazy. He lay there like a dead crazy man. Like a dead crazy man. Do dead crazy people have a particular way of posing? Like, sure enough, God, it was horrible. Then he saw the plastic and the metal. This was one of those earlier synths, you see. Realized it wasn't a man at all. Knew the Institute was just out there. The Institute was everywhere now, among us. It was never determined precisely what synths known as Mr. Carter's. Oh. Whoa! Whoa! I didn't do any of that. It was never determined precisely why the synth known as Mr. Carter went on a killing spree. Some suggested he somehow had been remotely controlled by the Institute and wanted to test his combat effectiveness in order to fail he had simply malfunctioned, possibly supported by the twitching cheek, and was never meant to kill anyone. But at that time, the why hardly seemed important. What mattered was the humans and what had been truly infiltrated by an organization whose intentions and motives were still a complete mystery. Model of synth even less advanced than the ones the Institute had in service today. Brings us to a noodles. Especially the noodles consumed by Mayor McDonough last Wednesday night in the same spot that Mr. Carter and since went haywire. Mercifully killed several people after spending hours sharing experiences. The people of Diamond City assumed they're reserved members of the human race. They were wrong. Are we? Okay. There's some things. There's some things wrong with that newspaper right there. And I don't just mean because it's fear-mongering. She's making a colossal assumption right there. Really, really biased.
You? I don't know you. Just keep your distance.
Why?
Because I don't know you, and I will not serve a synth pretending to be human. So are you human?
Human as the day I was born.
Well, you do look human enough. But I'll be watching you. I have eyes like a... Well, they're good eyes. Got it? All right. We can do business, but no funny stuff.
Hey guys, hey Shabisky! And goodbye Loki. Good to see you all. I was recounting the days when I could barely read. As you could tell, I was doing a great job at recreating it. Oh, God, I'm absolutely... Only now I'm getting really hungry, but that's the point. I'm not eating today. All I can do is get more drunk. Food is for the weak. At least until I figure out how to get a DoorDash or Just Eats app link down below. Then it's not. Then it's exactly what I want at that particular time. No joke, I was seriously considering asking you guys if you could buy me the game. Oh God, what's it? It's on sale right now. The Battlefleet Armada 2. But then I realized A, no, and B, more importantly, no, but also C, it's going to be cheaper down the line. So I've got enough games to kill my time as it is. Like 7 something right now. It'll be that again. And even if it doesn't, I want to play it, so I'll probably just pay the price, you know. Won't be the end of the world. Little did Low Energy realize it would be the end of the world. Hell, if that's the case, I wouldn't have skipped food today. I'd have gone out and got a pizza. I've actually gone out and gotten 5 pizzas and just been stuffing my face and drinking every last bit of champagne I could pay for, and eating pizza. Now that's life. That is fucking life. Not a good life. Not a bad one either. Champagne and pizza. Champagne and pizza. Oh, you think?
New guy, am I right?
The new guy?
Word kind of travels fast in Diamond City. What can I say?
Name's Arturo Rodriguez. If you need protection, let's talk.
Sure. Let's take a look.
Don't forget to stock up on ammo.
Amen to that, brother. I got plenty for that. Oh, 308. I'll buy your stock of 308. Shotguns? Yes, please. Muzzle power, yeah. Missile launchers. Don't need your help there. Same with the cells and that and that. Okay. Now, want those orders of junk. The gun and bullets and a power armor frame. Yes, please. Apparel. Protectors. I'm good for the protector. Weapon. What magical weapons does he have? He's got Old Faithful. Does double damage if the target is at half full health. Interesting. Let's see. He's also got the Big Boy, which is a nuke launcher, but it fires an additional projectile. He's got an AK. Yes, please, because I am going to give an AK to Piper. And that seems to... If you listen closely, you hear the uilleann pipes, not the bagpipes, but the uilleann pipes. That's the Irish equivalent, and boy howdy do they sound like shit. I was in the Irish Scouts for a little bit, and holy fuck. Okay, I want to get all his shit, but I don't want that much, you know. No, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm getting every one of your caps. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. Except like, share, and subscribe. Follow me on Twitter and join the Discord. Throw some money towards the goal. That's what you could do. He's got explosive slugs. I think that's what was being fired at those guards earlier. Money. God, I'd hate to walk around with 3,000 caps.
So thirsty. Doctor says I can't drink liquor no more. Cola. Need a Nuka-Cola.
Drink pure water. Alright, let's talk to Piper. She wants an interview. Then I can switch out Codsworth with Piper. You know why? Because Piper be hot.
Why are you calling me that? Because you're a vault dweller? I know you're not wearing the blue jumpsuit right now.
Oh, no. She doesn't say that. Well, you can clearly see bits of my goddamn jumpsuit coming out of the goddamn suit. No, we do not play that. We're going to say what I want to say.
Glad you dropped by. You holding up, Blue?
You're a vault dweller. So here's the deal. I want an interview. Your life story in print. I think it's time Diamond City had a little outside perspective on the Commonwealth. You do that, and I'll tell you what. I'll come with you. Watch your back while you get used to the world above ground.
All right, Piper. I'm in.
Good. Let's get down to business.
To defeat the Huns.
How would you describe your time on the inside?
My family and I were frozen. I didn't spend much time in the vault.
Wait, they boxed you up in a fridge? The whole time? Are you saying you were alive before the war?
Yes. I'm over 200 years old.
You love how she just takes him at his word straight away. Gusta!
How would you describe your life back then?
Gust.
I was a soldier.
You fought in the war? Tell me, what happened? What was it all about?
Protecting freedom. The American way of life.
Protecting a way of life. Huh. So tell me.
She doesn't buy that. I like that. Like, that's what he was told, and she's like, right, yeah.
There were problems, but it was home, you know? I was used to it. I guess I just thought that was gonna stay that way.
So, you've seen the Commonwealth, Diamond City. How does it compare to your old life?
Honestly, seeing everyone surviving out here, rebuilding the world, it gives me hope.
That's surprisingly inspired, Blue. We're definitely quoting that. Now, I already know you're looking for your son, Sean. Do you suspect the Institute was involved in his kidnapping?
Sure sounds like they might be.
Not even a baby is safe from them. And people wonder why I can't just look the other way. For the last part of our interview, I'd like to do something different. I want you to make a statement to Diamond City directly. The threat of kidnapping is all but ignored in the Commonwealth. Everyone wants to pretend it just doesn't happen. What would you say to someone out there who's lost a loved one but might be too scared or too numb to the world to look for them?
No matter how much you want to give up, don't. You have to have hope that...
People think that I couldn't pull off both a beret and these ridiculous sunglasses, but look at me now.
Thanks. That's everything. It's gonna take some time to put this all together, but I think your story is gonna give Diamond City plenty to talk about. Anyway, I agreed to come with you, right? Watch your back.
Oh, I thought that was a code word for you to take me upstairs and ride my dick. But okay, yeah, sure, yeah.
Piper.
Heading my way?
Sure, let's go.
Will do.
Miss Wright, I trust you'll do your best to put the safety of my master before your own personal gain.
Of course, Codsworth. Jesus. Lucky for me, those two things go hand in hand.
Back to Sanctuary Hills.
Oh, what were you hiding? Hey, check this out.
What? Okay, so we'll go back to Sanctuary Hills and get her equipped with some decent weaponry, but I'm keeping her outfit because it's unique and pretty. In a sort of ragtag sort of way. I respect trench coats, as you can probably guess from my normal attire. We can't let the incels and the edgelords take over. Let's make this gun worthy of Mordor. Short scope? Magazine. She's got the best magazine you can get. Automatic receiver, standard receiver. Short scope, magazine. No muzzle. Suppressor. Yeah, fuck it. Doesn't seem to affect the damage. Right. Well, she can get the magazine, and then I'll.
Hey.
What you got for me?
Hey.
And I'll give her all my. What bullets is it? 5.56. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You actually have a gun now. Congratulations. Congratulations. Let's go help. Actually, let's work on our own weapons. None of me. Yep. Calibrated. Nice. Medium night vision scope. Oh, hell yeah. And the best rifle in town. Medium quick eject mod. Oh, no. Shotgun. Advanced receiver. It's the best. Reflex. Got that. Got that. Got that. And the spike muzzle. There, that's the best a rifle. This is best a shotgun can possibly be. But there's better shotguns out there. Still, for now. I'm out of resources. No more adhesive. Fucking glue, man. Glue is where it's at. How big of a dork does it make me if I want to buy a 1-to-1 scale Mega Man helmet? Keep in mind that it's dorkish, but there are dorkier things out there. You shouldn't focus on the dorky aspect. Instead, you should focus on the fact that it makes you happy and you can afford it. If you get it, it makes you happy. Don't get me wrong, don't show up wearing on your first date unless you've already told them and they are 100% in agreement with that, you know? But it's a part of who you are. Go for it. Last time I went out on a date, I wore my trench coat with all the buttons on it and the massive fedora.
Don't move, Simp. What have you done with the real Riley? Where's my brother? I swear I'm not a simp. Don't shoot, for God's sakes. We're family.
Riley, you're a voice actor.
Put the gun down now. He's a simp. He'll kill us all. Kyle, no! Okay, show's over. There are no simps in Diamond City. Hear me? Just you folks and your damn paranoia.
That's right, Piper. Go effect. Go look at the body.
Just let me. Hey, here. Something to keep sharp. Always worked for me.
She normally gives vodka or whiskey or some shit like that, but no, Nuka-Cola's good because I can give it to Sheffield.
Your thoughts?
Hard to believe I'm roaming with my own pre-war relic.
Nothing else for now.
All right.
Is Sheffield still? Where is Sheffield? Resident Evil, no. I thought that was Cricket. Sheffield's not there. I guess he's not there at night. Okay. I guess I have to head inside, considering like no one's gonna shop at this time of night. Anyways, except for the.
I need to take care of something. Real quick.
Okay, work away. There are dorkier things. Oh, 100%. I don't see you with a fucking body pillow or fucking clip clop. I wouldn't wear it much. Mega Man gives me a nostalgic feeling, so and let's go for it. Then get the red helmet.
What? You mean the railroad? That's a fairy tale, man. They don't exist.
Yes, they do.
Hey, you're that vault dweller from the paper.
Am I? I'm busy looking at this girl's ass, so I'm kind of preoccupied, but I guess, yeah, I suppose I am. I should do a job for the railroad, which means I have to do the whole fucking freedom trail, but one thing at a time.
Look at you. You're still a human being under all that.
Where the fuck are you going, Piper?
Excuse me. Question for you. Tell me, are you worried about the possible infiltration of Diamond City's ruling elite by synths?
Yeah, Piper, I am. But I ain't buying your lousy newspaper.
Oh, well, thanks.
Downside of a small town. You know, like everyone knows your angle. This is all he does all day, apparently. Everyone, gather up and listen to our glorious leader speak the truth true. I'll talk to him, actually, afterwards. You can't do that while in power armor. Tell that to the fucking Citadel in Fallout 3.
Everybody, I need everyone's attention.
I'm important. Look at me. What are you up? Yeah, Piper. Letting us down.
And what keeps us united are two things. First is the great green guardian behind me, the wall, our protector and our savior from the filth of the outside.
Don't think too much about what baseball was, because we're gonna get it wrong.
This guy.
This guy?
Fucking believable.
This guy?
I have another red helmet and it's in my pants.
Just like the red helmet you want to express, you better be prepared to not be ashamed to whip it out on your first date. If they have reached an agreement prior. Again, it's all about consent and open communication. Thank you for the $5 reduce, Augusta. You are the GOAT.
And while the paper might point their fingers at synths and other ghost stories to drive us apart, we will not betray this sacred trust. Now, I want everyone to hear these next words very carefully. I am not a synth.
You're a synth.
I am the same flesh and blood boy who grew up on these streets.
Hey, McDonough, how's your brother doing? I hear good neighbors of a nice place.
Due to the heinous allegations of the press. God bless this city. God bless the wall.
Hey, I could agree on half of that.
Working hard?
Or hardly working.
Don't worry, I won't.
It's okay, Abbott. I got my eye on this one.
Good. The wall keeps out the bad guys, so I appreciate you not messing her up none. Thinking you need a little education. Maybe a bit of community service. What do you say?
Happy to help out.
You see this paint I'm using? Only one place left in the whole Commonwealth you can get it. Hardware Town. Rune store close by to the west. Bring back a can of paint and it'll be 100 caps in your pocket. How does that sound?
Paint retrieval. I'm on it.
Much obliged.
There's a few ways you can do it. You can like give him not the color he wanted and was like, hey, the great green jewel of the Commonwealth can not be green. But, eh. This is, what's the big ball field in Boston? Because this is meant to be it. And there's a little Easter egg. There's, if you go up to the stands, like the seating arrangement, like there's Kellogg's house there. I don't need to go there yet. But if you go up there, you'll find a single seat is a different color, and apparently the real equivalent building has the same. Which is a reference to, I think I don't know, a record being broken or something like that. You know, I like upstands. That's the ones. Yeah, they're calling Wellingham. I like the Ken Burns documentary on baseball more than I like actual baseball, but I'd like to go out to a baseball game, like a big baseball game. And I'd really like to go to an American football game. But above all else, a fight night, not UFC, maybe UFC, but a fight night in terms of boxing, and a fight night and a hockey game. So a fight night. And I mean, I wanna do the whole shebang. I wanna meet up with a bunch of guys and girls prior. We all get a little liquored up. Maybe there's a bar prior, and we then go out there. We spend a few hours out there, and then go back to the bar, and then we go back to someone's house. And then I wake up, and I don't know who this person next to me is, but they have pretty hair, so I suppose. Also, I don't remember if the team won or lost. That wasn't a big deal to me. To these motherfuckers, but a lot of them were crying, so I don't think we did very well. What is? I want to have an experience, yo. I want to have an experience. I don't feel that way towards football as in soccer. Moo cow. Moo. 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 That's not the noise a Brahmin makes. Not anymore. Shit. OAT? GOAT. Hockey games are fun. Hockey fights are awesome. Yeah, I want to. I on my way out west, that obviously failed, but when I was in Chicago on the way out west, I went to a bar in Chicago, right across the street, and there was a hockey game between, I think it was Boston and Montreal, I think. And I watched the whole game from start to finish. I drank the $3 bottles of beer and ate the everything dog, the Chicago dog, which wasn't that great. I'm gonna be honest with you. There was too much on it. It was just kind of a bit of an overwhelm. I talked to some girls who apparently are really big on Instagram. I don't fucking know about that. And I just had an overall good evening. And yeah, it was a very bruh moment. And every time I go around New York, I always pass by these sports bars that are like covered in neon signs and old beer logos and shit. And I want to go inside during like a big sporting event. And just because I've done it with fight nights. I've done it with fight nights. That's some good shit. I haven't done it with. I haven't done it for other game. No, I've done it for the World Cup. I've done it for parts of the World Cup. I remember I went to Tokyo. No, I went to Blue in Omaha with Elf King and her significant other there, and it was America versus Christ. It was America versus someone. Might have been America versus Germany. That might have been it. And I've also been out in a bar in New Jersey during the Winter Olympics, where America's figure skater looked like a mixture between Carrot Top and Bob Ross. A little bit of Garfunkel going on as well. All of those things were good times. Don't get me wrong. I've never done the whole thing, you know. I've never done from start to finish. Hell, I've only recently went out to my first open air concert. That was like 2 years ago. Oh, he had a whole story about the guy who had a bunch of rocks that he called grenades, but he also made a bunch of sound effects. Oh, that explains why I couldn't reload. I gave her all the bullets. That's what I get for being a gentleman, huh? I really like going to horse races. Ooh, you'd love Ireland. It's fun to bet on which jockey's going to win, but I know it's inhumane. Oh, it's very inhumane. Paddy's Day often overlaps with a very important like racing event. I don't think it might be Shelburne, but this side of the Atlantic's equivalent of the Kentucky Derby. But I was there with Claire up there in Dave's pub, and it was Paddy's Day, and we were having a great laugh. But at this time, she was drinking. She doesn't drink anymore, but at the time, she was drinking. We were having a pint, and we were watching the opening races of it. She's going on about how it looks like a really nice day out. Everyone dresses up. And when I say they dress up, they fucking dress up. The women wear the most, like, fanciest of dresses. Huge sun hats, massive corsages, like sundresses, cocktail dresses. The guys dress up like top hats and canes, gloves. It's really like the Queen showed up to a few years ago. Now she's probably too old, but the Queen would show up in some of these ones. But when she actually watched it, she was like, oh, that's bad. And then I had to explain to her, like, you know that they're whipping the horses, right? It's like, no, I don't want, 'cause she's a vegan. No, I don't want that. And she's like, you know, if what happens when their legs are broken, right? Like if they stumble, they take a gun out and shoot them. Like, no, yeah. Like, same with bull race. I really would have watched up to a few years ago in my life. I would have gone and seen a bullfight. Now, would I see a bullfight? No. Could you pay me it? Yeah, but I'm a whore. But the running of the bulls don't get hurt nearly as much as fuckwits like PETA claim. It's one of the few cases where humans really do get damaged far more than the animals. But the whole thing is stupid. Just abandon the whole thing.
You're back. You find that paint?
Wasn't easy, but I found some, yeah.
Now that's damn fine news. Why don't you go ahead and paint the first stroke? Let's see how the shade matches up.
There you go.
Hey, Abbott.
That's a good shade of green. The wall sure seems happy with it.
You think that's enough paint to last you?
Should be enough for a good coat or two.
The whole fucking wall.
Payment and a little bonus for getting the right shade of green. Don't do anything with it I wouldn't do.
I'm glad we did this. The wall is important to a lot of people here, Blue.
If that was the case, I should have used blue as a colour. Green sucks, says the Irishman. It is humane, but you know, so is but people are stuck in their ways, and for example, any vegan that wants to go out of their way and be like Vegan Gains or those aggressive motherfuckers that attack people fishing. Like, they can fuck right off. You don't need to do that. Just let it happen naturally. Let people... Look, I realized I've been eating a borderline vegan diet in many respects for a while now. Not of any sort of choice. It's just obviously a choice, but any sort of conscious decision on my part. I still use milk in my tea, and I suppose I use animal products for non-food stuff like leather. I mean, this is leather, but it's negating the damage you can do to the planet. It's negating the damage, the harm you can do. That's the key thing. I'm not a vegan by far. Meat is still A, tasty, B, expensive, and 3, ubiquitous. Inexpensive, I should say. And 3, ubiquitous. When all those 3 things are done, then at the very least I'll go vegetarian. And it's all about the harm reduction. So when you see motherfuckers coming around like Vegan Gains and the like, making the damn fool of themselves, that doesn't help anyone. I think Vosh said it best. He likes veganism, he hates vegans. Those motherfuckers will just put a wrench in their own damn contraption. Let's get the equivalent of this. Hey, Troy. You're having a good night tonight. Whole mess of people showed up. I've been talking about booba and fuda. Not futa. That's a different thing. You're welcome to it, but not my cup of tea. Um, we've been having a homoerotic old time, as they said in the Flintstones. Thanks, buddy. I was asking, could I sit down there?
Do yourself a favor and just say yes. It's all he understands.
Yes?
What the hell? He doesn't have anything.
Hey, Takahashi. Yes.
There we go. I knew something was up. A noodle cup. Don't get me wrong, I live off a huge chunk of noodles. How long have I been streaming for? 3 hours? Oh. I was scared. I thought that was like the sun coming up over tomorrow. I've got shit to do tomorrow. Not like really early, like noon and shit, and then I've got to stream at that night, but I was like, no. Like I said, I've been, haven't eaten a single thing today, and now I'm almost completely out of choices. So, I'm bound to this. This alcohol-infused nightmare. Not in every society, but those societies are outliers. Most societies that do eat meat, it all came from a hunter-gatherer. In fact, let's be honest here, we were hunter-gatherers for a reason. Like, apes eat meat as a rarity. Chimps in particular. Baboons, I suppose, eat meat more than any other because they're so...
No. But we've been traveling together for ages. Sorry, Blue. The jig is up. Takahashi told me everything. Web of lies, gone. I mean, I bet your name's not even Blue, is it?
I love Piper.
Protection for sale. Hand-tooled pieces. Got some great stuff.
Oh, good timing.
Let's see what you've got.
Self-defense at its best.
I don't think I need to spend the bullets, but 5.56. No, he doesn't have any. Because it's the one bullet I wanted, so of course... Oh, he does. He's got 92. It's still not a lot. I know how to get more. I know how to get a whole lot more. But, cram. Keep buff out. Bobbin. Oh. As always, I want to get rid of his cash and replace it with my junk. Making mashed potatoes. Taters! Nice. Potatoes. You boil them, you mash them, and you even stick them in a stew. Oh yeah, I want to do a job for him. Yes, it's your penis, I get it.
I'll take a look, sure.
A swatter never runs out of bullets.
It's true. He's also got a good amount of shipments of junk that I can use. Baseball uniforms, none of that. What I want is the Rockville. No, it's not the Rockville. Yeah. That's what I want. Now. Ammo. Mini nuke. Give them. Everyone's just gonna have mini nukes wandering around. It's gonna be some sexy, sexy stuff. And by sexy, I mean, oh my god, radiation damage.
These ain't just any old pieces of wood. A swatter is a custom piece.
Right. Got any work?
Well, if you want to help the sport, I got a lead on a stash of pre-war collector's items. Coach, quitting is for punks west and had an estate not too far from here. Legend says when he retired, the league presented him with a baseball, catcher's mitt, and playing card signed by all the other coaches. See where I'm going with this? I'll pay 100 caps each for those relics. What do you say?
A card, a mitt, and a ball. Got it.
I thank you. And baseball thanks you.
Piper likes you doing nice things.
Here you go.
Real sweet of you.
Ah, thank you. Thank you.
I feel like that sometimes when I'm like, don't forget to like, share, and surprise, guy.
Hey, Sheffield. What do you think about coming to work for me?
Really? You made it?
That's right.
Sanctuary Hills.
Okay, I'll do it.
More people work in the land, the more food will be produced, and the more food they get to sell. And where's that guy who sells the drugs? Drug dealer man. Drug dealer man. Where is drug dealer man? Drug dealer man. Drug dealer man. Oh yeah. Hey brother.
Let's see what you've got. Check it out.
Alright. Having ourselves a wiener roast. Oh Jesus, he's got 162 Radar. What? Yes. Okay, I'm good now for the rest of the game in terms of anything really. Let's sell him some ammo, but like the good shit. He deserves it. Oh, still too much. Okay. Still too much. Getting better. Getting closer. Oh, that's a realistic number now. No. I went too... No! I went too far. Now, my stance has always been, not always, but it's become these days on veganism. You know, it's the correct way of going about it, but you don't need to be a dick about doing it. You don't need to be a holier than thou destroying shit. Things will happen naturally. And when they do, you can then be the smoke motherfucker that was there prior. Perfect. Now I need Piper to hold shit for me.
Help yourself.
Although, I also need to give her the slugger. That's her close combat. What's my weight? $344. Oh, I can fix this with a useful bit of buff out. Can do, boss. I actually might pick up some potatoes tomorrow. Easy enough to cook 2 of them. That's a dinner right there. Need something to fry them in or bake them in. I've got tons of powders and shit. Do I have any sauces? Ugh. I have 1 sauce up there currently. I've been very busy boy with my sauces as of late. And it's, actually no, I have tomato puree as well. Okay, I got 2. I've got, this weird ass low-cal curry sauce. That's the most sweetest thing you're ever going to taste, and not the good kind of sweet. Ugh. Some people might go, this tastes really nice. I'd be like, ugh. Yeah, shotgun's finished. So, I can make this bad boy. No, I can't. My bad. My bad. I got myself worked up over nothing. No. 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 Blast shield. Slices all damage you see. Oh. Okay. Well, then let's try armor. No. Alright. What about power armor? Can I paint anything with it? Wait, apparently I can. Voltec. You think I'd hate Voltec considering how they kind of, you know, experimented on me and my family, but well, that's something at least. I don't eat a meal every day though. Sometimes I don't either, like today. Last week I didn't either. Usually when I know I've got alcohol to kind of make it up. But yeah, you gotta get used to it after a while. Even a meal though. Like, do you mean like a few peanuts? I haven't even done that. Like, literally nothing all day. It's not healthy for you, but it's not terrible for you either. I know there's some diets that if you eat every other day, they argue you'll live longer. You'll definitely lose your fucking weight, I'll tell you that much. Slamming death metal is the best genre of music. You know what the best genre of music is? Whatever makes you feel bopping. In my case, it's literally anything. It usually depends on the culture around me. I care more about the culture than I do about the actual music itself at times. It's why I went to Fibber McGee's so much as a kid. And, well, a kid. Teenager. If I'd have hung out with a bunch of people who like rap, I probably would have been big into rap. That's not to say I don't like certain songs. I do, it's just... Do I love them? Nah. But I do get a song stuck in my head every morning. I can't remember them now, but I know for the first half of the day, I hummed it almost in defiance. It might be the Sailor Moon theme, actually. But in Japanese. Those girls have been done wrong if you go to hentai sites. The things that are done to them. Ugh. Someone needs to make a hentai where they're just basically like spending the day together and doing each other's nails and laughing about boys and eating cake. Just to fuck over all the people who want to see tentacle monsters destroy them. They're fucking in school! Oh, well, it's different age. And, you say that in front of the judge, young boy. Say that, judge. Do you say that in front of the judge? For the longest time, I didn't know what Sailor Moon was. Then, Fox Kids had the English dub of it. So, of course, she was Sabrina to me. Which all the while made me think of, what, like, the Teenage Witch, which was a big thing at the time. I watched it, I think I watched the first season. Then, I don't know, it was kind of like Pokemon after season 1, I kind of just, eh. Nothing changed, nothing altered, it was just villain of the week turned out to be the minion of another villain of the week. Turned out, I mean, that's the anime, that's the anime, formula. That's the superhero formula. I've been watching a lot of Marvel TV shows. The first guy that you see in the first episode seldom ends up being the most important character. And I also noticed if a woman is the main lead, they tend not to kill their adversary. They tend to like teach them a lesson. That was right out of Sailor Moon. And what's the name? My Little Pony. So I'm guessing that might be a geared towards women thing. I don't know. Then again, anime tends to do that as a rule anyway. Like, the main villain from the first series ends up being your friend by like the second or third. Ultimate Muscle did that. I think One Piece did that for a little bit. You join forces to fight a bigger threat, you know? Diamond City's non-denominational All Faiths Chapel offers services. Bull fucking shit. You get a hardcore Muslim, like a fundamentalist Muslim, next to a Children of the Atom, and try to have the same service. Try to get into someone who believes that a robot stuck in between the wall and a fucking Mormon or a Canaanite in this universe. is the same God, you know? Maybe the robot person will be like, yes, it is the same God. And here's why, and then it'll explain it. But then the New Canaanite will be like, ha 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 ha, yeah, pulls a gun out. Want to check out One Piece? Do you have 18 years of your life? Because that's how much it'll take. It's a rather long thing. When I was watching it, it was already years old. And that was the show. The manga, God knows. And that's where the real fans are. Fuck that noise. The real fan is whatever the hell you want it to be. Gatekeeping fucks off. There's obviously time and place for gatekeeping. You ever see a map with a pride flag? Yeah, you report those motherfuckers. But, and that's gatekeeping. That's gatekeeping done right. And I just realised Power Armor has a little hatch in the back for pooping. Not on this version, but on the original one, it has a poop hatch. In the 40k universe, their power pack takes in bio-waste and uses it as fuel, among other things. But they never explain where the soldier poops. Oh, Piper. I'll tell you, anime is God's sin, but it is God's sin that he is secretly very, very proud of. Even if, let's be honest here, we could have done without. There's not much else to do, so I guess I'll go and wait it out with our good friend Beep Boop. Beep Boop. Yes. Food.
Yes.
Hey, he's got purified water now as well. Oh, of course, I sold my purified water to him to make up for the You know what I think, rather than a game, would have been a good gel? Fucking Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk as a TV show would have been a very good idea. Let's talk to Piper until the shop's open. I also can see it in the next few years, Blade Runner becoming a TV show. Right, I'm pouring the wine in now. We're in the wine mode. Whoa, SpaghettiOs. Wine. Fine time. It will have hints of cranberry and gin. Don't forget, I still have another thing out there. But hell yeah, HBO Cyberpunk. Right? Right, there's a lot they could do with it. There's a lot they could do with it. A lot better than, frankly, the show, the game did. Which is a shame, because games inherently can tell a better story than movies, than TV shows. Music? That's really subjective. No, not as good as music. I know people who can't go to sleep without music. I know people who can't jack off without music. I know people who have stories added on to music. So that one's a little bit more That one's more personal than anything else. It's probably why people consider music to be like the pinnacle of artistic expression. Which, again, I call bullshit on that. Because artistic expression is so personal that anything can be. It's why I think anything can be art. Fallout 4 can be art, even though people say that video games can't be art. But then they point to Braid. Then they point to Binding of Isaac. Fucking Journey. But books. I think books can do a better job as well than a visual medium of... If you can read, if you can actually sit down, or you got an audiobook, it's the same principle. And they will explain shit to you. They will break shit down for you.
We're having a sale on brooms. Oh no, wait. My programming is telling me we never have sales. Maybe you should buy something else.
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Oh, goody.
This whole society is going to be 90% ammo based. It's going to be like the Metro society, where bullets are used as currency, whether it be buying food or buying half an hour with the local hooker. Piper, come on. I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. Come on. Hi. I'll go into your house then. Follow me in there. It's your house, after all. The barber's thing is broken. But yeah, HBO Cyberpunk could really do a good job. I wouldn't get the people who made Game of Thrones, and I don't mean the later series, I mean the early series. Instead, and I really mean this, get the motherfuckers who wrote The Sopranos. Because the setting speaks for itself. A shit ton of neon. Machines can almost do everything. And a whole lot of 80s motifs. It speaks for itself. But what you want is someone who can write a human story in cyberpunk setting. That is the key thing. All these settings are all well and good, but the best ones are the ones that combine the human elements. Take Cowboys, for example. John Ford set the stage with the absolutely beautiful landscape of the American Southwest. Okay, good, great, fantastic. But it was the characters that made his movies epic. Same with spaghetti westerns. Man with No Name. Fucking John Wayne. Yul Brynner. Take your pick. Those were cowboy films because they were like human films. They were films about greed and letting shit go. That's why this game series is so heavily inspired by cowboy stuff. It's why, to a degree, the Mad Max series is inspired by cowboy stuff. Which game series, of course, also heavily is inspired by. I just made beans and rice. That's a healthy choice. Ooh, that's a sour wine. That is a sour wine. What is this motherfucker? It's a Sauvignon Blanc. Sriracha. That's the name of it. Woo! Taste. Wine of Moldavia! Holy fuck nuggets! Crisp, dry, white wine. Very fruity. Yeah, if a fucking crab apple could be turned into a wine, I guess so. Perfect with fish, light meat dish, and salad. No. Served well chilled. Yes. I imagine this bit colder. I'm always into white wines. You must notice that. Most of you probably noticed that by now when I have wine. It's always white. I like my rosés and I like my reds, but no, I don't like really my reds. I like cooking with reds. Get yourself some sausage, get yourself some garlic, some onion. One of those little things that have like Italian seasoning on the side of it, and get yourself a really cheap but a really thick wine, red wine. Like a Merlot, something out of France. Really cheap shit. And throw that in. Wait until the sausages are already starting to cook. Don't throw it in straight away. Throw in garlic, your pepper, your spices, all that shit down. Then sprinkle it. Like sprinkle it and keep flinging it around on the pan until the sausages are done, and then bam, the sausages will soak up all that flavor, and you have yourself a pretty standout sausage. I'm talking about the good or at least the big sausages, by the way. Like, not those cheapy packs of like 350 ones. Get a chunky monkey right there. Maybe apple cooked sausages. Those are really nice. Don't try that with bacon. Oh god, there it is again. What the fuck? I know why this is. Oh my god, I'm a fucking idiot. Moldavia's wines would be very similar to Greece's wines, and I can't stand Greek wines. Okay. You want yourself something that's very fruity, very sweet. Get yourself a Moldavian wine. Oh. Everyone always thinks I'll just drink anything. If I see that on the wine list, I'm going to be inherently like... I've turned away bottles of wine before. LAV Hearts, big chunky sausage. Hey, once it turns a deep, dark black, then I love that black sausage. That big, girthy black sausage. So much better than those small, scrawny, white sausages. If there were like proper Nazis in the chat right now, they'd be like frayed up as fuck. I should know. That was we once, boy. You talk to me, and I can break you free of those bad habits. Ugh. But no joke aside. Sriracha, white wine, trash, absolute trash. 12%. It's not even all that strong. This is why, even if you don't know much about wine, you know a lot about the labels. Pick your fucking labels. Don't pick just because it has a higher price tag. Sometimes those higher price tags let you down. I'd love some beans and rice right now. When I go to sleep, when I wake up, I'm going to get myself some beans and rice. I like throwing in curry powder, and chili powder, and the like. Garlic, of course, because I live for the garlic, pepper. Then, I don't know.
Look alive. Hey, Piper.
You know, you look like you could really use this. These things have literally saved my life.
Sugar bombs. Okay.
Your thoughts?
Doing the right thing rarely makes you popular. But I don't think I could live with myself otherwise.
Oh, nothing.
Alright.
Alright, well, she's not talking. BBS. More like BBC, am I right? Yo! No, because I'm Caucasian, but... BWC? Yeah. Hey. Regardless of the B, you are all still a K, and that is a king. BAC is a thing? Good old Nat. Your dress makes you look like a dork, but still. Oh yeah, that's right.
Hey, Mo. Hey, it's you. Hey, find any of those baseball
Look at that shake.
Got them all right here. I like your gumption. Let me take a look. This baseball. It's the real deal. You'd sign one of these and give it to the children of anyone you killed on the field.
Heh.
Look at that card. See,
I love his idea of what baseball was.
to death by the player. Check out the leather on that mitt. Really good players use them to catch bullets. True fact there. That's everything on the list.
You can break his heart, but I've never had the heart to do it.
As far as I'm concerned, you're now a part of baseball collector history.
What the hell? I'm surprised he's not called Ken Burns. Living in hate is poison to yourself. Of course. It's why when they win, they still lose. Did you see? Nick Fuentes is starting to turn on Trump now. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a royal arswipe. Fuck. About politics, about policy, about improvement. They care about the memes, about being a part of something, being whipped up into a thing. And once reality kicks in, once they get their meme god into office, you know what's going to happen? They're going to be like, oh, he can always let us down from here on out. You know why? Because he's a fucking politician, you dumb fucks. Said fuck a lot there. At the end of the day, all you can do is just, you know, try to make the world as good for as many people as possible, standing up for the little guy. And it's unfortunate, but it's usually when you're standing up for the little guy, it's usually against the establishment, which should be designed to help people. Equally, too. Like, as I always say, if billionaires were to just give away a little bit of their wealth, that would benefit them, because where would the bulk of the... If Jeff Bezos gave away $1 billion a year to random people on the street, like every day, he just hired some motherfucker to go out and hand out at least $1 billion to different people every fucking single day. You know what the bulk of those people would do? They'd spend it on Amazon. He would get it back. I mean, they'd do other things with it too. They'd pay off their college loans and their medical bills. They'd buy food and pay off rent. But what would those people do with that money? They'd probably spend on Amazon. It's like so self-defeating, and it's so short. Whoops. It's so short minded. Short-sighted, that's the word I'm looking for. Welcome back to Pulpit Energy Videos, where every few days you have to go to church and listen to Low Energy point out the obvious. If it was so fucking obvious, you motherfuckers wouldn't need to be told it. Ah, I did it again. Adds fire damage per day? Damn. take, 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 take. Oops. Too much take. No, I lost my chest piece. I'm so exposed. My breasts are exposed for your pleasure. I don't like that. You haven't gone to my OnlyFans yet. You haven't gone to my Patreon. You haven't liked, shared, and subscribed. Except, actually, no, some of you have, so... Damn, maybe I am owed a tit shot. My shoddy internet keeps lagging. Oh, shit. I told Metal Monkey that if the internet was fucking up, he just had to knock at the door. It's 2 match nights tonight. I told him that if push comes to shove, I'll end the stream early, but he didn't knock at the door yet. He didn't come into the chat. He's the sort of person who would come into the chat and be like, yeah, could you, like, you promised that if things went bad. Which, for the record, I would. So... I'm lucky in that regard. Because I get to ramble while getting drunk on wine and gin. Really shitty wine, too. Ugh. Got another one from Chile. And you know it's Chile because it has an alpaca on the front of it. You guys would pay this a lot more for this wine, these sort of wines, because of shipping, but Europe. But then again, Chile is closer to America than it is to Ireland. Maybe I'm paying a little bit more for that, but I'm probably paying a little less for the Moldavian stuff. You know what? You can fucking keep it. Ugh. Should have picked something else. Well, that's why you test. That's why you go out and you find the shit out. Alright. Let's put the boob straps back on. Already did. Good. And let's transfer the Vault 111 jumpsuit. Okay. Aha! Power! Endless sexual power. Okay. Came out the Super Duper Mart. I mean... Oh no! No, not yet. Not yet. Report your success at 10 plus. Not yet. Oh! Alright, I need to remember where the what's it? The castle? I need to remember where the castle is. It's around here somewhere. Is that it? Maybe one of these areas. So let's start by going to the Hayward Tower and then moving out towards the coast. We get to the coast, we find the castle. Once we find the castle, then I'm going to clear the castle and I'm going to go back to Preston Garvey and become the head of the Minutemen. Not an easy thing to do. So I'll come back for my power. Oh, I'm in it. Alright, well, I guess I will survive. Sure wasn't a guy with power armor, that's for sure. Hi! Hello, two guns. God, we're getting all sorts coming in tonight. We had none other than the guy who ruins everything, Shabisky, in earlier. And the human being popped in. Always nice. Two guns. Use your power of guns to tell me. I have a mod to create this. The suppressed automatic honey badger from the terrible game Warfighter. But is this an MP5 that's been heavily modified, or is it something else? It uses 5.56, but that might be an in-game mechanic. I mean, after all, you can put 50 cals into a fucking rifle. It's got the retractable stock. Like, if it's not, is it like was it the UMP or something? As it happens, I know exactly what this is. Hey, look over there. Okay, what? Two guns? Where did you go? Yo, seriously, I was actually asking if you were in the chat earlier, if you could help us out. When it comes down to guns, I clearly I'm smart enough to lean in on you. I know a little bit about guns for sure, but like Christ, there's a world I don't even pretend to start. So, what is it? It's clearly being modified. I don't just mean the paint job. But what exactly is this bad boy? I'll keep it up on screen until I get an answer. Gives me an opportunity to drink more wine. Terrible, terrible Moldavian wine. I can type it all out. I can come on the mic if you want. Ooh, what do you say, Chad? Should I bring him on mic? Yeah, because last time you guys couldn't hear the mic. This was the cause. I now know what the problem is. Alright, I can do with a bit of company. Alright. Let me drag you in. Don't switch. T is for two gun. Let's create a new. I will just create a whole new world. Mike. Alright, we're gonna get ourselves some two guns. The chat is in complete agreement here. Yo.
Hi.
Okay, I can hear you. You guys in the chat, are you gonna tell me if you can hear him or not?
Hi, hello, I'm here with Lev, cause I'm cooler than you. Get fucked.
Nepotism, motherfuckers! You have to swallow that pride and get in front of the camera and strip for others' pleasures. Eventually, though, you're the one setting the tone.
Yeah, I mean, how's it going, man? We're talking about guns. I'm your gun guy.
Yeah, no wonder you wanted to get into the chat really quickly.
Well, I'm literally like half working on my gecko tank, and I was just listening to you, and then you had the question, and I ran over. So here I am.
Oh, cool. Yeah, apparently chat can hear. So yeah, just so you know, every once in a while I can kind of hear myself. I clip in for like half a second, then I pop out.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen anymore. I'm using push to talk on my laptop, and I had you on my desktop speakers, but that has been fixed, so it should be good.
Okay, they're saying you're a little low, but other than that, they can hear you. And I think I know the reason why. That's on my end. I've been keeping the desktop low. So let me hire the desktop up a little bit higher. Okay, right.
Thanks
so
for letting me just hop on like this. It's awesome.
Yeah, but for God's sake, I'm low energy videos. For God's sake, you think I have any decorum, any prep? Shit'll just. And this was really ad hoc. I'm still hearing myself occasionally. 100%. By the way.
That'd be when you're talking on mic and I'm holding push to talk. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to shut up and you're going to tell me exactly what gun the Honey Badger is.
Yeah, so the Honey Badger was designed by a company called Q, the letter Q, as in Star Trek Q. It is an AR-15 pattern, short-barreled rifle, designed for, I forget who, it might have been the SEALs, it might have been someone else, some U.S. Special Forces group. And it was designed originally for the 300 AAC Blackout cartridge, which is a newer round. It was, the case is dimensionally identical almost to the 5.56. However, it has a bullet diameter closer to the 7.62 Russian that you know from AKs. So it's a bigger bullet, designed to move, originally designed to move at subsonic speeds. So when you suppress it, it's really quiet instead of like closer to movie quiet. Still not, but much closer than a supersonic bullet would be. And it's ballistically comparable to the AK-47, firing from a super small AR-15, basically, in most respects, with a lot of Gucci refinements to make it work in such a small package. But yeah, it's basically an AR-15, but Gucci'd out for a specific cartridge. And the reason why it's in 5.56 in the game, like you said, is a game mechanic. There's probably a mod for it to make it the original.
Well, the whole thing is a mod. I mean,
like, you know what I'm saying, like Caliber X.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, and in game, I think there is a mod to increase the caliber to 50 cals. So imagine firing.
Here's the thing. I mean, the bullets of vanilla Fallout are pretty stupid compared to real life. They don't make a lot of sense. In 50 cal's case, there is a 50 cal AR-15. It exists in real life. It's not the 50. It's not the 50 BMG. It's not the big honking fucking
sniper rifle that destroys armored cars and shit.
Yeah, it's not the Ma Deuce, but it is a 50 caliber.
He got
but with an even longer case. Oh. Yeah, and you fit about like 10 of them in a magazine because they're huge, and it kicks like a fucking mule because it's just an AR-15.
So this obviously the downside, of course, would be range. You wouldn't be taking pot shots from across a town square with one of these motherfuckers. You're bursting into a room and not even spraying an area, but kind of like popping shots off.
Tight burst, center mass, and head. Ideally with a suppressor on.
Well, this thing automatically comes with a suppressor, so I'm guessing because it's based off that terrible Call of Duty game, what's it called, Warfighter, and someone modded it into the Fallout game, and the Honey Badger is, of course, they tried to make it iconic, and I guess some sort of gun nut who also mods for Fallout 4 was like, wow, I love that gun so much, I'm going to put it in exactly into this game. And I was like, ooh, a gun. I like guns. But when but it's so unusual to make in game that I kind of was like, there has to be something to it. And when I looked at it, it looked like it could be like several different guns and my limited power. I'm not quite a novice when it comes down to gun lore, but I am nowhere near even a journeyman yet. Maybe I'm a late stage novice, you know.
I am all too happy to help with that whenever you like.
I should be back in Diamond City's store because I have tons of mods of actual guns, like real life guns that have like their names, but they come in multiple like styles, and I'm wondering like what the benefit. All right, here's an example. Are you watching the stream right now?
Over my shoulder, yes. There's like a 20 or 30-second delay.
Okay, wait until you see the Marksman Calibrated Power Sniper Rifle.
I see it on your Pip-Boy in the menu. Are you? I can't really see the stats.
Well, the stats don't really matter because it says it's 308 and all that. But look at the style of it. Is it based off of Dragunov?
No, not a Dragunov. There's a little bit of a resemblance with the thumbhole stock going on. But no, I think it's just like a Gucci'd out like hunting rifle pattern. If you travel in those circles, you'll see stuff in this sort of vein.
I'm guessing the 3 little slots there underneath the barrel add to the like the fucking the recoil or the heating. Like, what benefit would that bring to the game?
It's a few little things. It's cosmetic. It may add some bit of barrel cooling, but with a bolt action rifle, well, I mean, in this game you're going to use it a lot, most likely. But real life, you're not going to be like, unless you find yourself in a zombie apocalypse on a tower with a bolt gun, you're not going to be using it enough for the heat of the barrel to really matter. Or really, I guess in like a heated war zone. That'll heat it up too. But for just a schmuck Gucci'ing out his rifle, it's more cosmetic than heating.
Yeah, Gucci is just pure cosmetic, right?
Well, not necessarily cosmetic. But when I say Gucci, I kind of also feel like there might be some practical implication to it. But yeah, I would also include stuff that's just gaudy. For fun,
like pearl handles on pistols and shit like that.
Like quality of life improvements that aren't like needed, but cool to have or nice to have or convenient in some way. And like the way that stock is cut out, what that's doing is weakening the stock, really. But with a sufficiently strong material that you can probably afford to give up that like material strength back there in exchange for the weight savings. But don't go butt stroking people in the face with it too often.
I mean that's kind of why I got the bayonet in the front there.
Well, look at that bayonet for a second. But actually, you know what?
That's gonna fuck with the fire when it's fired, isn't it?
Yeah. One more point and hey, these materials could be strong enough to take it, but like with plastic with like plastics. If you beat on it, it's going to crack eventually. With the ones we have, and I mean, there may be something crazy strong, but anyway, on those holes on the front, the one other thing they could be would be attachment points for accessories. There are systems with like there's whole like literally imagine Legos but for gun parts. There are systems that exist for.
Isn't that what the Glock was originally made for? It was to be completely like broken up and put back together super quickly with different like attachments and shit.
Sort of, kinda. They were referring. You said Glock.
Yeah.
Glock, like this swappable chassis system where the serialized part inside the gun to comply with U.S. law and to just make long-term maintenance easier. You can just like slide the internal components of the gun out and like either replace all the parts inside of it or swap in a whole basically new gun into an existing like plastic sleeve, the part you actually grip. There's that part. To some extent, there's a level of like caliber swappability just by taking the slide off of one gun and putting it onto the other within pretty narrow ranges across model types. Like you can swap you can put like a 40 Smith & Wesson barrel on a upper on the bottom half that otherwise belonged to like a 9mm originally with some tweaks. But there are better examples of modularity in more modern guns. The Glock is 50 years old, I think, and they've kind of been a one-trick pony in terms of they make pistols. They make pistols with a very, very narrow range of substantial components and controls, and they do little itty bitty refinements over the years, some of which are kind of hilarious and not necessarily refinements, depending on the generation. Glock is funny, but the point is you could slide some flashlights onto that thing. That bayonet, though, I mean, have you looked at it? It's just a blade on like what?
It's a K-bar, isn't it? They just strapped a K-bar underneath.
That, I mean, if you jab that thing into something once, it could deform in all sorts of ways on that ring where it's attached. There's like no material security.
Yeah, it's just there's no like back to it. Where's the base of it? Like you need something solid for it to.
Like the weight of the blade itself could make it bend forward. You know, like it's kind of shitty.
It's also going to fuck up with the actual when obviously I've geared it towards being a sniper rifle. So when you're aiming down the barrel, doesn't that fuck up with the overall accuracy of it? Having a lopsided weapon like that. Like I was looking at the Ripley's bastard right there. Imagine using that one-handed. You have to be a fucking monster to be able to wield this right. Look how heavy it is.
Waiting for the delay to catch up.
Like it's a 44. It's based off the from the Aliens movie. It's a mod I have installed, and it's the sidearm. Apparently, the Colonial Marines all used. They used a fucking what's that? A six chambered fucking revolver. But look at against xenomorphs. Yeah, okay, but
here's the thing: it's a very, very that's a real design.
That's real.
Yeah. Now, can you equip it and like show it to me in first person?
Yeah, I can do that. By the way, let's have a look at the chat.
Oh yeah.
I thought Warfighter was Medal of Honor, not Call of Duty. You're right. My bad. It was either way. It was absolute shite. Yeah. Here it is. It's nighttime, but I'll put up against the moon. This is what it looks like.
Waiting for the delay. Let me see if I'm on live. Yep.
You can't obviously see it that well. So
but yeah, while I'm waiting, a quick touch on the Honey Badger. Like you can purchase one in the U.S. It won't be fully automatic, but you can get a semi-automatic one if you do the paperwork, and it is extra paperwork over most guns.
So yeah, it's basically a semi-automatic that fires like proper military grade rounds.
Well, I mean, don't be bedazzled by military grade rounds. In fact, if anything, military grade usually means it's worse than commercial. Because they buy in bulk as cheap as they can. But in a caliber developed with a military purpose, yes. But the same can also be said of most calibers ever.
Yeah. I mean, it's there was never a real distinction between the gentleman hunter and the fucking lineman infantry fighting in the trenches of World War I. Was there? It was always just kind of.
I bet numerically speaking, there are more calibers that were made for, or at least that saw use in more in commercial uses than in military.
Yeah, because they need to get it as organized and simple as possible, right? They need to get it just like one or two.
The logistics of supply chain are a fucking nightmare, especially in the early days of firearms.
Yeah.
And by early days, I mean, in particular, more like the adolescent days of the late 19th, early 20th century and around the world wars.
Sure, that's why a lot of them were built to use enemy ammunition. That's why the Sten gun could use the same bullets as the MP40.
I mean, the best example of that, in my opinion, excluding the AK-47, which just broke the fucking game on that front. But adjacent to the AK is the Finnish. The centuries-long feuding between Finland and Russia. From the jump, Finland has pretty much been, as far as I'm aware, I'm not an expert on any history, let alone Finland, but from what I've heard, they have, for almost as long as guns have been around, have just been using repurposing and back engineering whatever the Russians throw up and they capture. up to and including the AK. They have their own version.
If they can't buy it, they'll steal it. Even I know that.
Yeah, like the Finnish Mosin Nagant. If you've heard of the Mosin, it was a prominent it was the prominent Russian one rifle.
Yep.
And for a long time was dirt fucking cheap on the U.S. market. They've come a bit up because all the surplus is running out. But like they're kind of crap for the day, and that's kind of the joke. But the Finnish took them and made them fucking as good as they could be.
Dude, I know you. We'll get back to Ripley's Bastards in a minute, but you do watch that show that's often paired with the First World War, right? The gun.
Would you, while we're talking, because we have the delay, would you mind getting out of your power armor and showing me?
Oh yeah, sure.
I'm trying to get a gauge of it.
But the what was the name of the damn show? It was like the something Arsenal or something like that, and they
in Arsenal.
Yes, that's the one. Guy Beard, I think his girlfriend or wife or friend, I don't know, but she often fires the gun out in the range. And they often did like a lot of World War One stuff. Obviously, I mean, it was a World War One show. They were showing the weapons of different countries and stuff like that. This is the pistols of every country. Here's the rifles of Britain during World War One. Here's the pistols of France during World War One. It was some solid shit. But you sound the spitting image of that dude right now.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I watch a lot of his shit. I watch that channel all the time. CN Arsenal is, I mean, we're talking like anywhere from 30 to hour and a half long, deep historical dives on specific firearms and families of firearms.
Just look at any video he's ever done where it's like just a horde of guns behind him. Oh my god. And they're all antiques as well, as far as I can tell.
That is a modest collection from some of the stuff I've seen. And that's only what you see on camera. Obviously, it's a much bigger collection.
Anyway, yeah, the Ripley's, so we don't get too off topic, the Ripley's pistol here, Ripley's Bastard. Here it is.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's a little big, but not as big as some revolvers you can buy on the market. No, I would say, no, it's legitimately big. It's not a little big. It's legitimately big. It's not insane big.
Is it designed to be a bludgeon object? Like, what's the benefit of being that big?
Design is not specifically any one gun, as far as I can tell, but it is definitely related to several real ones. I'm thinking of two specifically, both of which I believe are available mods for the game. The Matiba Model 6, I know Millennia did that one, and that's actually a semi-automatic revolver, which there are only like 3 of those have ever been made, and it's fucking crazy. Or I don't know about crazy, but it's cool if you're a gun nut like me. And then it also resembles the Chiappa Rhino.
I recognize the term Rhino, and that's what I thought of. And I do have a mod for the Rhino in Fallout New Vegas.
That could be either one of them, or maybe it's a bit of both. It's tough to say exactly, because it's like from a movie, right?
Yeah, it's based off Aliens, the second one in the Aliens trilogy, the one where it went all action.
When did that come out?
80s, I think. Maybe the 70s was the one for the original. So.
Model 6, because I think the Chiappa Rhino came later.
Okay.
And the Rhino.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to skip time and wait until the store reopens in Diamond City, and I'm going to show you some of the other ones, and you can tell me just what they're based off. Because, for example, the combat armor, I honestly had not the combat armor, the combat rifle, for example, looks familiar, but I can't fucking quite place it. So let's speed up a little bit of time and wait until we'll wait until the stores reopen. Guns and Bullets.
He's Gun Jesus. Talking to the chat.
Yeah, good old Gun Jesus coming to save the gun day.
Also, In Range TV is cool. He works a lot. In fact, Ian from Forgotten Weapons is a regular partner of In Range TV, and they do. That guy does a wide arrangement of stuff. He does like competition shooting to but with all kinds of shit, all kinds of crazy historical guns he's building, whatever he can get his fucking hands on and wants to evaluate. He puts through competitions all the time. He also does like Old West and Black Powder historical videos. He lives out in Arizona, and he'll go to like some site about it for an hour. It's really
I know I've watched people like load and brown breasts and the like. They're usually reenactors. Hell, I've seen people use hand cannons from the 12th century, you know, that were just like tubes with a massive wick at the base, and it would be guys in full suits of plate armor that fired them, and there was like no guarantee it would hit anything, and they would even do that much damage, but it was like cave paintings on the wall, right? Like it was a baby step to something else.
Yeah, big time.
Well, in the case of the Turks, big time with their fucking artillery.
Lately, the algorithm's been recommending me to rewatch a Forgotten Weapons video on the Afghan Jazail, their muzzle loading rifles from Afghanistan.
I recognize the term Jazail.
I mean, they're muzzle loaders. Like they're kind of crap, and they were made crudely in the desert. But they're also pretty elegant and interesting and like crazy.
I love their handles. They're so pretty. By the way, here's the AK-47, right? Now...
Just seeing you get to Arturo now.
Okay, so... I'm rotating the AK-47 around. It's the most bog standard AK-47 I've seen since playing GSGO. It's also the weapon of 10,000 different revolutions. And probably many, many armies. It's solid, it's effective, it gets the shit done. The licensing of this motherfucker is no longer Russian, correct?
Licensing the AK no longer exists.
Yeah, anyone who has a gun forge will probably break their teeth using this motherfucker for their first gun, right?
Pretty much. I mean, well, if you mean to ask, like I didn't fire an AK until years after I first fired guns.
No, but I mean, like, if you have like a gun like a forge set up in some third world war zone somewhere, it's a good chance the first gun they're gonna make is some knockoff version of the AK, correct?
Kinda. So there's another Forgotten Weapons video that focuses on the crude shit that people try to assemble in caves as total novices, and just because they need a gun as fast as they can make one.
Yeah, like the Nazis in 1945 made that one that was just a hunk of wood.
You're not making an AK easily. The AK has a several reputations, some of which are deserved and some of which are not. And ease of manufacture is not really a thing. Like, they were very sophisticated for the day. They do use stamped metal parts as a cost-saving measure, but for the simplicity and the elegance and the ruggedness, there is ease of manufacture on like a military scale with a budget. But if you don't have those stamping machines to stamp out the receivers, you have all your work ahead of you. From what
no, I'm under the assumption that, all right, let's say a former Soviet sort of satellite state.
The reason why they're all over the fucking world is because the Russians didn't just pump them out as fast as they could to every Cold War interest they had in the Cold War.
They gave them the schematics to make them, right?
Yeah, they did do that, and so every government power that could, I'm certain, was producing them. They were also shipping them in as fast as they could, and because it was the USSR, every puppet state within that union that had arms factories or could build them fast enough was also pumping them out. But because, I mean, you're not just building one gun. You have a gazillion of them. You have like dozens of different countries with different skill sets and different raw materials handy and different stages in the supply chain, all trying to build the AK with fairly considerable variations of success. And the boondock, mountain folk of the Middle East are the least likely to be making anything properly approximating an AK in terms of function.
No, they go to like the border region of some like dictatorship and sell a bunch of heroin to a corrupt like military depot official, and he gives them like 5,000 rifles. That's how I always saw it.
They're shipping them in, and they're doing repairs as they're able. But they're shipping in these guns, and like people think of the AK in the West as being super cheap. Well, it's only because there were a gazillion of them, and now that the import ban, I believe Obama stopped importing, allowed the commercial importing of rifles as if they would curb anything at all when it comes to guns. All of a sudden the prices over here are much, not because of their complexity of manufacture, but because of the scarcity. Although, in my opinion, it's kind of balanced out in the same area. Like you can buy American-made AK-47 pattern weapons.
Yeah.
They'll be under different names because there's no licensing to worry about in terms of the patents or anything. They're all 80, 90 years old or whatever. But you're going to pay like upwards of $1,000 for a good AK. The same you have to pay for a good AR-15 or a
the same sort of AK you'd pay a decent amount of money for be the same sort of AK that you'd see in like national militaries, like decent militaries, not like fucking rebels in the hill.
Yeah, not the shit that's been sitting in surplus for a decade or two, or even a couple years. The stuff that's new issue, yes.
All right, now we move on to something that I know a little bit about, the Tommy gun. Wasn't this incredibly expensive at the time to produce, on average?
Yeah. Yep.
So
I don't know the exact prices, but I know that, like, okay, so this was, I believe, I think they called it the M1. The American military went to M's for everything, and I think it was either the M1 or the M2. I forget. There's a reason why the grease gun was the M3. It was cheap, it was light, and it did the job of hosing.
And you can put bullets individually into the thing. Isn't that useful?
You have to open the back of these goofy drums. Although the military mostly use stick mags anyway.
I know, but let's be honest here. When we think of a Tommy gun, we think of a guy in a pinstripe suit driving along in a car and just opening fire into a shop window with one of these motherfuckers.
The 1928 Thompson, like with the fancy foregrip. It's funny because in this game they don't give you the foregrip even as an option.
That's right. Yeah, you have this little tiny like chain thing there, which I'm guessing is for like a sling.
Yep, sling loop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's an oversight. Don't get me started about the weapons of Fallout 4, goddammit. Don't even get me started. I could go on forever.
Ooh, here's something that's in thousands of National Depot unions across America, I imagine. This beauty right here, that's the one from Nam, right?
Wait for it. What's it called?
It says converted hair trigger carbine. So what, the M16, M15?
You're in the menu.
Oh, and by the way, chat, if you're not cool with us going into gun nerd shit, then there's numerous other things you could do, like watching me have sex with your dad. That comes later, so you actually might have to wait on that as well. So in the meantime, watch us talk about gun nerd shit, and like, share, and subscribe.
Yeah, gun nerds. So I see the rifle. That is it's like it's definitely like an AR pattern. I mean, if you're just look at the general profile of the receiver, you know, the bit where from the part where the scope attaches up top to where the magazine inserts below, and the general profile of the hand grip, that whole middle chunk of the rifle, AR-15, 9,000%. And in fact, going by the upper and the way that the handle looks in the scope, it's indicative of like the early like 70s Vietnam era pattern, just like you said.
And by the way, that's a K-bar right there. Look at those hand grips. Look at that finger grip. Look how far back on the ammo it is. Or back in the... It's not K-bar, it's something close to it.
Nope.
That's not K-bar?
That, I've never seen a bayonet that looks like that. In World War I, there were knives that were fashioned that way for trench fighting. And then after that, they were made as like props and stuff. Not aware of them ever really being used in combat for one thing. Certainly not as a bayonet.
It looks like an actual knife, but
yeah, I mean, like that weapon as a knife existed in some shape and form over the years for sure. But it's a K-Bar K-Bar for one thing is a company, and it's kind of like Kleenex. They have like a range of knives.
Oh, okay.
But the K-Bar that you think of is a pretty distinctive thing. I think if you look it up, like just Google image it or whatever.
I had a mod for K-Bars in this game, and I unsold it. It would have saved us a lot of time.
It's single edge, ridge back with a clipped tip, clipped and bent back. Very distinctive. Almost looks like an M2 hand grenade from World War II that was squished into a blade handle with like the knurling it has. Not quite, but you'll see if you look it up. It's a real iconic thing. I think some people might think fighting knife or combat knife and associate it with K-Bar, and that's for good reason, because the K-Bar is fucking rad.
Yeah. It's probably what I'm doing.
My buddy a few of my buddies have them. They're cool. They're cool as fuck. But there's
it's another version of the same gun. It looks, in some respects, downgraded. In other respects, more like, well, as it says, light carbine. It's designed to be a little lighter, I guess.
Is it? I'm still waiting for it to come up. Is it also the AR?
Yeah. It's pretty big. It's got that chunky ribbed drum going on there, and has a much
light carbine.
Yeah.
Never seen that scope. That red dot before. I'm pretty sure that's made up.
I think in game it's called glow reflex. The idea being that immediately without thinking, you bring it up and you use it to focus on a single.
Well, yeah, no, that's a thing in general in real life. But the red dot sight on the light carbine as designed, I've never seen it in that form.
Let's see. This is a 12 gauge, right? This shotgun here.
Waiting for it. What's it called?
It's called Marksman Heavy Hunting Shotgun. Does it make life easier for you?
Shotgun. Still waiting for it to come up. Does it have like a camo pattern and stuff?
No, it's gunmetal, I think, or it's black. I don't know which. I'm partly colorblind, so.
I mean, me too. Oh yeah, dude, I love this mod. This one like single loads the shells, right?
Yeah. When you reload your.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, like if you, it should have custom animations where like it only reloads as many shells as you fired. Does it do that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's only a few of those for Fallout 4, which boggles my fucking mind because they did it in New Vegas. But
you need the script. Well, it's a different engine. Don't forget that. This is a. Well, when I say engine, I mean the giant quotation. But
yeah, I don't humor any excuse for shit like that. They didn't do it. They didn't want to do it. They're lazy.
But this is the Moss. Am I right saying Mossberg?
It is one of two things, or adjacent to one of two things. Either a Mossberg 500, 590 pattern.
My favorite shotgun in New Vegas.
870. The Remington 870 and the Mossberg 500 series are nearly identical. The two most popular pump action shotguns, at least in the U.S. that I'm aware of.
Yeah, this is the cop shotgun, isn't it? This is what they have in the back seat.
They're extremely similar, and I'm not enough of an expert to actually tell the difference with this mod. I don't even know if the detail differences between the two real guns are even captured in this mod, and I've used this mod all the time. If I ever looked, I forget now. So it's think generic pump action shotgun. That's what this is.
Yeah, either generic shotgun or those automatic shotguns that what they always call spaz. The spaz shotguns that aren't that. I know that for a fact that's not the real name. This is just a 44, right?
Spaz 12 is a very unique shotgun. Most prominently of Jurassic Park fame, but in lots of in every video game and movie you can think of. And funny enough, a kind of a finicky. I mean, it's a cool semi-automatic shotgun, and also pump action. It switches, but there are actually better examples, and I don't think they're made anymore. I'm looking at the 44 now. I mean, again, any number of many different revolvers out there. I'm inclined to call it, because it's a 44, just the Dirty Harry gun, the Model 29 Smith & Wesson,
just with a small barrel.
Similar, yeah.
I watched a guy get shot with a 38 snub. It was very loud. And
in real life?
Yeah, in Paris. I've talked about this before. It was outside my hotel room. I heard an argument outside, and these two Algerian guys were fighting over girls. And one of the guys was the bouncer of the place, as far as I could tell. And he looked like a mixture of Vin Diesel and Mr. Clean. He was a big motherfucking dude. And he was shouting at this scrawny motherfucker in this sort of satin shirt, and that guy pulled one of these motherfuckers out, or something similar to this, and fucking fired into the guy's chest, and he dropped just straight on his back, and that was it.
Yeah, guns are fucking loud, by the way.
In an alleyway, twice as loud.
Well, yeah, inside it's insane. If you've ever gone to an indoor gun range, or
I've heard guns shooting outside. I don't think I've ever been indoors while guns were firing.
You will be praying for hearing protection, even with just a shot or three. It is stupid loud, with the exception of a 22 is bearable, but your ears could still ring afterward in a hallway. And that's why sound suppressors are safety devices and not movie villain burglar tools. God damn it, U.S. law.
Yeah, but you have to understand that Agent 47 looks very sexy when he puts his silencers on his gun.
Yeah, and his guns make zero noise, so which is definitely
extra hilarious, because the soundtrack normally is building up really heavily at that point. So there's definitely got to be noise. That's actually it for Arturo. So yeah, I mean, we can talk about non-gun stuff, or that could be it, you know.
Don't you want me, baby?
Well, I actually need to pee regardless, so keep them company.
Okay, hi chat. My daddy used to say, my daddy used to say, blah, blah, blah. How do you like that? I like that, Bill Porty. I like guns a lot, man. I always did. My mom was actually worried when I was a kid, because I was building guns out of Legos, and I always wanted the gun toys, and I always wanted to play pretend shooty stuff with my friends. And then I got into airsoft, which is real looking guns that shoot pretty much safe little BBs at your friends, and I did that for a long time. I still have a ton of that gear locked up in closets and stuff. I really want to. I would love to get back into it. I do not have the space for yet another space or time.
Two guns. Stop with all the racism, please. Please, Two Guns. Oh my God, the level of racism.
I'm full of hate. I can't help it.
Endless. The slurs. My God, the slurs.
I was just talking about airsoft and how I used to do that. You ever do that?
I actually have done airsoft. There's actually an airsoft range right around the corner near the archery. Actually, in the same place as the archery range.
I haven't played airsoft in I don't know, 6 years longer. Definitely longer, probably 10. I have so much gear I wasted grocery store money on. Just sitting, collecting dust, sitting doing nothing. I just don't have the room or time to get back into it. I have so many other things I barely do and need to.
It's pretty popular out here.
Yeah. I mean, I started off by saying I always loved guns and gun toys and that sort of thing. I've been fascinated with them forever. And my mom I overheard her talking on the phone to somebody at some point as a kid. I don't know, maybe he'll be a police officer someday. But I never had any. And adjacent to that,
you never hated black people, so that was the first sign right there.
Adjacent to that, I was picked on and bullied all the time as a kid. If my behavior were different, there would have been, I wouldn't have blamed somebody for thinking I was going to be a problem. But I never ever wanted to be violent with anybody, and still don't. I just really like guns. I think they're really neat as machines and the history around them, and they're fun to play with in safe, responsible ways. So that's it. That's me and the shooty stuff.
Or at least you were born in the right country for it. Christ, I feel sorry for you if you were in the States, in the UK or something like that. Try to get a gun in fucking. Well, I'm trying to think of a place. Maybe a Norwegian country, something like that.
I know you can do it in Finland. I know that there's a good culture, good gun culture in Germany, Switzerland. They all have very. I don't know them all in and out by any means, but they all have very different, very interesting. I mean, dude, just with socialized medicine. I don't want to spin off into a whole topic about this, but just to say quickly, for the same reason that we can appropriate other countries' social systems to better our country, we can do the same thing
with gun culture.
And I want a very open, accessible gun culture, but I don't want to be fucking stupid and negligent. And we've been stupid and negligent. I want to keep all the shit that I have, and I'm willing to do don't start banning shit. Give me a path to gun citizenship. Okay, that's all I want. Keep it simple.
Here's a question for you. If someone put out a plan that required you to give up your guns, but in time you could get them back, but also give up a sort of, how to put this, you give up your rights for a little bit and then they give it back to you. Would you take that chance? Or would you be like, no, I'm putting my foot in the ground?
I'll say that I'm more likely to take that chance than most gun nuts you'll ever hear from. I would similarly be very apprehensive of that proposal.
I don't think anyone wouldn't.
Because of governance in general, particularly mine, and its shenanigans. It's many incessant shenanigans. There are good reasons, if you value this right, to be suspicious of attempts to revise it.
Isn't that the core of the whole point of the gun rights? Is just the idea that you want to keep your government from being too tyrannical?
Yes, at its most reduced, I would say that's fair, if not.
I mean, Alex Jones talks about forming militias, but a few drones will take care of his militia pretty quick, right?
No, not necessarily, but I don't want to get into that right now. To answer your question more fully, I would be willing. I would still sit at that table opposite that proposal, and I would say, okay, how about this? Give me your requirements. Let me meet them, because I already have these things. and if I fail, take them.
I don't think you would in any realistic. You particularly, I don't think you would.
I know.
But you know people who would, and how do you think some of them would respond?
I mean, I don't know a lot of people who would fail reasonable requirements of the type that I envision, and I definitely don't want to get into those details. But if we assume, if we just assume that in terms of requirements, if we're entertaining requirements, I and most gun owners would be happy with them conceptually. The point of the point of having to preemptively give up the right and then earn it back will be a deal breaker. If not necessarily for me, maybe. You never know what happens if you're in that situation for real. For a lot of people who I know, for sure. And I'm highly confident that everyone who I speak to on this subject at length and you know, kind of know where they stand and what they do, I do trust them to pass the requirements that would meet a reasonable description. I do. I don't know a lot of people. I don't associate with a lot of people, and I'll add to that, the people who I know wouldn't are people who have told me they don't want a firearm for those reasons. You know what I mean? I get road rage too easily, or I get too angry, or I'm too depressed. Like I don't trust myself. I have kids around. I
get that. Yeah, different context, different time, but they understand themselves.
So what we're talking about really is formalizing that line and giving the government some level of oversight of that. Otherwise, what people would on my side of this fence would say is a deeply personal decision. So I would say again, give me your test, let me pass them, and something you may hear from someone on my side of this issue would probably retort, maybe more snarkily, that there already are safeguards in place and we already passed them. I already have to clear a background check to legally buy a gun. The problem is the illegal guns, and they're gonna and to some extent that's shifting the goalpost from your question.
It is, but it's also 100% true that very few people will ever not acknowledge the fact that if you passed a law that was very pro gun safety, it wouldn't change the fact that within 24 hours of that gun law being passed, someone is going to get shot somewhere in America because there were so many guns out in the market.
Possibly by our own police officers.
No, we can't talk about that. They're good heroes. They should be allowed to do whatever the hell they want. They should get free coffee and donuts and Big Macs, damn it.
So I am willing to I have to an extent an agenda. I want to keep my guns. And by the way, I want more of them. Some of the things that I can't get, I want to be able to get. And in exchange for that, in exchange in particular for repealing the National Firearms Act of 1933, which is a heaping pile of bureaucratic bullshit intended, and by the way failed at, preventing Bonnies and Clydes from emerging. It's not a problem anymore. Wherever the technology exists now to address it in a much more timely fashion.
It is true. There's not a running amount of famous gangsters, but there are gangs. There's pools of people now rather than just one or two unique ones.
There are reasons for that. Let's talk about, I don't know, the drug war and the black market that it creates.
Yep.
Black market it creates. And let's talk about the reasons why people are getting violent in the first place before we start curtailing
mental health, why they got left out of their job to the point where they had to turn to crime, the roles of landlords.
Yeah, the system is rigged to punish you for veiling and then to punish you for being punished over and over and over again. And it criminalizes things that shouldn't. Now, without getting off on that whole separate tangent, I don't bring that up, again, as a way of shifting goalposts, which is something that is very common. Of saying that there is a gun problem. There fucking is. But you're not going to solve it by curtailing rights without giving, and then that inevitably spins into the actual purpose of the
No
Second
one
Amendment.
wants to get punished for your bad actors. No one wants to get punished for the bad actors, which is probably happening right now to some small degree and is scaring off a vast majority. And those scared people, well, scared people is the start of dumbass NRA motherfuckers wandering around with 50 cals and fucking grenade launchers slung around themselves, going into fucking Krispy Kreme, you know? Like, a little...
They're just making a point, right? That like they wouldn't
that they have no penis. I agree.
But it is stupid and shitty,
and will get people killed, and have got people killed.
It doesn't help, and like it and you know, in the spirit of other types of protests on other issues, it's difficult to blame them. And I personally chalk it up to the same exact sort of mentality on the other side of the big legislation, like the NFA of 1933 that I mentioned, which is the baseline law for most of, certainly the federal and a lot of the state gun legislation in the U.S. that is so backward and makes people jump through some hoops that if you just heard. Like I have to pass a background check to buy a firearm. I do. It exists. It is a universal federal background.
Hold on. Did your penis fall off your body, or did you get cancer as a result for passing the background check?
Absolutely nothing. I had to wait at the longest about 45 minutes, and I.
Did you look at your phone in that time and maybe drink a soda?
Honestly, the DMV is worse, like by a lot, because I get to sit there and gawk at guns while I wait because I love guns. And like talk to other people who like or love or are brand new to guns. Like it's a whole hobby, and none of this is an argument for the Second Amendment. It's an argument for the culture around it. And the point is like, you know, you're a lot of people who aren't in it want to talk about, you know, why do you need military grade firearms? Well, you know, how are you going to rebel against the government? All I have to do is fly a drone over you and drop some bombs.
Yeah.
Well. Let me introduce you to a couple of world events. Vietnam War, Desert Storm, Somalia, Iraq, Afghanistan, and every other place in the world that the U.S. has intervened with its strongest military in the world by several orders of magnitude and have been mired for up to decades at a time, fighting a force that is worse equipped.
You'd need millions behind you on that front when you get a few thousand dads in fucking khakis.
Yeah.
You know?
And we're not even talking about the inevitable hundreds of thousands, if not millions of members of the U.S. Armed Services who know the oaths that they swore to the Constitution and to the American people, and not to a president, and not to the Senate, and not to Congress at all.
Hold on, no, hold on. I just
let me finish.
Okay.
We don't know the breakdown of service members who will be blind drones and obey orders, and the ones who will go AWOL to protect their neighborhoods, friends, and family.
Agreed.
We don't know what that breakdown will look out if it will
It'll happen. It happened in every major.
The United States government in an enclave versus the wasteland situation will be at will have several surprises covering a landmass the size.
You always have. The Confederacy, of course, was made up out of a lot of veterans from the U.S. military, and the Revolutionary War. All your officers were trained by Britain. That is 100% true. But I have a serious question. Back when you actually had every right to have a rifle hanging over the fireplace because a wolf could break in at any moment and eat your baby. You know, like that was a different, or maybe a native desperately trying to hold on to his fucking ancestral land and failing, but you know, that's a different conversation altogether. But the one question I have, dude, you kind of came across as a bit libertarian there. Like, and I don't mean like libertarian as in like just like corporations should have free reign. I mean more like governments, you know, like are by default tyrannical. Like, you don't believe that, do you?
Not in as many words. I believe that people are people. I believe that people have self-interest, and that when they seek power, and when they acquire it, they change. Same thing with money. Same thing with love. Same thing with all kinds of things. And history bears out that both on the even on the small scale, the smallest scale.
What's that prison experiment they did with the half the people?
The prisoners in jail.
Sorry, you cut
It
out
was
there.
like college students, some of them were jailers, and some of them were students.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. And how quickly they fell into sort of like abusing and using the people, how the prisoners broke off into different factions, how the guards broke off into different factions. Yeah, no, that's 100% true.
Yep.
That's human nature for you.
So exactly, and that isn't to say that all people are evil, right? And that all governments are evil all the time.
But they have the potential.
They are best poised to exploit the potential, and often do.
Yes.
Very often. And if that, and it's in little ways. It can be in little ways that no one would really care about, but are technically illegal. Like, I don't know.
Voter ID laws in Arizona, for example.
That's a big deal. Don't fuck with voting.
Okay, so let me think of something smaller. How about...
Here's the thing.
Okay, yeah.
When you're in a position of power, you are more likely to abuse that power. It doesn't mean you will. Doesn't mean if you do that it'll be all that bad.
It's like putting a recovering junkie in a room full of drugs and then say don't use the drugs. At first they might not use the drugs, but call back to them after a year, they probably might have at least thought about using the drugs.
Yeah. Look. The reason. Okay, so I'm not a libertarian. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a capitalist. I'm not any of these things at once. I'm all of these things in the scopes that I feel are practical, prudent, effective. Okay, I don't have all the answers. But as I'm thinking about these problems, I'm not pigeonholing myself into these little ideologies. I'm thinking about, okay, well, what if we took this apart?
Oh, no, that wasn't some sort of dismissive thing. It's just, yeah, okay, keep going. I'm actually dealing with something else as well at the same time. Sorry, go on.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I don't take you for being dismissive. Obviously, we're.
No, this is you. You're being honest. Like, you can only be honest with yourself. You can't lie. You can.
I'm just calling it like I said. Okay, if we give the intended purpose of the Second Amendment the benefit of the doubt that having a appropriately armed population, and by appropriately I mean small arms. I do not mean tanks. I don't mean bombs. I don't mean grenades. I don't mean grenade launchers, all that shit. I don't mean actual military hardware. All I want
pistols, rifles, shotguns, things like that.
Small arms, okay? Whatever. I could get more detailed, I won't. That's all I want. And whatever safeguards can be devised to hedge against crime, mental illness, these other sorts of things. I want to explore all of them. I want to pilot them. I want to do whatever we can. I want to corporate problem solving this shit with cost in mind, but not the determining factor. Okay? I want shit that's going to work without making it so fucking difficult for me for me to have the rights that I do and to continue to participate in that part of the American experiment. That it doesn't overly enfeeble that horrific but not implausible contingent that an open rebellion is necessary. It's not now.
But do you think that small arms have kind of like all right, let's just say that maybe let's if you think that all right, I've got a scenario for you. Tomorrow, Joe Biden declares himself king for whatever reason, he's just gone that senile that he declares himself king. And the bulk of the army receives this overriding order to obey. How much percentage do you think would be like, no? Or the rest would just feel the water at first before saying no?
What's the order?
The order is just obey your new king, rather than obey your new president.
I imagine a lot of resignations. I am not, I mean, I have veteran friends. I know veterans online, but I'm not one myself, and I'm not close enough to really make an informed guess on that. But an ad hoc guess from my hip for that kind of order, a quarter to a half.
Okay, that's a chunk of change. That's a good amount of men and women who just get up and walk away.
Use the word king in the U.S. military? Fuck you. You know, and honestly, if it were me, I think that like if everyone in the army were me, I think the number would be higher. Obviously, there's some level of quantum indecision where some of me might.
Yeah. I mean, that's in case you haven't noticed, that was kind of like the soft serve opener, because I've got the real question now. Now, here's the thing. Go back to the riots there in the Capitol back in January, right? Had they quote unquote succeeded, say Congress was in the middle of session, the Senate was in the middle of session, and the rioters had broken through, the police were completely inept or overwhelmed or completely in on it, and AOC was raped and killed, other people were bludgeoned to death, and the rest were hung from that scaffold. The remainder were told that President Trump is now won the election and that Joe Biden is now an enemy of the state. What percentage of the U.S. military would have sided with it? Like, everything that the QAnoners wanted, they got. Where would the U.S. military, the largest military on Earth, where would they side with it?
And I mean,
it's a lot more real now, isn't it?
Isn't that declaring yourself king with extra steps?
Because for the very reason why half the US military would have left. Trump might be a fucking idiot, but he won't outright fucking declare himself king. Instead, he'll declare that the election was a fraud.
I mean, my again, ad hoc guess, about the same. I would elevate it to half or more.
I honestly think that there's a lot. There was a lot of veterans in that crowd that was storming the Capitol.
There are a lot of, veterans are people too. Like back to the earlier point, human nature. People are fucking stupid. And crazy, and the bigger the groups they get in, the crazier they can get. Doesn't mean they will, but they can. And
especially in a climate of increased.
There's a lot of Republicans in the military, and there are a lot of Republicans like Trump, but not all of them. Not even close.
That's the real question. Like, what's the percentage these days? Because although, like I said earlier, Nick Fuentes is actually, like, he posted saying that he doesn't like Trump anymore. He's not cool because Trump became a real person after he got elected, and a real politician will always lie. What percentage is still the old school going to church on Sunday with the suit and tie, fiscal conservative left in the Republican Party compared to whatever the fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene is, or Gats, or people like that?
Let me tell you about the range in between those two.
It's a big range, I imagine.
Yes. There are a lot, keeping in mind that we're millennials, we're in our 30s now. There are a lot of millennial voters who grew up Republican, were in that family you just described, new families of comparable other ones, Picture the same thing, except they're coal town, beer chugging, beer gut, truck driving hicks in coal country, Pennsylvania, but they love Trump. Like there's that too. But then even within this, they don't necessarily love Trump. I have friends who voted Republican their entire lives, and then Trump came around, and he voted Democrat.
I know he lost a lot of Christians because the way he acted, because of course he's not a very good Christian.
I mean, the guy I'm talking about is, grew up Catholic and was kind of vaguely Catholic. I think he's on the fence about it these days. I'm not sure. But
yeah, but he's not living the best Christian life, is he?
Voted mostly Republican his whole life. But here's the thing. His brain works. And when he saw what Trump was doing in the 2020 campaign, and by the way, his entire presidency, and by the way, the entire presidency, the campaign before that, and him as a person in general for as long as the public has known about him.
Yes, it's the fucking 70s, late 70s, he started to appear in the public zeitgeist.
Test for 2020, he voted a straight blue ticket. So that Republican exists. And by the way, has sworn off the Republican Party indefinitely out of spite, because fuck them. So, it's easy to talk about the loudmouths on the internet and the crazy ones, and we should, because they're influential, because they're loud.
Some of them are in fucking Congress, again, like Gatz and Green,
Marjorie Taylor Greene needs to be tarred and fucking feathered and laughed out of Congress.
No, she needs the guys in the white suits to take her away. That woman is generally mentally ill. There's no way around it.
And that Republican exists. We saw, 2,000 of them on January 6th?
Some of them had Jeff Holliday's flag waving. I asked Jeff what did he think about it, and he's like, I don't even know what planet I'm on anymore.
Poor fucking Jeff for being associated with that.
Fucking Kakistan? Yeah.
Holy dude, I love Jeff, and he loves guns. But,
he has a big collection.
Poor guy.
I think him and Joe Rogan would get along very well.
I mean, Joe Rogan's a dipshit too, but I like him. He gets shit wrong, but I like him. He fucks up, but I like him.
It's hard to. He always kind of reminds me a little bit of Billy the Fridge, but worse. Because I don't think Billy's ever defended fucking white nationalist ideals from time to time, like Joe Rogan has. And if he has, it's always been. So go on.
Didn't he have some kind of hot take on mask wearing not long ago?
Yeah, he corrected it, but only I think after some sponsors threatened to pull him. Someone in the chat want to correct? Be my guest. I only know from secondhand sources and the like.
One thing I know about myself is that sometimes I come off like I know exactly what I'm talking about 100% of the time. And that's usually just because I'm super excited and want to talk about something. And sometimes I say shit super authoritatively, and when I don't actually mean it authoritatively, and people think I'm being an asshole. I'm like, dude,
hey, you can never stop that.
If you have a different opinion, I want to hear it.
Abso-fucking-wrong. I'm no expert. I think I might have the same problem. I honestly think that at the end of the day, I come across, I know A, B, C, and D, and I do know A, and maybe even a little bit of B, but do I know C? Maybe not. If you know C, please tell me, so I can grow and learn as a person. It's what we're here. We can only do it once. Regardless of what you think happens after we die, we can only do it once, so let's spend that time growing and being the best person we can be, and if that means not knowing exactly what the fuck you're talking about, okay. I honestly don't know about vaccines as much as I'd like, but I do know that they are beneficial. There are some outlying cases that are scary, but I mean, that's the truth with the flu vaccines. I know this because someone I know ended up becoming a fucking balloon through a flu vaccine. That doesn't mean I'm going to tell people to start injecting themselves with cyanide or thinking that masks are the tool of the devil. There's a massive difference. And I also, even if I didn't 100% agree with it, I would do it because I know that if I don't get vaccinated, eventually, if this keeps on happening, the laws are going to get more and more draconian. And then people who aren't vaccinated will have a couple of grand in the mail sent to them, being like, "Hi, yeah, so you're going to go and get fined now for this amount of money." You know, like, or worse. Oh, you don't want vaccines? You're going to get vaccinated in prison. This shit's going to go so much worse. You cut out there?
Double the vaccines, double the fun.
Right? Get your fucking vaccine and get on with your damn life. Like, there are people now who've had the vaccine for nearly, like pushing a year, and they don't have a sudden urge to buy more Apple products. They don't have Hillary speeches coming out of their fucking ears. You know, like, and they're not dying of autism, which doesn't even make any sense, but I saw that argument being made.
Literally, one scientist put out a bogus fucking paper that's been debunked 1,000,000 times by everyone who knows anything about the subject.
They never check those facts, so they always just immediately assume.
Mixing him up with someone else, but I'm pretty sure he like lost his medical license or some shit over it, if I'm not mistaken, and like, but there's nothing stopping him continuing to write books. Like, there's very little. Like, I don't want a ministry of truth, right? But I do want some kind of handle on all the disinformation and provable bullshit.
I want them to be dragged in front of a people's court and asked to explain where they got their sources and why they thought those sources resulted in A, B, C, or D. And 9 times out of 10, they're going to say the exact same thing. Oh, I was misled by, because everyone always pushes the book down to someone else. I'm currently going through the Chernobyl disaster audiobook, like the history of it, and every single Russian source who was in charge was like, "Oh no, it was that person's fault. It was that person's fault." There was no one person's fault. Chernobyl was made up out of 7,000 different people's faults, all coming out of a bad system. The same thing happened, let's be honest here. While I think he deserves 3 times the amount of time he got, someone like Derek Chauvin. Derek Chauvin is a piece of shit, for sure, but he came out of a system that is a piece of shit. Where did that system come from? There wasn't just one old crotchety millionaire who laughed as he stamped his approval on the anti-black law of 1908 or some shit like that. That shit happens in stages. This is the birth of critical race theory. This is the birth of, like, let's sit back and look at this shit and go, oh fuck, that was an angle they took. Oh fuck, that was an angle they looked at. And as a result, look at all the pain that came out of it. It's the same with so many different things. Like, there is seldom a one scapegoat. There is, from time to time, a singular person who you can point your finger at and go, no, you done fucked up. This is on you. I think that's actually why lolcows are born. Lots of people do. Like, if you fuck up, you tend to apologize. You don't double down until it becomes like a national scandal. But sometimes they do. OJ would be a good example there.
Great. Best. They didn't fuck up at all.
No, OJ didn't fuck up at all. It was the racist cop 3 weeks after the fact that OJ murdered someone that was to blame. You know, like,
yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucking saving your own skin. It's human nature. It's selfish bullshit. And that's why you should always be skeptical of your government and hold them accountable. It doesn't mean you get rid of government.
No.
It doesn't mean you, like, break off in all these little clades where the rich and powerful are the strongest. And
atomization, I do believe it's called, what we're living in right now. Eventually, society will be broken down to each and every individual. And that's terrifying, because here we are in a tiny little community of a tiny little community of a larger community of a larger community. We're living up to the fucking meme right there.
We always were, right? It just took a different form.
We're only doing it more efficiently now because of technology. Let's have a look at the chat. Let's see what's going on here. Actually, if you go to prison jail, they force you to get the vaccinated legally. If Utah forces you to do it, all states will force you to do it.
Utah.
Sorry, go on.
Utah is weird, is all I said.
Oh yeah, Utah is fucking bizarre. I am pro-mask even past vaccination, and by pro-mask I mean I want to continue to wear the mask. I don't want to wear my mask, but I'm going to wear my mask. Continue to wear a mask in public places without being looked at like I've gone to commit crime. Yeah, I remember you saying that, Kilo, before, and you know what? Until we get the all clear sign, solid choice. But, you know, after a while, you have every right to not wear your mask. And if anyone else has a problem, that's their problem. So long as you have a piece of paper that says, hey, look at this. I actually got my vaccine. Although I can't imagine that ever happening unless shit keeps getting worse. And those anti-vax motherfuckers will be the key there. That's going to be the key. Commit a crime, agreed. Helps me mentally when people cannot see my face. Maybe well after the vaccine is a thing. The sickness like Spanish flu is a thing of the past. Maybe you'll still wear your mask and be like, oh no, I started wearing it during the COVID scare and I just liked wearing it since. That's okay too, because that's a personal choice. Although, unfortunately, then you're still going to have motherfuckers coming up to you being like, that's killing you! I read an article online! Motherfuckers. This is why I have no problem making fun of cameras. Because those motherfuckers come to you. They are the ones that make the fucking scene.
All but literally ask for it.
Yeah. They cross the street. They're sweeping out of the traffic just to tell you that you shouldn't belong in this neighborhood. Good thing we have these recording devices that the whole world can see. World Star. Oh, that one has a nice booty, and I shot her right in the nice booty. Sorry, I just wanted to point out the nice booty. I'm a little drunk right now. Sorry about this. That also goes to you too, there, Two Guns. Sorry if I've been a bit interrupty or.
Yeah. I'm just. August accused me of me messing with my gecko tank as a euphemism.
I saw that a while back. Yeah.
Him and all of you know that I masturbated earlier. Okay, and I'm literally making adjustments to a literal lizard tank. As we speak.
Your scale babies deserve rice to be happy too.
She is a sweetie pie. She just came out of her tank and she sees that I have a dish full of mealworms and she's looking up like, oh, is that for me? Oh, fuck, I'm gonna fuck up some bugs. Oh, yeah.
Oh. So, why lizards? Why not cat or dog or ferret or goldfish? Why lizard? I mean, they're absolutely adorable and love, but so are all the others.
So, I would love cats. I would love a dog. I grew up with both. I became allergic. And I would probably still have a cat anyway if the landlord would let me for a reasonable price. He really doesn't want shedding pets.
I had bingo in my head, and one of which was my landlord wouldn't let me.
Oh, yeah, my landlord doesn't want us having cats or dogs. He asked like a pretty steep addition to the rent if we were to get one. Frankly, I'm the only one who works full-time from home at the moment. And if the others were to get a dog, they were talking about it. And I was like, listen, it's going to be my dog. And I don't want a dog because I am allergic. Y'all are only here some of the time. I'm here all the time. So yes, no cats, no dogs for those reasons. They're also very expensive, by the way. Endothermic animals are very expensive to keep compared to, say,
a lizard,
small reptiles.
How often do you have to feed them?
Other kinds of pets is I wanted something that I could interact with, that I could hold and touch, but that was reasonable to keep within my size constraints and budget constraints. And and then on top of all that, I didn't really start thinking about it at all until I happened upon another YouTube channel called Clint's Reptiles, and he is a PhD. I think we looked at a video of his one time. Someone did with me, and it's I just got. It was just a YouTube rabbit hole I fell down, and then I started really thinking about it. And his whole thing is, I'm going to score these different animals, mostly reptiles, but other stuff too, based on a set of clear criteria and a point system, specifically on how they are as pets. And suddenly I started seeing ones that were extremely reasonable, things that were like, oh, I could afford to do that. Oh, I can fit that here. Oh, I would love to have a pet, my own pet, that won't kill me for having it, just for wanting to love me. And here we are with lizards.
I've heard that they're very low maintenance in comparison to say mammals or fish, especially fish that bloody get sick. Jesus, I remember that. But how often, for example, do you have to feed your lizard?
He is a desert dweller, so she has a big fat tail that is used like a camel's hump. It's extra fat reserves. She can go pretty good while without eating. I don't know exactly how long at the extreme. The longest I've let her go is 5 days. And even then, the most she does is like she'll walk up to the front of the cage and like look at me around the time she comes out and might be curious, like, are you going to feed me? No? Okay. And she goes back to chilling. So but I typically feed her like every, it comes and goes. I'll feed her for like 3 days in a row, let her wait a day or two, feed her one day, not the next, but a few times a week, basically.
Yeah, but you compare that to, say, a cat or a dog. You wouldn't even dare think of not feeding a dog every day. Like,
once a day minimum.
Yeah, like at least once a day. Obviously, they can survive it, but they're going to show their hunger fairly quickly. Like, I also know that once you've got your tank set up, and once you've got like usually like a nice little stick for them to stand on, that's all they really need, right? A little bit of rocks, a light to pull them down on.
Well, you're with all things,
context,
eating and pooping, water, humidity, temperature, hiding spots, all that jazz is pretty widely variable with reptiles. They're all over the fucking planet and have a wide range of needs. But one thing I selected for in picking a leopard gecko is their particularly low maintenance. As far as the tank goes, I actually put in quite a bit of extra money and time up front in setting it up, and you could literally get away with like paper towels and some plastic cups with holes cut in the side, as long as they're like not sharp, like for a leopard gecko, as long as it wasn't small, like it'd be okay. It wouldn't be super happy or anything, but they would survive just fine. What I have built and what many people do is a bioactive tank. It's effectively a self-contained ecosystem.
Yeah, like the terrariums.
Yeah, so there's a drainage layer of clay balls with like a water permeable membrane laid on top, like a thin blanket, basically. A whole bunch of soil. It's a specific. I paid a little extra for like a brand that's like specifically for bioactive tanks for arid environment reptiles, and so it's got a bunch of like it's soil purpose mixed for that. Live plants, which are doing okay. I kind of have a black plague for a thumb when it comes to plants, but they're okay. Air plants, succulents, a pathos, and then a big piece of cork bark that she can crawl behind and hide is one thing. Then a pile of carefully arranged and secured rocks, slate rocks for her to climb under with a heat mat underneath the soil. And then a third one that has a bunch of moss in it that I keep damp for her shedding. And there's and then there is leopard geckos. They're also neat because they poop in one place in their tank. They don't just shit wherever.
Oh,
they
like a cat.
Yeah, and they just pick one spot in their tank to go. And she has hers well established. So there are also specific types of bugs living in the dirt to process that, as well as things like leaf litter. I throw orange peels in there when I feel like it. Just other stuff for the bugs to munch on. And they're like, they, I don't. The most I ever have to do with her waste is sometimes stir it into the soil a little bit, and the bugs take care of the rest.
Damn. You ever like show that off on video or like that? That'd be kind of an interesting video.
I don't really have a great camera. I mean, I could give you a glimpse now. I don't know if they'd be able to see it, but
no. In fact,
I'll just take pictures or something.
Yeah, if you want, take some pictures and post them up on our Discord or someone else's, and I'll share them around on ours.
Cool. Yeah. I do have a dedicated Instagram for her. It's because I'm a fucking dork of a dad all of a sudden. It's Queen Malika Gecko. Malika MAL.
I think I'm following her. Yeah.
You might be. Post it in a minute. But the most recent shots are of her in the small tank. The lighting is always kind of dim because she doesn't come out when it's well lit, but I could always just turn a light on her and take some better pics at some point. She's a cutie pie.
Yeah, if I remember right, she definitely is. Just don't let her drop her tail, or Clint will be disappointed.
Yeah, seriously.
I want a puff adder. I'm careful enough, but I can't afford anti-venom. Yeah, I think you could do better than a puff adder, or a fucking black mamba, or a king cobra. Especially king cobra.
I mean, I don't know how much Clint's you watched, but anti-venom is like a serious event, and especially depending on the breed. Like, you can't rely on even your local hospital to have.
No, you'd have to tell them like a few weeks in advance.
If you're from what I hear, like, you're lucky if your hospital has one. You're pretty lucky if they're even. I mean, I would say you're extremely lucky if they already have it. And you're pretty lucky if they're willing to keep stock on hand. The shit has to be refrigerated usually and expires like a couple times a year. So like you have to constantly replace your anti-venom on the off chance you fuck up. And there are some venomous snakes you can get for like way too cheap for how deadly they can be. Look up a gaboon viper when you get a chance.
That name does sound familiar.
If you survive a gaboon viper bite, you better have 6 figures saved away for the hospital bills, like just for a bite, and that's if you even live.
How the hell? Here's a genuine question.
Even if you had the anti-venom, you might not live.
How the hell is a fully venomous snake not considered some form of weapon? Considering if you know what you're doing, you can milk them and use that venom as poison. Like, how the fuck does that not work?
Yeah, well, I mean, you could turn fertilizer into explosives too.
And you can apple cores. Yeah, you've got arsenic.
Yep. So but it was like those real. It was like, I think the video was that brought me to Clint's Reptiles was their Vietnamese giant centipede. It's a fucking.
I've seen those. They're terrifying.
I was like, ah! I was like, yeah. How does this thing handle as a pet? Hey, don't do it.
Yeah.
I was like.
One got loose in the UK a few years ago, and someone made a tweet out of it, and it was like, hey, what kind of dog is this? And it's just taken up the entirety of the wall. Like, okay, this is called Fire, and I'd like you to introduce it to your pet. No is not an answer. You might want to leave. It's just terrifying.
here's a orbital nuke. Have a blast.
And before the dinosaurs, those motherfuckers were the dominant species. Think about that. But they were 3 times the size.
Oxygen, super warm and oxygen-rich atmosphere.
Yep. If you've ever seen that Peter Jackson King Kong, one of those motherfuckers tried to eat the whatever the hell her name is, and it was very horrific. But I've seen enough Japanese hentai to know where that was going, and I was like, okay, she's gonna either be eaten, fucked, or both. Unfortunately, neither. Instead, King Kong showed up and, saved her.
Me.
They kept the crab scene in. The original King Kong had a deleted scene involving the bugs and the crabs attacking the wounded crew. And there's a scene where one guy gets, I think, stung by a bug that he kills with a Tommy gun, and then he runs out of bullets. And then a crab grabs him, and he can't move because he's being paralyzed, and he gets dragged, kicking and screaming into a cave. And that's all you know of him. Like, that is some... And remember, this was like the fucking 20s or early 30s when this shit came out. The censors were like, we thought boobs were bad. We didn't realize we couldn't sleep as a result. So you just wait a decade and you're going to see some pretty horrific shits there, buddy. In and off fantasy. You like Germany? You won't like Germany after the fucking 40s, let me tell you. No, like... yeah, there's some things I look at them and they're like, why? And they're like, oh, but I love them. But I know if they were just a little bit bigger, they'd be like, food. That's all they'd be looking at you as. Food. Like, anacondas. Anacondas look cool. They're fucking movable boas. Okay, I get it. It's sexy. Particularly around ladies. Okay, I get it. It's extra sexy. My anaconda don't want none what you got there, hon. Okay? Because my fucking Christ, the stories of anacondas getting loose and killing someone's dog or strangling someone while they slept. Like, it's... No.
You need a fuckload of space and, like, some serious resources and expertise to keep shit like that.
Which most people don't when they get animals like that.
Tell you what, though, speaking of anacondas, Clint's one of his most recent videos is on the what's it called? The rainbow boa, and for one thing, it's probably the most gorgeous snake I've ever seen. Like the ones he has are like this red brown with these crazy black and yellow swirls, and then but they have these splotches of black. And the black, really their whole body, but the black in particular, you notice it shimmers it reflects this awesome like blue hue around their whole bodies as they move. It's insane looking. It looks so cool, and the way he like discusses them. Keep in mind he's a PhD biologist who is like an academic in this shit. He's like, yeah, taxonomically speaking, boas are basically. Like anacondas, and I forget exactly what he said, but he was like, yeah, like boas, anacondas are like super closely related. And what do you know? The rainbow boa in every way, shape, and form like looks, behaves, and acts like a tiny anaconda. And it's like yeah, you can handle it by yourself, just don't let it coil your neck.
Yeah, and they always try to, because most people try to use them like fucking boas, you know?
Small anacondas. Sorry, what?
It's like most people hold them around themselves like boas, like feather boas, not realizing that all the snake has to do and all the snake inherently wants to do, even if it results in its own death, is wrap around its neck, the person's neck, and squeeze. Now, the average human can kill an anaconda very easily by just grabbing its head and fucking with its head that you hear a nice pound. But until then, you think a freaking out motherfucker who just spent $1.5 grand on this thing, freaking out as he is, like, or she is, or they are, it doesn't fucking matter. The point is they were stupid enough to buy it in the first place. They're freaking out. You think they're going to remember what, it's kind of like that thing from The Simpsons, like, if you're ever in trouble, all you have to remember, it feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. People will fucking panic and go to weird places, and they'll get stroked to death. Like, most animals can be easily dealt with. That's why a lot of surfers are trained how to deal with sharks. Because when you see a shark, they're fucking terrifying. No, they're not. Quick, one punch in their nose and they run away. Because they're not bred for that. They look fucking horrific. But you hit them in the nose and you might as well have slammed their head off against a concrete ballard. Like, did not wake up in the morning and thinking that their entire sensory system would be over, because it's a massive connection of sensors on their nose. But most people see a shark and they're like, oh fuck, well here's the thing, motherfucker, maybe you shouldn't be swimming with the sharks. You know? They're dumb animals just doing dumb animal things. You're the one that strolled past all the warning signs and all the common sense to swim with the sharks, and suddenly, uh-oh, at least you know how to fucking defend yourself. Speaking of defense, one last thing before I gotta let you go. If you look at the stream here, I've got the carbine up, but it's just the carbine. It's the default. So does that help you pin down what particular style, what particular one it's based off? I think it's the M16, right?
It's an AR-15.
Okay.
The M16, the M4, the M16, and every one of these carbines, this entire mod, are all built on the AR-15. This particular one, this particular one is a little weird. The buttstock is of the very early M733, like super short commando rifle version buttstocks. Like, think, well, really early M4, I guess. No, I'd say it's fairly faithful, actually. Again, I'm not like a super duper expert, but that looks just like a. It's not a 733. I don't know what the specific, like, super specific model designation would be, because most of them are just variations in barrel length, honestly, and like handguard. But this is an early pattern. You can tell because of the upper receiver, that handle. On more modern ones, that is not permanently affixed. It is removable, and that one is not going anywhere without a buzzsaw.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you could just click it out from a...
That's the easiest way to tell an early AR from a late one.
All right. I'm sure there was more, but I honestly can't find any as I'm traversing the wasteland. But no, I think I'll let you go here. It's been fun and all, but as I get drunker, my conversation abilities, if you think that I've been kind of lacking or even overcompensating, oh, you ain't seen... Well, you probably have actually at this point seen. And I'm at this point a lone wolf, because all I can do is like go like wee off into the sunset. But no, mate, it has been a fantastic conversation. Nice change of pace, because this was a bit ad hoc. It wasn't what was planned for. But when I was streaming, I was like, yeah, fuck it, whatever. And sure enough, you showed up, and I was like, oh, 2 guns! Call back to earlier! Need 2-gun advice! And we've gone on from there.
I am all too happy to help, bud. Thanks for having me on.
Okay. We'll probably see you in the next month or so on the channel, but if not, we'll probably see you in half a dozen other podcasts.
Hell yeah. Boys and girls.
Bye. Okay. Hope you guys enjoyed that. We're not done yet. I just, I know myself. I know myself fairly well. Oh, the things I've seen. The things we've all seen, my good friend. But I can only multitask so many things as I get more and more drunk. But I was very happy to have him on. As you could tell, I was engaged as he was. He knows his shit. I don't think of him as like the be all and end all of shit, but he knows more than I do, so I was eager to learn. if we had two gun nuts, I guarantee you they were like, well, actually, the curvature on the barrel indicates that it reminds me more of the B edition of the 1982 brand of the, and you know, I'd be like, oh, okay, what do you want me to do with that? What do you want me to do with that? There's gun nuts and gun nerds and all that, but then there's gun nuts and gun nerds, and I'm nowhere like that. I'm like Star Trek. Like it's the exact same thing I think with Star Trek. I know my shit with Star Trek, but I don't know my shit with Star Trek. I couldn't tell you about every fucking extra who was in it. I couldn't tell you about every fucking scene where someone walks out of one room and comes in the next as a different actor. I like gun Lego makes sense. I mean, hell, that applies to a lot of fictitious and oh god, this for the record, this wine still fucking sucks. This wine still sucks. Ugh. Where you at? There you is. There's like so many like there's so much shit that people like that I'm also into, but I don't ever pretend to be like the expert. There are some things I will stand up for. I'm a big fan of Elder Scrolls, so that means also I'm a big fan of Elder Scrolls lore. Big shock, I know I've never really talked about it much on this channel. But, there's other things too, like, fuck you. Mass Effect is another one. Well, there, perfect example, two guns. I'm gonna read the chat a little bit. The short combat rifle. What is this trying to be? Before any mods, this is the default gun. It looks too stock and too blocky to be a rifle. It looks more like a shotgun. But even then, it doesn't look like any realistic shotgun. This looks something... AK #1 for sure. Yeah, well, it's definitely proven itself, that's for sure. Let's get rid of the motherfucker just to make the combat music stop. As you hope, the vanilla weapon are hodgepodge semi-nonsense, to be honest. Yeah. This does feel like what it's supposed to be. It's a very sort of pop. Compared to the Fallout weapons, the vanilla Fallout weapons, which would be bang, 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 bang. You know, it's the difference between a professional and an amateur, I suppose. Both get the job done. I mean, if you have a child soldier with an old AK-47 with most of it's like fucking bump stop ripped off and a huge chunk of it's like I'm trying to think of something that could take away from it. I have to say all the wood has been ripped off it and it's just slung underneath. That motherfucker can still kill you. Compare that to, oh well, we've got the AR-27B with the gyroscopic scopes and the lightweight nanotubing carbon fiber. Like, for God's sake, motherfucker, you can get killed by a child soldier the same way as that child soldier can get killed by you. That's why you hear like a lot of people who like special forces in World War II or Vietnam, they die in a fucking knife fight in a bar in Reno or some shit like that. Like, there we go. That's what I'm. There's the target I was looking for. The mother fucking fort, the castle. Mother Tucker. I wonder if one day there will simply be a gun and no other equivalent, like maybe some sort of hand laser thing that'll come out like a sort of a pod. You'll have it in the palm of your hand. Just go whomp, and no matter how far away you are, like a mile, 10 miles away, the blast will hit you with the same equivalency of, I don't know, a fucking artillery strike, but just for one person. I mean, that's the great thing about energy weapons. Once you add energy into the mix, then it could do whatever the fuck it wants. Last guns from 40k are written as the weakest shit in the world and incredibly powerful. The Ulta guns in my my failed grim dark sci-fi series, that were the same principle. The Ulta gun. One gun fits all. Except for all the pistols. And the fact that half all their officers carried melee weapons like swords. Doesn't quite fit all, does it? That's a pirate muskrat run. The combat rifle is a practical weapon created for rechambering the mass-produced rugged combat shotgun for rifle rounds. Ah, see, lasers. Fallout Archive. Yeah, okay. I knew it didn't look pre-war. It looks like post-war people using the materials on hand to try to produce something practical. Yeah, okay, because that's why you find a lot of professionals. They don't have the pipe pistols, which really are just made out of pieces of old pipe. Ha! Fuck you, I got bleed effect going on. Yeah! Also, honey, Piper, baby cakes. I gave you an assault rifle for a reason. Maybe fire more than one shot off. We want you to be the alternative Ian, okay? So take that with a grain of salt. It sounds about right. It looks about right. It feels about right. Is it right? Maybe. Let's equip. Yeah. Oh, fuck you! Thank you, Piper. Appreciate it. Jesus Christ, we have to kill a fucking Mirelurk queen right now, and you guys are actually Eastwood. Mirelurk. Oh shit, Mirelurk Hunter. Different creature altogether. Which is not 100% true. I'm helping. Hey, don't strip her clothes off with sexy fluids with your tentacle bodies. This is YouTube. Mirelurk. Razor Claw. Serious camera angles. He had a cigarette carton. Oh, baby. Sorry about that. Did they hurt you? Did they use all their bodily organs? Look at this janky motherfucker. There is a I'm not gonna call it a World War Z knockoff book. It's an AI into the zombies. I forget what it's called, but it's about like how the AI overcame tried to overcome humanity. First as like helper robots, and then as basically the Matrix. It's the Animatrix. Thank you, Piper, for actually using your gun like the reason I gave you it. But anyway, the book itself is not very good. It's written very weird. But there is a scene early on where they come to the real life, the castle, which is of course based off a real life place, which is a National Guard depot apparently. And I love how the lasers reflect. Always like that. And they find a bunch of ammo, but they also find hordes of these AI-controlled mines. Like they're mines on little robotic legs. And they're all obviously controlled by the evil AI that's trying to take over the world. Not worth the bullets there, Piper. Like I said, one of the mods I've had has an unfortunate side effect of every 5 seconds. My companion talking. I thought it was just Codsworth, but no. Wait, do I have a grenade? I do. Because this game, you fire a fucking fragmentation grenade and it doesn't damage things due to a slight pile of dirt. Might be easier just to let them hatch and then kill them. Oh, Ian. He really was. Never once give him an automatic weapon because he will spray the back of your head and then you will die. And that is seriously, that is a genuine bit of knowledge. His character is glitched, that he will always misfire and damage his allies when he has an automatic weapon. So you give him something like a magnum or like a shotgun or something like that. He'll eventually die when you fight your first batch of super mutants, but in my case, in my latest playthrough, he got roasted alive in Necropolis. I felt really bad. I could have saved him. But I was toying with my prey, shooting them in the dick over and over again. Actually, now thinking of it, no regrets. Bye. Bye. Eat the eggs. Alright, you want me to eat the eggs? I can eat the eggs. Myrloc egg added. Apparel. Aid. M. Myrloc meat. Myrloc egg. There. I ate one of the eggs. I am now one with egg. Flame refuel. Ashtray. Oh, you keep talking like that, baby, and I'm gonna have to end the stream early. I was gonna say something there, but I'm not gonna say it now. Yeah! This is why I love this woman. She opens fire on animals that have just been born. When the fuck is this Mirelurk Queen gonna come out? You can get it before. You can literally. There we go! Killed enough of her babies to make them come out. Do you know how many fucking Kegels I had to do to squeeze those motherfuckers out? I do, lady. Let's party. You and me, like the old days. Trick, use the fucking battlements. Shawoop, shawoop, shawoop. You've been crippled. No, you've been crippled. Your mom's been crippled. Seriously, my condolences. I hope she gets well soon. Did she get my fruit basket? It'll get her stronger. I put some fruit in there. Ah! No! No, no, no! No! Pardon me a moment.
Sure we don't want to just let the Mirelurks keep it? Sure we don't want to just let the Mirelurks
I got all my venting out by bubbling up my wine. I wonder if that increased the alcohol content. Probably decreased it actually slightly. You don't fuck with a mama and her babies, okay? It's why, except for Shani. Shani will fucking literally sell them off as acid mine workers if it meant she could not work or do anything to justify her existence. No! You can thank Alison Bregler for that new, by the way. Drinking water is a tactical fuck you! I am actively defying that law of physics. I am going full on low energy. No, don't! Yes, I must. Hey, where's my evil side? He's drunk. Get the fuck out of my drink. I literally consumed my evil half. Do you want to be next? He just blinked out of existence. He's not coming back. What of a feeling I've lost my last true friend. Oh well, like, share, and subscribe, guys! Maybe running out, I will say this, maybe running out into the courtyard where the Hell Beast is located was probably a bad choice. But my counter argument is very straightforward. I wanted to do it.
Sure we don't want to just let the Mirelurks keep it?
That's what the loading tip says. Well, they can... Do you know what the loading tip also says? That the Brotherhood is here to help us. Now, I might be siding with the Brotherhood at the end of the day, but you know what? Between you and me, I don't think they're very nice.
Sure we don't want to just let the Mirelurks keep it?
There. That will help. I actually really fucked her up, so... Not being a Take the Mirelurk egg. No? Okay. Kill the Mirelurk egg. This is kind of horrific, by the way. Like, the eggs that are about to be hatched are being destroyed.
Sure we don't want to just let the Mirelurks keep it? Sure we don't want to just let the Mirelurks keep it?
I don't know. Ask me another 50 more times. 49. I think that's everyone in the courtyard. Okay, that's it. It's game time. Save. New save. Saving. I want to present this to Preston. I don't want him to actually, like...
Sure we don't want to just let the Mirelurks keep it?
Where is it? Where the fuck is it? You heard the music too, right? The musical sting? Okay. That's not disturbing.
Sure we don't want to just let the Mirelurks keep it?
Blah. Hi. Yeah, recall. You know how much money people would pay to have her step on them like the way she stepped on... I mean, I wouldn't be, but... I can be the pimp. What's this? My free what? Oh, shit. So I guess the age of pimps are over, huh? We had a good run. Only lasted a few thousand years, but... I guess the internet destroys everything, huh? Everything good. I'll put up my pimp hat. Okay, now a bit of booze ought to fix it. Alcohol? From low energy? Rare.
Let the Mirelurks keep it?
Strange. Unusual of him. Wait, can I actually activate this yet? No.
Sure we don't want to just let the Mirelurks keep it? Sure we don't want to just let the Mirelurks keep it?
Sup? There we go. That pissed him off enough. Quick save. Well, there you are, you little shit. Oh, majestic. Half health already. Die. Die. Cleanse the Xenos. The mutant. The heretic. We just wanted to be left alone. The stars belong to humanity, and then I just shoot directly into the face of them, spraying myself with blood. That's it. Now I can become the head of the Minutemen, I guess. Read the chat. Says use the battlements immediately. Leaves the battlements. It's true. This is just post-apocalyptic buuuut. If you don't have your missile launcher, like if you're doing this at a later date when the enemy is much harder, yeah. You're gonna be in for a bad time. Drugs. Hey, lady, I killed the monster. Oh wait, that's something else. Oh, I did the thing you wanted, I guess.
Find those raiders?
Yeah, I took care of them.
No kidding. That's the best piece of news we've had around here for a good long time. So we've been talking. We decided if you came through for us, we'd join up with the Minutemen again. If we want things to get better, we've got to start helping each other. So, we're in. You can count on us if you need help down the line. Thanks again, friend.
Minutemen! Woo! First things first, we're gonna put a big flag up here, and it's gonna have a bear with two heads, and oh wait, no, that's someplace else. Out. West. I just lock eyes off into the distance, and it goes thousands of miles over, and you see the courier who's now like an old man, and he's sitting on draped in nothing but an NCR flag, and he just looks back, and the two look at each other. Eyes narrowing. Soon. Oh, like, share, subscribe, you little fucking Egypt. God, I love you. Except you, and you, and you, and you, and maybe me. Yo, Preston. I don't kill those raiders and shit. You got money for me? You got that cash money? My girl, she needs something. She needs a little something, something, if you know what I mean. My girl don't work if she ain't got a little bit of spring in her step, if you know what I mean. I had a feeling whoever said that has like he's white, he's cornrow, he's got tons of cornrows, and has like a grill of like platinum that has his name written on it. That's the sort of motherfucker that came to mind when I was talking like that. Aid. Let's see what I can cook up. Cook soft shell meat. Deck claw steak, which I'd love to try. It looks so juicy. But you'd need to cook that pretty thoroughly in order to make sure that it wasn't like weirdly inconsistent in the texture. You might even have to lose the flavor out on that. Grilled radstag, that looks okay. But let's be honest here. Ragstag does not look tasty. Marler Queen steak. Now look at that. Look at that leanness. That's more what I'm talking about. Half that again, and then you have yourself. Like, cut it down the... Slice it down the middle. Not half, but slice it. I love me some lean steak. Get me some lean steak. Might even have some lean steak tomorrow, actually. Rad scorpion egg omelette. That'd be interesting to try. Cures addictions. Okay. Rad scorpion steak. That probably would taste like jerky. Just like beef jerky. Roasted mirelurk meat. Roasted fish tastes fine, I guess, so, yeah. Okay. If this was Red Dead Redemption 2, we could have like a big feast and everyone would tell each other tales and shit like that. That's something I always thought this game lacked. I don't care about these people I'm bringing together. I'm just there, I guess. I also love how radiation is easily solved. It causes things like fucking ghouls, but it's easily solved by things like water. Oh, just boil water and you'll be fine.
You know that settlement you sent me to help? They've decided to join the Minutemen.
That's great news.
Off with the glasses. 'Tis late and pointless.
You should have one of these flare guns. You can use it to signal for help from any nearby Minutemen. It'll get more and more useful as we get more allied settlements. Eventually, you'll have help wherever you need it.
Great.
I don't think I ever told you what happened.
About as useful as the NCR emergency radio.
Maybe not literally. There must be a lot of former Minutemen out there who gave it up in disgust after the Quincy massacre. But we were the last active group of Minutemen. And now, well, it's just me.
What was the Quincy massacre?
I thought everyone in the Commonwealth knew about that by now.
I've heard of it.
Colonel Hollis's group. A mercenary group called the Gunners was attacking Quincy.
The Gunners and the Talon Company are actually at war. Talon Company for Fallout 3. It's pretty cool. Nice little touch.
Turn their backs on us and the folks in Quincy. Only a few of us got out alive.
Yeah, it was the moment that the Minutemen broke up into individual groups. I thought that was interesting. They fractured. They atomized.
One disaster after another.
Their priorities shifted.
And conquered.
Instead of focusing on the wider picture, they're focusing on 10 or 20 or 30 people. Important, yeah, but, you know, those 10 and 20 and 30 people are stronger if they're a part of a group of 2 or 3 or 400.
What was the Quincy massacre?
I thought everyone in the...
No, okay.
Only a few we never found.
As long as you don't give up, the Minutemen will survive.
I'm not about to give up. But I can't protect the Commonwealth all by myself. Hell, I could barely protect...
Maybe get a better weapon.
That's why I'm talking to you. I can't rebuild the Minutemen, but I think...
Why? Why can't you can't? Why?
Why can't you lead the Minutemen?
That's not who I am. I can get my men through a firefight. I can defend a perimeter.
It's so stupid. Hi, person I met only 2 missions ago. Do you want to be the leader of our entire army?
Together in a common cause. And I think you've got it in you to be that leader.
I've already followed you through hell and high water, and I'd like to think I have more sense than most.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Can you explain what the Minutemen are all about?
We're citizen soldiers. The people of the
Militia. Don't tread on me, but without the libertarian, but probably with a little bit of the libertarian overlay.
And it was a good one. The Minutemen fell apart.
It'd be kind of cool if America was just this fucking bastion of individual freedom that never tried to express itself militarily overseas. And anytime someone invaded or attacked America, like literally attacked it, not its interests, but like attacked its sovereign land, that just every able-bodied citizen would grab a gun and just rush out in hordes of it. Now, here's the thing, that would still end in disaster. Your hordes of militia would get mowed down by well-trained soldiers. So I think maybe every single soldier should be trained like they do in Switzerland or Norway or some places like that.
Okay, I'll do it.
It's gonna be a lot of responsibility, but I know you'll make this place better.
Good. Good. Welcome aboard. I feel like this is a whole new start for the Minutemen and the Commonwealth too. Don't worry, I'll be right beside you all the way, General.
Why are you calling me General?
The leader of the Minutemen has always held the rank of General. Our last leader was General Becker. After he died back in '82, nobody could agree on who should take his place.
God, again, he's talking through his fucking teeth.
No one to argue with me when I say you're the new general.
Like you need a if you got a militia army, I think it's ridiculous. I think you need a core of a genuine like
Show people the Minutemen can really help them.
I think what you need is an army of a small professional army of well trained, like very well trained soldiers who do this shit for a living. And then you need a mandatory military service for every able-bodied man and indeed woman in the country, which includes training and training of weapons, training of survival basics, following instructions and the like. But the thing is, the French had that, and they got overrun in 40s. But the Germans had that also. It's how you deploy it. Most Scandinavian countries do it without batting an eye, and no one in Scandinavian countries think anything crazy about it. They know it's a rough time. It's a hard time. All their comforts are taken away, and they're forced to dig ditches going nowhere. They're forced to learn terms that won't get them a job when they get out of the army. They're forced not to eat the food they want. They're forced to be cold and too hot and all the other things. Yeah, that sucks. But so does war. And when you're fighting a war, you kind of want people to know what the fuck they're doing. Plus, I've never found a single person who served in the military who said that learning how to make a bedspread or how to have like self-control was a negative. Other things are negative, 100%, but not those. That's even why Michael Jackson kind of liked it. That's a weird segue, but Michael Jackson was obsessed with military stuff. But he didn't like the idea that those militaries were all like completely jammed up and like dressed out to the nines, then being sent off to be slaughtered. Like, what a waste. Used to hurt people? Why? Why not just have men and I imagine eventually women, which more and more, yes, fuck yeah, dressed out in the finest military garb, marching in formation, marching in perfect unity, but not hurting anyone. Oh, Vault 88. Cool. Are you playing as Hulk Hogan? My idea was after Nate came back from the anchorage from Alaska, he kind of was sick of the order, the control, the discipline of the military, right? He was sick of that shit. So he let his hair out. And this is the same hair he's been growing since the day he came back from service. He was even starting to grow a little bit of his hair, his goatee out before the bomb dropped. And him and Nora were having conversations about, what do you think, babe? Do you think you want a beard? I'm going to be honest with you there, Nate. I'm not feeling it. Okay, but what if I kept it clean? Look, I don't like what you have now, but I can live with it. If it gets an inch too long, I'm not shaving my legs anymore. Okay, I'm not going to grow my beard. Wait a minute, maybe I'm going to call your bluff. Oh, no. That's a fight you don't want to fight. Is it now? Hold on. Let's go and look at the, bathroom mirror. That's a conversation they had prior. After hardcore fucking. Like, hardcore fucking. Oh, oh, no, I thought this was where the robots lived, but this is this is something else. What?
Let's do this.
No, okay.
You've got to help. They've kidnapped my friend.
Who's your friend?
Who kidnapped her? They said they'd be back for the ransom in a few days. If I don't pay up, they'll kill her. But I don't have that kind of money.
Do you know where they took her?
I'm pretty sure. I'll mark it on your map. We asked the Minutemen.
It's so generic.
I didn't really think anyone would come. Just bring her back safe, okay?
Always on good behavior.
Well, sure, it might as well be on good behavior. There's the BAFTA. More shitty wine? Yes, please. I suppose I'm going to stream for as long as I either can or as long as the alcohol will hold out. No one has to stay or leave. I can only bring someone to the table. Whoa! I did! We should follow that and let's get the aliens. Aliens. Actually, why? They're going to be there regardless. That's just how you get the alien blaster. That's all you get. Oh, and chicken embryo. Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah. Ezekiel's Forge. Padunk, padunk, padunk. No? Of course not, because it's a fucking 2-barrel shotgun. I hate this 2-barrel shotgun, but I'm too lazy to go and get a better one. I've always been about my shotguns. So I'm like, yay, shotgun, padunk. It makes bad people go away. Padunk, it makes bad people go away. Padunk, no, I gotta reload it. Oh. Oh. Oh no. No. No, 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 no. No.
Hey.
Oh my god. Probably have something you can use. Who could do something like that? You guys got me stirred.
What?
Hey.
You're a bit weird sounding there. Unlike me, who sounds amazing right now. Weapons and nothing new.
What can I do? Who's there? This is gonna be fun.
That's what you get for a stupid name like Sparta.
What the? You're end of the line. This is normal.
Aw. Kill that dog. I don't approve of killing the dog. I approve of other people killing the dog, because then I don't feel bad. The dog was trying to kill me.
Yes.
Ha! Your TV face means no power to me. I do have to call it quits at some point, I suppose.
Got it. Hi.
Please, you've got to help me.
Don't worry. I'm here to rescue you.
Oh my god, thank you. Let's go.
Message to Alexander Strelnikov.
What the fuck was that?
My esteemed Mr. Strelnikov, I know someone of your profession values discretion above all else. But I have to honestly say, screw that.
That's not what he said. He said,
I mean, come on. One bullet, halfway across town, and you blew Ron Treviot's head clean off. You, sir, are an artist. Are all the assassins from Russia as good as you? I seriously doubt it. But listen, your secret's safe with me. Eddie Winter, signing off.
okay, that seems like a really stupid thing to say if you're a fucking gangster. Like, you know that criminal activity we did? Yeah, you and me back in the day. Yeah, that was some great criming we did. That was some great, great crime. Hello, fellow children. The 10mm is so clunky and so ugly that it kind of looks like it could be real.
I try to be.
Seems like you're doing better than trying. I appreciate it. Too few folks can be bothered. Of course, in my experience, if you want to do real good, playing nice only gets you so far. I mean, look at Diamond City. A place I've been trying to warn of real danger. But every issue I publish, all I hear is, "Oh, Piper, why don't you ever publish anything happy?"
Oh, Jim Sterling, why do you always have to get too political? Oh, low energy, why do you always have to get drunk and show your penis on stream?
Is Diamond City really in danger? It's not like there's raiders pounding on the gate.
Are you kidding me? There is a very real chance the city leadership has been infiltrated by an Institute synth. A synth under the control of an organization widely known to kidnap or murder anyone that stands up to them. I'd take raiders at the gate any day of the week over that. Of course, making sure folks are actually listening. That's a battle in itself.
Sounds like it must be exhausting.
No kidding. But people, they deserve to know the truth. Sure, it can be scary, knowing what's really out there. A night doesn't go by, I'm not afraid some Institute drone will decide today's the day to pay old Piper and family a visit.
She really doesn't know how the Institute works.
I know the truth. That's what protects us.
Scared, huh? Could have fooled me.
I'm pushy, not crazy. Honestly, these days I'm more scared for my sister. I don't know what I'd do.
Okay, that's completely bullshit if she's a journalist. She's terrified and she's crazy. You can be both.
Good or bad.
One normally leads into the other.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. How can you protect you and yours if you don't know what you're facing?
Exactly. Most folks, though, they'd prefer a comforting lie. Not me. I've seen firsthand what the truth can do. My sister and I, we grew up way out in the Commonwealth. Tiny little settlement. Our dad, he was part of the local militia. Keeping the raiders off our backs and the mirelurks out of our latrines, as he'd describe it. Well, one day, our dad turns up dead. His captain, asshole named Mayburn, claims raiders must have gotten him on watch. Well, I didn't buy it. I start making inquiries. Turns out, captain, he'd sold out. Thought he wasn't getting paid enough to babysit the town. He was gonna leave the gates open one night. Let a group of raiders sack the place and take a cut of the profits. My dad found out and was gonna turn Mayburn in, but Mayburn got to him first. And I wasn't about to let that bastard get away with murder. I tried talking to the mayor, but he wouldn't listen. So, I papered the entire town in posters. Wanted for gross dereliction of duty, Captain Mayburn. The mayor sure wanted to talk after that. The town threw Mayburn out on his ass and were dug in when a very surprised group of raiders finally showed.
What happened after that?
We made do. Sis was still pretty young at the time and Mom was out of the picture. So we got by on the kindness of others for a while. Eventually, I saved up enough to book us both passage with a caravan, and then we moved on up to the big city. Called it home ever since.
Piper, you saved those people.
No. Those people saved themselves. Because
Atheist logic, I approve.
I'm sorry if I've been rambling. I just get fired up sometimes.
That's because there's no proof of an afterlife in this universe, so yeah. This seems to be a hardcore atheist reality. Thank you, Piper. Your wisdom and your I suppose your boobs. You look at Piper's boobs. They're alright. I mean, Kate's all about her ass. Piper, I suppose with the trench coat, it's hard to tell. She's pretty enough, I guess.
I don't know how to thank you for that rescue you pulled off.
Just remember that this is all thanks to the Minutemen.
We know. That's why we've decided to join the Minutemen. You can count on our help if you need it.
Great. I feel fantastic. Celebrate by leveling up and getting the cap collector. Hell yeah! Buying and selling is now much better. Now invest till 500 caps to buy and store buying capacity. Alright. So I've been streaming now for about 8 hours. Okay. This is more of my my NCR streams. But due to the magical power of wine, I'm feeling pretty damn good. I need some chap. ASAP.
I was a little jealous of folks who could craft something other than a paragraph.
Aid. Buffa. I know what I heard. Where'd you go? You there? Why are you there?
Yes?
Carla,
Back again? Time to do business?
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Here's what I got.
You got junk is what you got. In the trunk, no less. Actually, she doesn't. She's kind of chickeny at this point. She's been doing this a long time. No shame in it. Most of the people she grew up with are dead now. Yeah, let's have weapons. AK, baseball bat, explosive little fella launcher. Oh, cute. Flare gun, frag. Fuck it's the most useless gun in the world, but I'll keep it around because it's unique. Pipe, combat. I've got the Stupendium song that's based off The Outer Worlds. It's called Bottom Line or something like that. Got that stuck in my head. I get that money back. Aha! Victory!
Hey.
Just let me know. Don't mind the clutter.
Heads
Huh? That's not where you're supposed to be. Get out of there, you big goof. Valentine's Detective Agency. Payback. Follow the Freedom Trail. Voltec calling. And talk to Preston Garvey. Preston, that be you for true.
Hello, sir. I rescued that kidnapped settler. We've got another settlement on our side now.
Good. Another win for the Minute people. Keep it up. Pretty soon we'll have the whole world behind us. We've got time. Something else is coming.
Really?
It's gotten big enough that we're having trouble communicating with all our settlements. It's a good problem to have, and I have a solution. I think it's time to retake the castle. It used to be the Minutemen HQ, way before my time.
Really?
Fortified, centrally located, and most important, it has a powerful radio transmitter we can use to broadcast to the whole Commonwealth.
You mean that place out in South Boston? I already cleared that out.
Are you serious? All by yourself?
No, Piper helped.
That's the best news I've heard in a while. Well then, this whole thing just got a lot simpler. I'll round up a garrison and meet you there.
You're welcome. You're not welcome? Oh, well, fuck you then. Out here. Out here trying to be a good Minuteman. Damn, that soundtrack's getting serious.
Where to?
Piper.
Hey, here. Something to keep
A sweet roll.
Always worked for me.
Your thoughts?
Nothing stays hidden forever. At least, not if I have my say.
That's all for now.
Okay.
Did they ever address why the laser muskets are used? Like, the Minutemen used the laser muskets. Okay, at range, that kind of makes a little sense, but a lot of the fighting takes place close quarters, and you're desperately trying to reload your fucking musket. Like, the reason automatic weapons exist is to overcome these problems. That's not how things should exist. Hi guys, I hope you weren't all prepped up for a fight. I kind of beat you to it. It's a beautiful day to be cuckold though, you have to admit. So this is where I killed the Marler Queen. Over here is where Piper killed about 40 of her children.
Well, guess it could be worse. See what you can do with it. I'm gonna go see what else is left around this old place.
Somewhere won't stop traffic flow. One thing I like about the castle is that they've got already all the relays all set up. Power up the radio transmitter. Oh, we did too.
Once I power this up, we'll be ready to broadcast. There we go.
Ballistic weapons permanently do 5% critical damage. Interesting though, this says guns and bullets and it says plasma weapon of the future, but it gives ballistic. So what?
Once I power this up, we'll be ready to broadcast.
But it is. Like the music reminds me of Tyranny, actually. Although technically, that case, Tyranny reminds me of the music. There you go. I knew you'd find some fucking leftovers. Enjoy. That's some steel. That's what I need to do. This. I cleared this. I guarantee you I've cleared these motherfuckers. Never trust murder gags. You can never be sure. It's giving you tons of concrete at least. Fertilizer for plants. I've got plenty of food if you need me to set you up. You can get rid of the fucking moss. We're reclaiming nature from nature. It's beautiful. This pile of gelatinous ooze. Once was something, now it will be something else. Glorious. Why? I wouldn't get rid of that. Sometimes it's very odd to find the exact spot where you're meant to collect it, you know? Why not? It's powered enough.
Once I power this up, we'll be ready to broadcast.
Okay.
Once I power this up, we'll be ready to broadcast.
Oh, I see it. I see it. I see the problem. I see the problem. Professor, give me 5 seconds of your time. I'll give you the world. No. Scrapping it, I won't get the whole thing back.
Once I power this up,
but
we'll be ready to broadcast.
But wait. Five, 6, 7, 8. Oh, is that not enough? We still need 4 steel. Okay. There are not enough steel around here? And all the resources we don't need. So there is something very soothing about just cleaning a place. I mean, let's be honest here, no apartment, no house would ever look dirty if it was easy as just hitting a button. There you go. There? I guess.
Hi.
Wow, we really did it. I've been watching the Minutemen fall to pieces for so long, Now we've got to pay off on what we've started. Bring the whole Commonwealth together and make it last this time. So, you know, back to business. But with Radio Freedom up and running, we can broadcast alerts to you.
Radio Freedom. In the Cold War, it was against the Soviet Union. These days, it would talk about the worst QAnon conspiracies.
Once you clear it out, set up a radio beacon to let settlers know about it. Before you know it, we'll have a thriving new farm instead of wasteland. We'll take back the Commonwealth, one piece at a time. That's you.
Welcome back to Anshun, where for the next 45 minutes we'll break down my Part 8 breakdown on the history of New Orleans and what it had to do with you being a racist piece of shit. Me? Yes, you. No, not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. Yes, you. I knew I was... Oh, you didn't mute me. A settlement that needs our help, huh? Hey boys, now march to your freedom. Hey boys, now sing to the drum. I guess you'll be on a bridge of some fucking sailing ship doing a jig while a man who fought alongside Nelson is kind of laughing. It's a good day. The sails are out. We're making good time. I'm not gonna lie, I've actually been on like proper sailing ships. And I do come from a sailing family. I could, at one point in my life, had just gone full. Like low energy videos could have been something like Dylan Talks Sailing or some shit like that. There we go. Yeah, missed. Nice. With that little mod touch, I can now fuck around. Fuck around. And the soul die of dysentery. I need food that's mostly made of sawdust. That was horrifying. It was like a little child skeleton, and I just kind of... Let's just grind them down into the base raw material.
It's 8 o'clock. You're listening to Radio Freedom, the voice of the Minutemen. Nothing to report at the moment. Stay tuned for updates.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you a barn dance.
You're tuned to Radio Freedom. Nothing to report. Stay safe out there, everyone. You're tuned to Radio Freedom, voice of the Minutemen.
Look at all this free spice.
Tuned here for updates.
Let's give them a prefab. I'm not in the mood of making something from scratch for them. And again, I don't like that. So let's... Yeah, alright, fuck it. Let's make something from scratch. Something straightforward. I have an urge to watch Master and Commander again. Listen to this. This is probably a bad idea, as we are literally right on the cusp of a heavily irradiated spot. Most likely because a bomb landed directly here.
It's 9 p.m. Nothing to report at the moment. Stay tuned for updates. You're tuned to Radio Freedom, voice of the Minutemen. All quiet here. Stay tuned for Minutemen alerts.
In the meantime, let me tell you about the numerous things that's been happening across the Commonwealth. Nothing. Because someone is busy building a foundation for a shack. Hey, it'll be a damn good shack, okay? Motherfucker! Oh god, I feel like Cell in the Cell games in the abridged version of Dragon Ball Z. I'm not gonna let it get to me. I'm not gonna let it be. It's getting to me!
You're tuned to Radio Freedom, voice of the Minutemen. Nothing to report. Keep it tuned here for updates.
It's so good that they keep me informed that there's nothing to inform. Hope these motherfuckers appreciate the home I'm making for them. I mean, who doesn't like a giant-ass box made out of easily, like, movable wood?
This is Radio Freedom, voice of the Minutemen. It's just past 10 p.m. Nothing to report at the moment.
Do you know where your children are? They're probably getting killed by rat scorpions. So close. Well, anyone who's still up in the chat, give me a shout. Hope your night's been going pretty good. I mean, besides watching my amazingness and listening to my amazingness. So amazing that I often have to double myself up and remind myself how amazing I am. It's incredible too. But that's beside the point. I don't want to.
Broadcasting all day, all across the Commonwealth. Nothing to report. Stay safe, people.
I don't want to play myself up that much. Privacy? Who needs that when we got 1, 2, 3, and of course 4. These motherfuckers are gonna live well and Christian. Give you what? Give me a heads down and up as well. And turn around. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, actually, no. Give us a lowdown. What's going on in the realm of you right now? You can see what I'm up to. What about yourselves? items getting consumed and transformed into something else. It's the natural order of things, really. Yeah, I can make a water pump. But what I really want is the water power industrial. But, ooh, that's a lot of resources. Do I have it? Oh, maybe.
11 p.m. out there. Nothing to report at the moment. Stay tuned for updates.
This feels like just listening to the shipping forecast at 2 a.m. Dogger Bank, 185, west wind, calm. It's a very British thing. If you tune into BBC Radio at like a really early time of the morning, you'll hear the literal shipping forecasts for like what the shipping is like coming in and out of. It's a cultural, like, it's a cultural sort of unifier, because they don't do it so much these days. Nowadays, the any like fishermen coming in at night, because of course fishermen work around the clock. They'll come in and out of port whenever the fuck they need to, but not to mention like trawler, like shipping containers and shit like that. But they got like online stuff these days. Back in the 90s, Christ. You knew it was time for bed when you heard the shipping reports. That and the local football. Not the national, not the county, but the local football. Ipswich on Walden 2. Berwick upon Pine Watch 4 each. You know? They'd often have like pre-recorded radio dramas and interviews with an old man who was like, well, for the past 45 years I have been out on top of this mountain looking after my goats. Alright, let's keep it simple. I'm giving them more or less everything they need to live. Or at least I have everything I can. The main thing they need is power, so let's above all else make sure they have a generator to activate the thingamajig that they need. Need 2 more screws. Brilliant. Yep, recruitment radio beacon.
It's midnight here at Radio Freedom.
I drink so much excessive water it gives me the shit. Really? The shits. Now I drink a lot of water, but I don't think it's ever given me the shits. It's given me endless amount of piss, but as As you all know, my bladder's tiny anyway. Okay, so let's quickly focus then on I don't talk about this as much as other things, but when I was with the cult, one of the major things everyone was asking for was clothes hangers. Everyone was short on clothes hangers. I don't know why. Maybe the wire was some sort of like tool to suicide or some shit like that. I mean, that's why when I hung out with my friend from college when she was trying to get help for her suicidal depression that unfortunately eventually took her life, they weren't allowed to have headphones like the ones I'm wearing now because, well, you can strangle yourself with them. Their eyeglasses were plastic, things like that, because of course you can break the glass and try to kill yourself with it. Things you don't really think about. Yeah, I've got enough food to... I need defense, but first things first. This feels like I should be playing American Truck Simulator, and like in game and in reality it's like 2 AM and it's just the open road. That might be enough food. That definitely should be enough. Oh my god, I had all the potatoes plants. Oh, never mind. There.
You're tuned to Radio Freedom. Nothing to report. Keep it tuned here for updates.
Well, they'll have enough food now, for sure. Even enough to trade. As for water, well, I hope they got strong arms. If not, they're gonna grow them.
You're tuned to Radio Freedom, voice of the Minutemen. Nothing to report. Stay safe, people.
There. Got enough water, enough food. All they need now is a bit of defenses. Keep away them varmints and shit. Is varmints a metaphor for surprisingly? No, not in this universe. But in our universe, oh yeah, varmints, definitely. All the worst slurs. The worst of slurs. I'll tell you this causes early morning shits. But because I haven't eaten that in all day, this will, for the record, the heat doesn't make me all that hungry, so I'm not exactly starving right here. It's weird. I'm aware I haven't eaten it in all day, but you can build stores and workstations at local settlements.
Radio Freedom. Nothing to report at the moment. Stay tuned for updates.
Let's see how much a transmitter costs, and then I'll just carry over the shit that's required over there. I need 2 circuitry, 2 crystal, 6 copper, 10 steel, 3 somatic, and 1 rubber.
Well, if anyone could figure out a
2 crystal, 6.
You're tuned to Radio
2 crystal, 6 copper.
Nothing new to report. Keep it tuned here for Minutemen alerts.
Ten steel, but I'm sure I can get steel there. And that leaves with 3 cermatic, and
This is Radio Freedom, broadcasting all day, all across the Commonwealth. Nothing to report.
same with the rubber.
Here for updates.
There we go. I have exactly enough for 1. Hell yeah.
You're tuned to Radio Freedom. Nothing to report. Keep it tuned here for updates.
Wait. Are you honestly saying we're short 2 steel? Well, Shazbot. No, gears. Oh shit, that's much harder to find. Well, let's go back to the fucking... Nah. Find 2 gears, huh? Okay. It's not just that I like that people came beforehand, and like you find people the day they died. It was you find people the day they died, but then you find people next to them who died like 80 years prior, or 127 years prior, or half a dozen other ones. One thing Fallout has always done well was environmental storytelling. In fact, it might be one of the best games out there to still do that.
It's 8 a.m. All quiet, which is how we like it. Stay safe out there, people.
Gears. Great. Oh, and there's not enough beds. No, apparently. I'll put one up bed here as some sort of like overlord / watcher, you know? Oh, in 200 years time, that won't become some sort of hereditary title. You live in the tower, you get to gaze down upon them. Does that not make you in charge? Not just their defender, but their lord. You get to eat the finest food. You get to sleep with the finest women. Well, maybe.
All quiet here. Stay tuned for Minutemen alerts.
It's kind of like one of the Mr. Nimbus Rick and Morty episode. Every time Morty goes back into that society, it's changed in relation to how he's interacted them. He never existed. You're a foolish old man. You are the fool. I know what I saw. That ended in an interesting way. Especially with Jessica. I have a feeling they're going to set Jessica up as some sort of like new recurring character. Other than just, you know, Morty wants to have sex with her. I have become a time god. She always seemed kind of cool with Morty too and his weird ass family.
9 a.m. here at Radio Freedom. Nothing new to report. Keep it tuned here for Minutemen alerts.
Rad scorpions, pretty cool. There might be some gears in here.
You're tuned to Radio Freedom. All's quiet across the Commonwealth. Stay safe out there. This is Radio Freedom, broadcasting all day, all across the Commonwealth. Nothing to report. Stay safe out there, everyone.
Perfect. Not good enough.
This is Radio Freedom, broadcasting all day, all across the Commonwealth. All quiet, which is how we like it. Stay safe out there, people.
For a very short, limited edition brand of Nuka-Cola, Nuka-Cola sure did get brought out to a lot of different places.
You're tuned to Radio Freedom. All quiet here. Stay tuned for Minutemen alerts.
Alright, that I should have everything. They have water and power. They don't have any.
Nothing new to report. Keep it tuned here for Minutemen alerts.
That's more power than they'll probably ever need. Alright. This place is now somewhat functional. It can't defend itself. Which is a bit lame. Wait, why is Preston Garvey currently in outs? He moves? He shouldn't be moving.
Nothing to report at the moment. Stay tuned for updates.
Ow, my arm. Hey, we're already at 10 likes. For me, that's pretty damn good. And we're also at 3 a.m. It is now technically Wednesday. But there's only also so much alcohol. Oh, I see what happened. Yeah, okay, yeah. So the game programs him never to leave Sanctuary for reasons that are fucking beyond me. Hey Preston, you look kinda downtrodden for a man who's now... I might be the general, but you're the one in charge, let's be frank here.
I cleared out that spot you sent me to and set up a radio beacon there.
That's great news. Once folks have some place to call their own, they'll be willing to help defend it. I'll let you know if I hear of any settlements that need our help. In the meantime, make sure to offer help to anyone that needs it. It'll only help our cause.
Excuse me.
Is there something you need?
How are you feeling?
I'm glad to have the chance to return the favor. After all the help you gave me. Just let me know if there's anything else you need.
No, nothing.
No problem.
It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon here at Radio Freedom. This was just delivered by a robot. Anybody in the vicinity of Grey Garden, please go see what they need there.
Oh my, troubled waters. My phone's telling me it's time for bed, but it just reminds me that one day I have to fucking dismiss that sleep thing. Sleep when I feel like.
Look alive.
You say the word. You know what you could use a pick-me-up.
Your thoughts?
Doing the right thing rarely makes you popular. But I don't think I could live with myself otherwise.
Is everything all right between us, Piper?
Look, you don't need to worry. We're fine, I guess. I want to do right by folks out here. I guess I need to know you do too.
Nothing else for now.
Okay?
Then let's head off down. We got ourselves a new one. Beep boop goes the robots. Beep goop goes Grey Garden. I like how the Minutemen are also inclusive of a bunch of Mr. Handys.
It's getting dark out there, people. Stay safe. Nothing to report. Keep it tuned here for updates.
Welcome to Grey Garden, darling. This is the Commonwealth's first and only hydroponics facility, run entirely by robots.
That's pretty ingenious. I bet you can work around the clock.
Of course, darling. Our unique hierarchy allows for constant operation. You see, there are two kinds of robots here. The worker drones carry out labor and maintenance. We supervisors, that is myself, green and brown, possess sophisticated cognition processors. We are capable of complex analysis and decision-making, a testament to the genius of our creator, Dr. Edward Gray.
I remember him. He was one of Robco's senior engineers, but more than a little eccentric.
You seem a bit confused, darling. You're far too young to remember anything that happened before the war.
I was in a vault. They put me in cryogenic freeze.
Remarkable. I must say, darling, you seem very well preserved. Now, where was I? Robotics and artificial intelligence were our creator's great passions, rivaled only by his love of television. Perhaps you've noticed that I possess a rather singular personality, as do the other supervisors.
You are quite the firecracker.
Why did Dr. Gray give you these unusual personalities?
Genius is restless, darling. It abhors stagnation.
That, and he used me as a sex toy, as he basically used me as fan fiction. I kept on telling him that he was better than his father, and that it's okay that the other people laughed at him. I don't understand the meaning behind it, but I did it all the same.
If it's caps you require, Brown might have a few odd jobs. There's one other thing. The question, really. Tell me, darling, what do you think of the water around here?
It's awful.
Isn't it, though? Pressure's down, radiation is up. Why, it's practically toxic. Just think what it must be doing to my skin. This will never do. I don't mean to impose, darling, but perhaps you can give us a hand.
All right.
Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Most of our water comes from the old Western plant, south of here. Such an eyesore. Be a dear and pay a visit, See what you can do. Maybe tidy up the place. It must be filthy. If you can get it working again, I'm sure I can come up with something for you.
You see, if she had a body, she would be like, oh, I'll pay you via sex. She's a robot, so she can't. But I am a man, so hell, I'm a human being, so...
Look alive.
You really do have a talent for finding trouble, don't you?
Is that a problem?
Not at all. Honestly, it's just nice to not be doing it alone for
Yeah, like, if she's gonna offer caps
pretty hairy.
or sex,
I've been shot at, poisoned, nearly executed. Heck, until recently they called the lockup in Diamond City the Piper Suite. Anything for a story, I suppose.
Someone poisoned you?
You kidding me? I barely had the paper going before I got poisoned. First time, I just published an article about this cartel of caravans that had been driving up food prices in the city. Article went over well, even got a boycott of their goods started in town, so I figured I'd pop over to the Dugout Inn for a victory drink. I'd already taken a swig by the time I realized something was wrong. The dean, he wasn't at the bar. The beer tasted off, even more so than usual. And I started feeling real woozy. I don't know what he slipped me, but I knew I had to get it out. I'm looking around for something, and there it is, the still, and I just start chugging moonshine. Honestly, I'm still not totally convinced it was better than just dying from the poison, but it worked. Blech. And while
she made an interesting noise without moving her lips.
Security managed to grab the bartender. He eventually ratted out his bosses, and they all got to share some time in the pen.
Seems that execution didn't quite take, huh?
Thank God.
I've been working on this story about irradiated drinking water in Bunker Hill. I traced the water back to its source through these old sewer tunnels, and what do I find?
I'm enjoying my time here with you motherfuckers, but you know what I'd like to do right now? I'd love to be sitting across a bar, listening to someone telling me their story. Particularly a woman. I love hearing stories from women. My God, they have the most interesting shit.
Sewer pipe, when suddenly I blurt out, "Adam! He reveals himself!" And they bite.
Those throwaway lines of like, oh, you know, a guy tried to come at me with a knife once, or yeah, I was married with 6 kids. Yeah, there's stories there. There's so many stories. Not always fun stories, but they're there.
You've led an exciting life.
Sure have. But honestly, now that I'm out here with you, I feel like I'm just getting started. Getting in trouble is what folks like us do. I mean, you and I are out here putting ourselves at risk so people in the Commonwealth can have a chance at a better life. Not for praise or reward or glory, but because it's right. I just wanted to let you know I'm real happy to be along for the ride.
I wouldn't want it any other way. I like having you close.
Oh, thanks, Blue. That's awfully sweet. Unexpected of you. So you want to get out of here?
Yeah. We have work to do.
It's 9 p.m. Nothing to report at the moment. Stay tuned for
This poor motherfucking voice this announcer, he doesn't sleep once. Like, if you go to the castle, like he doesn't sleep. It's weird how they put that in for some characters, but not all. Good thing there's no Dark Brotherhood for this game. You'd never be able to figure out when they ever leave their fucking jobs. You're like, artillery strikes! We got artillery strikes!
all day, all across the Commonwealth. All's quiet across the Commonwealth. Stay safe out there.
The most dangerous kind of super mutant. One with a miniature nuke strapped to his arm. You don't say. God. Even for a game like this, which is kind of like bare bones, the detail that goes in. Look at this shit. I fire a missile into some water. Well, not always, I guess. But this, the huge plume of water that flies up. That's fucking awesome, man. Earlier in the stream, I pointed out how a character simply moved a cup with her hand on a table. I remember a time where every single item on a flat surface was actually just another part of that flat surface. Like, they weren't movable items, they were just images. Mutated flat surfaces, warped. Also, if you got a PS5, or possibly one of you, Ratchet & Clank apparently is more than passable. It's actually a pretty solid game. It's gonna wear and tear over the years for sure. I looked at a lot of footage and I'm like, oh, we're gonna look back at this the same way as looking back over people who were hyping up the Half-Life 2 engine. And we're like, wow, but people are still coming back to Half-Life.
This is Radio Freedom, voice of the Minutemen. It's just past 10 p.m. Nothing to report at the moment. Stay tuned for updates.
Boom.
Nice.
Picket fences, $32. That's the equivalent of about $2.50 in today's money. Just to show the fallout inflation has gotten insane. Like, to buy anything is like, God help you if you want to get like a loaf of bread or something. You can still do it, but how much is your money worth? Like, if I'm right, a Gidea Buttercup is about $1 million.
Got it.
What you're thinking? Oh, a sentient robot horse for my daughter. Okay, I'd probably pay about $1 million for it now.
Yes.
Yeah, but something tells me there's a lot of add-ons thrown on top. I think by the day the bombs dropped, money was no longer a big deal. Like, it was the thing everyone said they were doing it for. But instead they were doing it for raw resources and agreements with the government. The money itself had lost its meaning. At least for a lot of people, like House, for example. House knew that money was about to become redundant. I bet in the last month before the war, he transferred massive amounts of raw resources that he could buy on the market and probably not buy on the market to secret sites scattered across Nevada and Arizona. Because he could see which way the wind was blowing. Obviously, he had spent years preparing giant ass fucking, I wouldn't even call them death traps, like fucking laser traps for any missile that came anywhere near Las Vegas. And even then he got it wrong. Apparently you could see that shit as far as afield as Mexico City.
All quiet here. Stay tuned for Minutemen alerts.
Shit. Should use the executioner. Why? Why was that programmed to feel pain? Also, I find it interesting that they attack me, but not the Mirelurks. Over the years, the Mirelurks and I have come to an arrangement. I shoot things, they eat things. Yeah. Other journalists, there's like 8 of you across America. I'm gonna do this without having a single drop of water on me. No! Ah. I think I wasn't trying to do shots or anything. Yeah. Right in the face, Jesus. Okay, but oh, right, yeah. I'm not ready yet. Ew. Seaweed touched me. I was and occasionally still am that sort of kid. Don't get me started on the worms that burrow into the sand. And they leave that sort of worm outline as a result. Oh. When I was like really young, I'm talking about 5 and under. Apparently that shit used to make me get sick. Like literally, I'd look at it and I'd get sick. Nowadays I look at it and I laugh, but there's still that hint of me. I feel like that dude, what was the dude who made the safe room free of germs, but then like thousands of cockroaches poured in through the vents? If anyone knows that, I'd appreciate it, because it wasn't one of the Final Destination films, was it?
Surface. Nothing new to report. Keep it tuned here for Minutemen alerts.
Supervisor White.
Darling, so good to see you.
Why do I have to be white, yo?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, such a gentleman, too. I simply must give you something. Here, you can have some of our produce. I'll ask Greenie to give you a discount, too, if there's anything else you need. Now I simply must get back to work. Ta-ta! I'm afraid I don't do autograph stuff.
2 a.m. here at Radio Freedom. Any Minutemen in the area. There's a settlement that's been raided by super mutants. Please respond if you can help.
Jolly good to see.
Alright. I think that's me. I think that's me. Rest of my night will consist mostly of probably poor decision making on Twitter and well, I'm sure positive things. There we go. But yeah, nearly 8 hours, I think that's enough. Especially because last time I did a stream this long, I was like, bleh. And tomorrow, I honestly might be bleh. So, yeah, I'm good. No, you guys have been awesome. Very generous too. We have only 80 more to go on this opening goal. And as someone said earlier, I think it's, yeah, I think we're in a position now strong enough, you know, to put the rest of the goal out there. It won't be done overnight, but it'll get done. In the meantime, I'm going to do everything in my power to also increase that, which means, hopefully, we'll have more than my original goal, which means we can get a better machine than our original hopes. But that's all to you, motherfuckers. As for me, I am off to, not bed, I am off to the horrors of social media while drunk. And probably a lot of videos as well. A lot of videos. So I will see you tomorrow for Wasted Wednesday, which you kinda got today, Tipsy Tuesday. Not the first time, not the last time, but yeah. If you liked what you said, boom. If you didn't, And don't forget to check us out on our Discord, description, Twitter, description, Streamlabs, believe it or not, description. I know, shocking. And I will see you guys tomorrow for Wasted Wednesday, where we will do Fallout New Vegas and a little bit of just not gaming. We shall look at shit together as a family, as a unit. Ohana means family.